No one knows how sweet Dino is. I swear to God, no one knows. You were in the car. You weren't driving.
That man shot you, whether on purpose or on accident. He shot you. And before you've even had the opportunity to recover as much as humanly possible, he's got you on live arguing with his baby mama.
I had surgery 2 days ago, baby. Pills around like 9 or 10. So I can take my pills in 20 minutes.
Behold one of TikTok's most controversial and sickening pair, Zara and her boyfriend/shooter, Deno.
You should... Stop putting your fucking hands on me. I'm gonna call the police on you.
Don't talk to me however you want.
Now there are bad relationships and then there are chaotic Category 5 hurricane level ones. That's exactly what describes Zara and Deno's relationship. Their story is one of the internet's most recent case studies of domestic violence and manipulation.
Yeah, you hear, right? Stop playing. You did. Hold on.
We're talking about a man who took the gun his girlfriend bought him, shot her point blank in the face during an argument over earrings. This is a story about a victim who woke up from a coma only to defend her shooter.
No, I know. He didn't do it on purpose. Accidents happen. And I told God, I said, I know that was an accident. Like, I know. But
A GoFundMe of close to $4,000 allegedly misused for personal expenses instead of medical bills.
She didn't scam people, because you know what, Savannah, you give a homeless man money. Are you gonna tell the homeless man if you go buy food with it, or are you gonna say don't spend your money on drugs or whatever? They're gonna do whatever they want with that money. You guys cannot donate to Zara for her life choices. People donate it for her bills, not life choices. Owe y'all anything? She doesn't owe y'all an explanation. She for sure.
And a reconciliation so sickening that it broke the internet.
Oh no.
Hello, why you look like this?
what? Like Rockman?
Zara and Deno's relationship managed to capture and horrify millions of internet users. And it got even uglier when Zara's own family exposed her non-existent relationship with Deno, the abusive man she had been defending. Now, we've all seen similar relationships where love and violence coexisted until something catastrophic happened. Chris Brown and Rihanna, and recently, social media influencers Kayla Malik and Evan Johnson. The major difference this time is that this case is even bigger than celebrities. Chris Brown and Rihanna were already famous for their music, whereas Deno and Zara became public figures for gun violence and relationships. They showed their ugly side to their over 180,000 followers on TikTok. This isn't your typical influencer breakup drama. It's a sickening cycle of manipulation and trauma bonding.
I'll show you stupid. I'll show you how stupid I can get over this one. You hear me? Because I can get real motherfucking.
How did a survivor end up defending her assailant? How did the internet react to this? And where are they now? Get ready as we unpack this nightmare.
I need you to kiss me.
What's up?
Let's be fake for TikTok.
Why? Is you recording?
No, definitely not, but let's be fake for TikTok.
In the early hours of July 5th, 2024, the Flower Mound Police in Texas dispatch received a call from a hysterical woman. She was crying, talking about how her friend was shot and they needed help. This caller was Zara's friend, Andrea, who had been with the couple. Also present that night were Zara's sister, Sadea, or as she's popularly known TikTok, Phony, and her boyfriend, Xavier Watts.
And I almost.
The group had met up to attend Flower Mound's Independence Day Festival in Texas. It was a normal day, but things quickly spiraled out of control later that night. Zara Hashim and Ladarius Brownlee had gotten into a heated argument in the local park. Andrea had claimed that the root cause of this argument was a cheating accusation against Deno. However, Zara later confirmed that they'd been arguing over earrings.
And tell people that we were fighting over infidelity. I was arguing with him about my earring.
According to the police report, the argument had turned physical at some point. Zara and Lattice got into a physical altercation that included both parties assaulting each other. Andrea later stated that Zara suffered a nosebleed from the altercation. This was serious. In what world did a normal relationship ever get to the point where blood was drawn? The simple answer? None. The crazy part is that the fight didn't end with only a little nosebleed. This was only a warm-up for what was to come. When the argument became too unbearable, everyone hopped into Deno's Chevrolet Blazer to blow off steam and call it a night. Unfortunately, this was far from what happened. The argument didn't stop, it only intensified. Then, in the heat of the moment, Deno pulled a gun and did the very thing someone wouldn't dare to do to a loved one. He pulled the trigger. The bullet was lodged right above her right eye. Of all places for the gun to hit, this was a vital spot. The bullet went straight to her eyes and into her brain. Zara needed stitches along her eyebrows when she underwent surgery.
I got stitches in my eyebrows and then the back of my eyes, but he told me the back of my eyes is a major surgery.
Not only that, but the doctors had to cut out fat from her hips and belly to fill in the spaces in her temple.
They had to take fat from my hips or my ribs to put it in my temporal. But he told me that I didn't have fat on my hips or my ribs. Oh my God, my hips or my ribs. So they took it out of my...
It was a horrific experience for anyone to go through. Zara's right eye was never the same afterwards.
Imagine your eyeballs being right here, and then now it's up here, and they had to push it up.
You can imagine the medical horrors that emerged from one single night. Deno had pulled the trigger and the anger he felt minutes ago completely vanished from his face. All that was left? The reality of his girlfriend bleeding all over her face. What happened next will blow your mind. You see, Deno, in all his infinite wisdom, began to perform CPR on the fatally injured Zara. He possessed every basic knowledge in the book about how to shoot a gun. However, Deno was completely clueless about what to do next. He didn't think to stop the bleeding. No, he decided to perform CPR while Andrea called medical emergency for help. At some point in that phone call, Deno took over from Andrea and spoke to dispatch. His tone? The exact opposite of Andrea's agonizing voice. Deno was calm, disturbingly calm.
Yes, the person with the gun, where is he?
I'm not here. It wasn't my gun, but I'm...
He wasn't crying. He wasn't screaming. Deno told the operator that it was an accident. He didn't mean to do it.
It was accidental, but I got it. It's all good. Y'all just come on, please.
With the way he just said it, you'd think he just spilled a drink if you didn't know any better. But this was not the case. He shot his girlfriend in the face. How could bringing out a gun, pointing it at her, and pulling the trigger be accidental? Guns don't accidentally shoot themselves. There had to be intention behind it. There are heights to which anger can take you, but not to this extent. Zara and Deno looked so in love in their videos. They were inseparable whenever they went strolling, clubbing, or even when they were at home. And now this happened. He shot her over a silly argument. And to make matters worse, this gun had been a gift to him from Zara.
You hear, man? Stop playing. You did. Hold on.
Zara had bought it for him for their safety, after he had disposed of all 3 guns he previously owned. Unfortunately, he used it on her. If you truly loved someone, you wouldn't flash a gun at their face no matter what. And claiming it was accidental? That was too absurd and convenient to be true. When police arrived, they found Zara lying in the street, bleeding out from a gunshot wound. She was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. While Deno was arrested, the chaotic night ended, but this was only the beginning. By sunrise, local news had already reported the story. And it didn't take long for internet users to recognize the names. The same Deno and Zara who had entertained over 180,000 followers with playful banter.
What I say? Hey, bitch. I didn't say bitch. I didn't say bitch. Hey, bitch. I didn't say bitch.
Dancing videos. Couple challenges.
Is it cheating if I go to a section with my homeboys and this girl?
Yes.
Why
because if
and skits were now at the center of a violent crime, forcing the followers to think that how can a relationship which once looked like it was built on laughter and love had ended in bloodshed? The platform turned into a full investigation and discussion hub. The shockwaves rippled through social media. Reddit threads popped up, documenting every angle of the situation, from the police reports to Zara and Deno's relationship as projected on their TikTok page. Now, followers were dealing with a real-life crime story. While they celebrated Deno's arrest, online sympathizers were worried about Zara, who was still fighting for her life at the hospital. A bullet to the face was not a mild case, and frankly, the odds were not looking good. For the first several days, the reports weren't good. Zara's doctors were not optimistic about her chances. She had suffered from a traumatic brain injury, TBI, and so her family members were told to prepare for the worst. Fortunately, she made it. Gradually, her heart rate stabilized and she responded to signals. It was a miracle. Zara had survived despite her doctor's expectations. Moving on her road to recovery began with baby steps. She did small stretches to get her limbs back in shape. Phony shared the update on her TikTok page. It has been tough, but with everyone's prayer, she is truly a miracle. A week and a half ago, the doctors and detectives told us to say goodbye, and today she is awake, sitting up and took her first steps.
We were supposed to go and pretty much say goodbye to her. Like, that was it. Like, we were supposed to say goodbye, but she heard she literally heard our voices. She heard us.
It was indeed a miracle. However, Zara still had a long way to go. Since she suffered from TBI, she had to relearn how to talk, walk, and eat.
Ready? Count to 5. Let's do it together. 1. No, with your voice. 1. She's looking at the water too.
I know.
This was someone who had taken a bullet right above her eyes. It was a lethal shot and could have ended her life even with all the medical intervention in the world. But Zara was lucky. She pulled through and won the battle for a second chance at life. Every day was a battle. Every small improvement was a victory. But through it all, the big question lingered. Would Deno face the wrath of the law? Now, this was the tough part because we all know how that turned out. Zara's case quickly gained all-around attention and sympathy from netizens as it blew up on the internet. Users rallied around Zara in a way that was genuinely moving. The Justice for Zara hashtag trended across multiple platforms. Her sister Phony pushed for it and even started a GoFundMe for Zara, titled Zara Hashemi's Recovery. It came with a heartfelt plea. Dear friends, family, and kind-hearted strangers, I'm reaching out with a heavy heart and a plea for help. My sister Zara Hashemi has recently faced a major health crisis, is in urgent need of support to cover her hospital and rehabilitation costs. The rest of the description explained that the money would go towards surgeries, physical therapy, and long-term neurological care. The donations poured in. The target was $50,000, and about $3,700 was raised. Hundreds of people, families, friends, and complete strangers, all moved by her story, contributed what they could. This outpouring of generosity proved that despite all the toxicity on social media, there was still genuine compassion in the hearts of onlookers. As Zara's comeback continued to shake the internet, Deno sat in Denton County Jail wearing an orange jumpsuit. His mugshot circulated online, and no TikTok filter could soften that look. He was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The public sentiment was overwhelmingly against him. How could it not be? He shot his girlfriend. People wanted to see him held accountable. They wanted justice. Unfortunately, justice, as it turns out, doesn't always come in the form we expect. As Zara continued on her journey to recovery, everyone waited for her to tell the truth about what happened that night. Surely, after nearly dying, after enduring multiple brain surgeries and facing months of recovery, she would want accountability. She would want justice, right? Sadly, that wasn't the case. Zara repeated to the authorities the same thing Deno had said that night. It was an accident.
Yeah, when I first found out, I was like, oh my God. I was like, I know he didn't do it on purpose. Accidents happen. And I told God, I said, I know that was an accident.
She told the police that Deno hadn't meant to shoot her. She pleaded with them not to arrest him, though by this point he was still in custody. Zara, the victim, the one whose testimony mattered the most, insisted it wasn't intentional. The internet was stunned into silence. Then the silence turned into confusion before evolving into a full debate. Was she protecting him out of love? Out of fear? Was she being manipulated? Had the trauma warped her perception of reality? The questions multiplied, but clear answers remained elusive. Things even took a hard left when the police report from that fateful night finally made it to the internet. In this report, there were more details about the shooting, and here's where things got a little dark. Andrea, who for the record had been the first to call 911 that night, had provided the most details about the incident to the police. But Phony's description more or less made Deno out to be slightly more innocent than the incident proved him to be. For instance, this particular striking part where Phony had stated that Deno and Zara never fought, while Andrea claimed that Phony had told her the opposite on different occasions. This was the statement handed over to the police, and it seemed as though Phony was trying to save Deno's face. Deno, the one who had shot her sister right in her presence. It becomes extremely difficult to defend Deno's actions when we reach this section of the report. It read, while he was looking for his gun, Deno stated, "If I find this gun, on my mama," which Drea took to believe would shoot Zara if he found it. The inspector once again asked Andrea what she believed his statement could have meant in her own opinion. Andrea's answer was cutting and clear. Deno intentionally shot her friend. Do you know what's most surprising about this entire turn of events? The fact that the majority of the details from that night came from Andrea and not Phony, who was also present. Phony had remained silent, as if she didn't want to get Deno in trouble. It looked like a silent cover-up, like she didn't want to expose him to the internet. Even in the TikTok post she shared after Zara woke up from her coma, Phony claimed that it wasn't in her place to interfere in her sister's affairs. "We don't want to release any information about what happened in my sister's relationship without her explicit approval, and she deserves her privacy." That sounds off, don't you think? What sister would protect the identity of a man who harmed her family? All it would have taken is one statement, "Deno did it," especially since Zara and Deno had fans rooting for them on their TikTok page. There were news reports and police statements in circulation. One little hint wouldn't have hurt anyone. But for some reason, Phony and probably the rest of Zara's family kept quiet about her attacker. This development made a lot of people question Zara's post-recovery statement. Was someone manipulating her? And to what end? For what purpose? The questions and concern eventually checked out when months after her recovery, Zara appeared back on TikTok with a new story wired into her formatted brain.
The only thing my sister didn't tell me is the fact that I was trying to reach for the pew-pew. But he said that he thought I was going to use it and pew-pew someone, and I'm scared to put.
This video came at the time Zara had interacted with Deno after she left the hospital. Deno made her believe that she had intended to grab the gun first before it was accidentally discharged. And not only that, but from Zara's opening statement, Deno had told her that her sister Phony knew but kept it from her. Bear in mind that Zara had just suffered from a traumatic brain injury. She had no recollection whatsoever of what had happened, so she was open to hearing the statements of the ones she trusted the most. Unfortunately, she was being spoon-fed these falsified statements, which had not been submitted to the police on the night of the shooting. It does make you believe that manipulation was at play. From Deno and possibly her own sister Phony, they were trying to make Zara think that the gunshot was an accident, and Deno played no active part in it. Other commenters believed the same. Mind you, she has no recollection. This is what they're telling her that's so sad. She didn't cause this. They want her to believe she did it herself. It's sad her sister couldn't even tell her the truth. At this point, a bunch of information was not adding up. Why would Phony keep her sister in the dark about this toxic case with her boyfriend? What was her endgame? Phony and Zara are very close amongst their other 7 siblings. They always hung out together and would often joke about how they were twins on TikTok. Zara and Phony truly had the sweetest bond on the internet. From the way they always featured in each other's comment sections to live streams, Phony always posted the most heartwarming videos about Zara.
But it's cool, I checked out. Oh, you want to be friends now? Okay, let's put my fake face on and pretend now. Sit around and talk about the good times. It didn't even happen. I mean, why are you laughing? Must have missed that joke. Let me see if I can find a reaction. No, but at least you're happy. It's like we're on here.
So you would never believe that she would want to harm her own sister. However, what was doing, the way she was keeping quiet about Deno, was not for Zara's own good. On a TikTok live with Zara much later, Phony defended herself by stating that the police had told her and her sister not to say anything about the case.
Also, ask the cops, what can we say and what can we not say? Okay? We can't say anything online. We can't say he's innocent. We can't say he's not.
You guys better.
But that's the problem. While it's unlawful to pass judgment on a person without a trial, it's not wrong to state the simple fact to the audience who were interested in Zara's case. News articles had already published Deno's face everywhere, linking him to the crime. But Phony claiming that she didn't want to mention Deno's name for lawful reasons was simply absurd. Some said it's because her boyfriend Xavier was Deno's best friend, so she was sticking up for him. Others believed it was because Zara and her sister were not on a good page before the incident. But was that enough justification to hide a cruel truth from your own biological sister? Truth be told, the two ladies had their fair share of sibling wars.
Out. What did you say? Get the out.
I swear to God, I'll grab your fucking phone. I'll break that shit. Get the fuck
And I
out.
will break your face. No, let's go. Come on.
They were mostly harmless, just the typical banter amongst sisters. But they often became repetitive in the whole Deno saga. Zara and Phony would argue on live streams more times than anyone could count, oftentimes for reasons that would make you wonder if truly there was something else underneath. Here's a compelling example.
Yeah, she has a TBI. That's why I've learned to be patient.
You're not Fatma. No.
She said no.
It's not funny. Fatma, if you say something about them again, I swear to God.
Now you can see how Phony more or less mocked her sister when she didn't feel comfortable about the topic of their discussion. Here's another one.
No, you can, Fatma, keep lying. All you want. I don't care.
She's always mean to you. Yeah, she is.
But why? Why? Because you left everything at my apartment.
In this video, Zara was upset about Phony not moving all her belongings from Deno's apartment. This is just to offer a glimpse of the nature of the minor disputes the audience were made to watch. As you probably guessed, the comments were not all rainbows and sunshine. One user wrote, "She's more upset at her sister over materialistic things than at the man that put her in this situation. Wild. Her saying Fatima is a liar. She sure is. She lied about what happened to protect Deno." From these comments, it was clear that Deno was a touchy subject, and that the two always fought about it. What's more, Zara was upset by it more times than not. She was in a pitiful state all round. If you were in her shoes and you saw your own sister acting sly and cynical toward you, how would you feel? And you know what's even crazier? She would later have a hunch that something was wrong.
The only thing that I am so confused about, and I want to believe my sister and Zay, but like, I still don't know.
Sadly, nothing would change. Zara danced to the beat everyone was setting for her, and just when people thought they had seen the peak of this twisted story, Zara took it to a whole new level. In one live stream on TikTok, Deno finally appeared. But this was no ordinary live stream. It was Zara's.
Hello, why you look like this?
Deno and Zara were together on this live stream, and that wasn't even the most insane part. As if chilling with the boyfriend who almost murdered her wasn't enough, Zara stooped into an even lower level by engaging in a screaming match with Deno's baby mama. The joke writes itself, honestly. Deno's baby mama had allegedly decided to keep their son away from him, which, by the way, is understandable considering his recent ties to gun violence, and Zara, not Deno, the father of the kid, was not having it.
Shot you. And before you've even had the opportunity to recover as much as humanly possible, he's got you on live arguing with his baby.
Can you imagine that? She was basically fighting someone else's war with the energy she didn't use for herself.
Arguing with his baby mama. Like, where is he in all this? If he wants to see his kid so bad, because it seems as though that's what you're crashing out about, because you feel as though his baby mama's not allowing him to see his kid, all right, which is something I'm going to address in a second. We're going to get there, right? But
the internet watched in absolute horror as Zara proved time and time again that she had lost her marbles. Even Deno's baby mama believed both women needed to have a proper discussion because nothing about her reaction was making sense.
The way she came at me initially was just overboard, to the point where I was like, it's not genuine, something's off about it. You know what I'm saying?
Sadly, that day never came. Onlookers were no fools. Many were certain Deno had an agenda of buttering her up so she could drop charges. However, only Zara refused to see it that way. The controversy only grew and the internet hoped for justice irrespective of the ongoing drama. But Zara, she didn't care about the concerns and only wanted everyone to mind their business and let her live her life, even if that life included the man who nearly ended it. But how did we ever get here?
I don't care, and I don't think he cares. Like, it's okay.
Now, with the way Zara was behaving, you'd think she and Deno had been together for a decade or so. But the truth is, they had only been together a little over a year. The first ever video on their joint TikTok account was dated April of 2023. A deep dive into some of Deno's old posts also revealed that they had been seeing each other around March. We see that here in Sarah, one of Zara's sister's comments. So yeah, they're not exactly one of those veteran couples on the planet. And mind you, they were worlds apart before they entered a relationship. Zara was a content creator from North Texas. She had 6 sisters and a mother. After losing her father to gun violence, Zara and her sisters navigated life on their own. Meanwhile, Den was an average TikToker and a baby daddy. The pair had different responsibilities to handle in their distinct affairs, but they somehow managed to find love and go public. Their joint account was filled with the standard fare of couple content, banters.
Why you in my sanctuary here, though?
Belongs to us.
Belong to me.
Belongs to us.
Pranks.
Did you just hit me?
What's up? What's up?
And basic couple goals content.
Hey, I got a feeling that you might be.
Together, Zara and Deno built their empire of followers. For many viewers, Zara and Deno weren't just content creators. They were proof that relationships could be messy, imperfect, and still work. They often argued on camera.
Like, I can't even plan with you. You should.
Stop putting your hands on me. I'm gonna call the police on you.
Don't talk to me however you want. Don't act like my little hits be hurting you.
But they always seemed to work it out. Zara and Deno represented the ideal imperfect duo. But with the ugly incident on that fateful day, it was difficult to believe in their relationship like before. This is especially true when viewers began to notice some red flags they might have overlooked all those months ago. Behind the curated content, behind the playful banter and couple challenges, there were signs. Really terrible signs. After the shooting, when people re-examined Zara and Deno's old content with new eyes, the red flags became glaringly obvious. What had seemed like edgy humor or teasing suddenly looked like a foreshadowing of the Independence Day incident. Suddenly their play fights didn't seem all lovey-dovey as it was initially perceived.
Better take the.
But what?
You better start taking these hits. You better toughen the hell up.
You see that?
Better toughen
If
the
I
hell
wanted
up.
to, I'll be trying to show
You better
people.
toughen the hell
I'll
up.
be trying to show
take these
people
hits.
that I could, you know, put you on your ass. Real.
Additionally, not only were the videos showing the aggressive sides of Deno, but they also highlighted Zara as somewhat of an aggressor as well.
The love of my life, I'm not marrying nobody else. What are you recording?
Okay, so check this out. Check this out. So check this out.
You irritate me.
I'm trying to ask my fucking question.
Your questions irritate.
Looking back now, it's impossible to see it as anything other than what it was. Physical aggression, control, and intimidation disguised as a joke. And guess what? That's how abuse works sometimes. It's hidden in plain sight, wrapped in humor, just like Chris Brown and Rihanna's case. They were the power couple of the music industry once upon a time. But behind every happy photo and video of them were a series of assault and violence that had been covered up time and time again. History was repeating itself with Deno and Zara before anyone ever took note. The playful shoves, and questionable content.
I'm not trying to hear that shit, bro. I can wash the damn dishes. Come on, watch out.
Here you go. Come on.
These aggressive play fights were warning signs, and the fact that the couple saw them as laughable content was very problematic. Deno and Zara might not have been extremely violent with each other on screen, but they were indeed toxic one way or the other.
Off me. I'm gonna smack you with this pen. What is your problem? You're so annoying. You just come home and all you do is complain.
God damn.
Like you're welcome for washing the dishes.
I'm not trying to hear that shit, bro.
Even the police report from the night of the shooting confirmed that what played out online was only a fraction of what might have potentially been happening behind closed doors. There were arguments, physical assault, and nosebleeds that night. And the icing on top, there were shots triggered by blind rage. Zara and Deno were not healthy for one another. And if we were to take the red flags from their TikTok videos into account, we could actually say the outcome wasn't much of a surprise. Had it not been a gunshot that night, it could have been one of their playful pranks or banters some other day. Now that we've taken a glimpse at the nature of their relationship, this brings us to the million-dollar question. Why exactly was Zara still protecting this man? Maybe her attachment to him was ruling her sense of judgment. Take the story of Natasha Kampusch, for example. She had been kidnapped at the age of 10 and only escaped from her captor after 8 years. After going through such a traumatic experience, Natasha did the unthinkable by buying her captor's house. This response, far crazier in scope than Zara's, is quite similar in pattern. Both ladies had formed an attachment to the unhealthy experience and reacted in ways that confused people. And if that's not the case for Zara, perhaps she was being manipulated not just by Deno, but by his lawyer. Think about cases like Jeffrey Epstein's, where his lawyer and ex-partner maintained his innocence even with the evidence mounted against him. Manipulation by legal teams happens. Most times victims are convinced that protecting their abuser is in their best interests, that cooperating with the defense was the right thing to do. They're convinced that their own perception of events was wrong and that the lawyer's version is correct. Any of these scenarios could have played out behind the scenes. Since Zara, a victim who was suffering from traumatic brain injury, had been spoon-fed different versions of the story following her recovery, it was possible that she felt the need to protect Deno. She had been told that she was at fault for dragging the gun with Deno, and Deno himself claimed that it was an accident. This wasn't speculation pulled from nowhere. It's a pattern we've seen play out in domestic violence cases for decades. We even saw it in the 2019 thriller movie Secret Obsession, where a lady with amnesia unknowingly walked into a toxic relationship with her stalker and captor who posed as her husband. This could have been Zara's reality at this point, and the internet was left with no choice but to watch her from the sidelines and hope she came to her senses when it mattered most, that is, in the courtroom. Sadly, the case would not end the way everyone expected. Deno's arrest should have been the beginning of justice. He was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and deadly conduct. These were serious allegations that carry serious penalties. According to the Texas Penal Code 22, it's punishable by a fine of $10,000 at best, and prison time ranging from 2 to 20 years at worst. But as Zara finally entered the scene, the trajectory shifted. With her on Deno's defense, the prosecution's case became significantly weaker. Eyewitness testimony, that is, Andrea and Phony's statements, could only hold water if the victim herself admitted that Deno had intentionally hurt her. But we all know Zara was missing a lot of brain cells and couldn't bring herself to testify against her attacker. The stage was set for Deno to have a smooth sailing trial. But here's where the shocker happened. In February 2025, Deno entered a guilty plea, but he maintained his stance that this was accidental, not attempted murder. And with that came the unexpected verdict. Deno was given 10 years probation, no prison time. A man shot his girlfriend in the face, caused traumatic brain injury that required 4 surgeries and months of rehabilitation, and he walked out of the court with probation. You can already imagine the outrage on TikTok. It was so immediate and intense. How is he out? He gave her a bloody nose during their initial argument. The gunshot wasn't an accident. I don't see how he's currently free. Probation isn't enough. He wanted to murder that girl. Everyone was angry. As a result, they shifted their anger to the GoFundMe her sister created for her. The link is still on her page to this day, and it currently raised $3,700. Seeing how Zara and her family were satisfied with the outcome of the trial, internet users felt like they had been scammed. For instance, this commenter wrote to Phony, "Your sister publicly got shot by a man and people are clout chasing off it, but you guys made a GoFundMe talking about justice for Zara, and now it was an accident? No hate, but I'm confused." Over 700 people agreed with this comment, and it was a valid point. Phony had started the Justice for Zara trend without essentially telling the audience about Deno's involvement in the case. Phony had made it seem like she was demanding justice for her sister, who had been a victim of domestic violence, and she also set up a GoFundMe for that. And they still made it seem like DV to get money, so these followers had donated their hard-earned money to ensure that Zara got her justice. But instead of testifying against Deno, they remained silent and pushed the narrative that the gunshot was an accident. And the worst part is they made it seem like they didn't owe any explanation to anyone. Here's Phony's response to the GoFundMe accusations. "If you read the GoFundMe, it never says anything about DV, so no, I didn't." You can hear the nonchalance in her tone, and it doesn't end there. On the topic of the Justice for Zara trend, Phony claimed she had only started it because the first hospital wouldn't treat Zara due to the severity of her wound.
No, I say justice for Zara because the doctors left her to die. The first hospital.
Phony claimed that this was the only reason for her statement. She had clamored for justice against the hospital, not against Deno, who had shot her own sister.
You was claiming justice. Baby, I was talking to Deno the whole entire time. So why would I claim justice on Deno when I was speaking to him the whole entire time?
Can you believe that? Phony, Zara's own blood sister, had been silently supporting Deno since day one. Through the #Justice movement and GoFundMe page, she gave internet users the impression that they were helping in the fight against Deno. But now she was outrightly proving to be on Deno's side. The lack of accountability was unfair to the followers who genuinely wanted Zara to win this case. Online users had believed they were helping a victim, not bankrolling an abusive apologist. Perhaps the money funded Deno's lawyer. No, it was spent on her BF lawyer fees to set him free. Or maybe it served some other purpose aside from the medical bills it was intended for. No one knew and no one cared to understand. Zara had lost the public sympathy and they didn't trust her anymore. So they called for accountability. And Zara, well, she responded on a live stream, claiming she had not spent the money on Deno.
I swear to God, I didn't use that for Deno's lawyers. I didn't use that for Deno at all.
But where there is no trust, it's hard convincing thousands of people on the internet. People who had just witnessed you set your shooter free. So the disbelief lasted, to the point that Phony spoke on the matter as well.
You didn't scam people. Because you know what, Savannah? You give a homeless man money, are you going to tell a homeless man if you go buy food with it? Or are you going to say, don't spend your money on drugs or whatever? They're going to do whatever they want with that money. You guys don't have a donate to Zara for her life choices. People donate it for her bills. Not owe y'all anything. She doesn't owe y'all an explanation. She for sure did not scam nobody.
Based on her reasoning, Zara didn't owe anybody any explanation for how the money was spent. Honestly, this family had no control. It was one nightmarish attitude after another, and it kept getting progressively worse. You see, the internet's anger was wasted on Zara because she simply didn't care. Her next move would leave you in complete and utter shock. After Deno walked out of the court a free man, Zara appeared on TikTok with a message that made everyone's blood run cold. She told the internet what an angel Deno was.
No one knows how sweet Deno is. I swear to God, no.
The whole video was just her talking all this jumbled nonsense about how she was a Capricorn, and people didn't know the whole story because they weren't in the car that night.
You weren't in the car, you weren't driving, you weren't anywhere. And do people even know where I was at? Do you? No, I'm a Capricorn. So why do I need to stick up for someone that doesn't need to be stuck up?
From the way she was talking, you'd instantly assume she hadn't fully recovered from her brain injury. Her reasoning was staggering. She was actively defending Deno to hundreds of thousands of people who were begging her to see reality. Zara was Annalise Keaton for Deno, and she did her unpaid job with so much passion. She defended him for not being able to pay her medical bills.
So when he was in jail for 7 months and a week, how do you want him to pay for it? Okay. Judge your own board.
She even claimed he made her stronger than ever.
Stronger than ever. What did he do to me except make me come back stronger than ever? He ruined my whole life. How?
But the problem that Zara was not seeing was that none of this would have been an issue if Deno hadn't shot her. She kept on focusing her energy on defending him from haters instead of thinking for herself. In her head, all that mattered was Deno. And mind you, she was ready to sue.
Sue him for emotional distress. Cherry, I'm going to sue you for emotional distress. What the
Don't you feel a bit jealous by this great power of love? I mean, it does make you wonder what truly was going on in her head. Zara was going full rampage on everyone online. But why was she getting into arguments with people because of Deno of all people? She argued with her sister Phony, and she also argued with his baby mama. Zara had been getting into senseless fallouts with trusted friends, all because of Deno. And hold on, this is where you're about to get more bamboozled. Remember Andrea, the friend who had placed the call to 911 and narrated a more detailed statement to the police? So Zara lashed out at her for making such a statement to the police. You heard that right. Instead of appreciating her friend's dedication and love, Zara called Andrea out on a live stream.
Did you guys not see her comments? But when you guys read the police report, did they add up? And you guys saw that I commented and I said, even the lawyer said that you're inconsistent because she didn't answer on anybody. She talked to the detective.
Zara was convinced that Andrea's account was false because she hadn't advocated for Deno to remain in jail. According to her reasoning, if truly Andrea believed Deno was harmful, she would have made sure that he never won the case.
So if everything that you're saying is actually facts, why didn't you make sure he didn't get out? Because I'm gonna do it. If I know what I'm telling you guys or the cops is the truth, I'm going to make sure he doesn't get out.
At this point in the story, I don't expect us to find logic in Zara's case. Her viewers were also fed up with the mindless rambles. Andrea didn't lose anything, and Andrea can't help him in jail. If the victim isn't willing to cooperate, and clearly her sister and boyfriend aren't going to go against him, that's why he got out. Why is she so angry at everyone but Deno? The truth is, no one knows to this day. Zara's case was as mystifying as the origins of COVID-19. She just came on the internet with so much force and was using that energy to fight for her attacker. It was truly baffling how someone could be like that.
But at the end of the day, it's just so sickening how somebody can defend a man like that, and how she can go on the internet and cuss out everybody else.
Thanks to this attitude, Zara and Andrea's friendship ended. Andrea called it quits, but not without insisting that Phony lied to Zara. And we already know that by now, don't we? And Zara? Well, she came on live once again and bluffed that Andrea had to be sued for, wait for it, ruining her life.
I need to sue Drea. Like, what? You ruined our life.
Honestly, it's quite sad that the more you listen to her words, the more you wonder if she was still suffering from the effects of her brain injury. Zara wasn't listening to anyone, and she was pushing away the people who cared for her. Now this brings us to the most important aspect of the story. In all the ongoing issues, we had not heard a word from Zara's most valuable player, MVP, himself. With him out of jail, he could finally buttress his own side of the story, though it's clear that everything he says will just be rage bait. When Deno finally broke his silence beyond the courtroom, his response was everything people feared it would be: self-centered, cold, and completely lacking in genuine remorse.
So with this situation, cause it was an accident. It was completely an accident. In no way did I mean to hurt that girl. And that's just real.
Right off the bat, Den referred to Zara as that girl. You can hear the complete detachment in his tone. He didn't call her his girlfriend or his woman. He called her that girl, as if she were some random girl at the mall. The implications behind that kind of apology spoke volumes. It was dehumanizing, even dismissive. Deno spoke in a way that separated him emotionally from what he had done. And it didn't end there. Deno went on to complain about how difficult the situation had been for him.
Had this situation been something that was intentional, I wouldn't be right here talking to you. It's a process. You want me to sit in? I'm not finna sit in jail because that shit lame in here, that shit garbage in here. I'm not sitting in there waiting to go to trial and do it.
Loosely translated, Deno basically said he couldn't afford to go to jail for something as lame as this. And if we were to read between the lines, he only took the plea deal to avoid prison. In this whole live stream, there was no mention of Zara's pain, no acknowledgement of what she went through, the surgeries, rehabilitation, and permanent changes to her life. It was all about how the legal processes inconvenienced him. And you know what's worse? He bounced out of the relationship quicker than a folded spring. That was it. When the storm had finally eased up, he ended his relationship with Zara. And Deno somehow felt compelled to tell his audience that her scars from traumatic brain injury had nothing to do with his decision.
I didn't give a fuck about this shit. Like, I took full accountability for the whole situation. And I didn't leave because she got scars, gang.
The online backlash was brutal. Some commenters quickly called him out for how he addressed Zara. She's not that girl. She has a name, Zara. And some others claimed he had remained by Zara's side to avoid jail time. Bro, he stayed with her so he didn't get locked up. He ruined her. It's crazy. And honestly, this last comment made a disturbing amount of sense. He stayed close during her recovery to ensure she didn't change her story. And now that he had gotten probation, he could show his true feelings on the matter, which was plain annoyance that it had dragged on this long. It was calculated and cold. And frankly, it fits Deno, a man who was willing to grab and shoot a gun during an argument. Although the relationship had more or less ended, it became completely official when a new source exposed the lies. This new source was Zara's only brother. While Zara was on her live, he confirmed what many internet users knew all along. The couple were no longer together, and the shooting incident wasn't an accident.
This is my mom's couch.
Doesn't like you, broke up with you, right? You're lying about
Yeah.
The whole scene was a chaotic mess as both siblings were shouting over each other, but we were able to quote the important parts. Deno doesn't like you. Deno broke up with you and Andrea was right. You're lying about the case.
Well, her brother just exposed her and spilled all the tea on her live. Her brother was saying that Dino left her, hasn't been around, and that she's lying about everything.
For the longest time, Zara had been trapped in a cycle of manipulation and denial, and was unable or unwilling to accept the truth. But with her brother's intervention, there was a shift in the narrative. So far, the family's silence on Deno's case had made it seem like they were collectively on his side and blind to all the red flags. But this confrontation sent a message that some part of the family was sick and tired of the narrative. They were desperate to put an end to Zara's version of events. At long last, there was no excuse for her delusion. Deno had moved on with his life and didn't even waste time to get a new girlfriend. Meanwhile, Zara had to dance to the tune her new reality was setting for her. She would not like it, but what choice did she have at this point? The final chapter of Deno and Zara's relationship played out exactly as many people predicted it would. She defended him, he left her. She was left alone to pick up the pieces, and it was absolutely devastating to watch.
I literally loved him, and when people say, why did you take him back? Because I loved him. Like, I don't know what else explanation to give you guys. I loved
Zara went on a series of live streams where she had emotional breakdowns. From her voice, you could tell she was hurt and even regretful for how she'd been played for such a long time. Zara admitted that she had been so blinded by love that she didn't care about the public's hatred towards her. It was meant to be her and Deno against the world.
I didn't care about the hate that I was getting. You think that I cared about the hate that I was getting? I loved him. I don't care. I don't care. It's gonna be me and you against the whole world. And that didn't come true.
Sadly, Deno was not interested in fighting the world by her side. The problem was, he had not only detached himself from her in his lazy apology, but he also left at the very moment when he didn't need her anymore. After his sentencing, Zara finally saw the picture for what it was, a complete embarrassment of herself.
Guys, no, like, I got PPU'd. I took you back. I made myself look like a fool. Vonnie stuck up for you. And now you're with a girl at the hockey game, and she's pretty good. No hate to her.
The entire picture would have been different if she had finally put her anger and pride aside to admit this fact to her audience. Her self-reflection was painful, especially because it came right after Deno was set free. Zara finally realized that he wasn't worth fighting for. In one particularly heartbreaking moment, she said she should have let him go.
No, I need...
Somehow Zara hoped she could reopen the case, but there was no going back for her or anyone. The deed had been done.
I can't reopen the case. Okay? So with everybody that keeps telling me to reopen the case, I can't. I just got off the phone with the detective. I can't do nothing about it.
During this period, Zara also claimed that she'd been manipulated by Deno and his lawyer. Well, we kind of suspected that, didn't we?
His lawyer and his dad manipulated me to falsely tell them that we were together, even though he deleted me.
Sadly, the damage had been done. The internet didn't take the news quietly. Some internet users were sympathetic to Zara. This commenter, for instance, was simply glad that the incident was behind them. I'm so happy she's awake. More importantly, alive. I knew she'd wake up and realize he did this on purpose. But others, well, let's just say they didn't sugarcoat their relief. A faction of them expressed that Zara had only come to her senses after Deno left her. The problem is, if he came back, she'd take him back in a heartbeat. She only feels this way now because he left her. It's arguable, but it also makes sense, considering how Zara had actively ignored all the warning signs. Meanwhile, another set of people blamed her family for the misfortune. Your family let you down, Mama, in your most vulnerable, weakest moments. They made him out to be innocent. The bottom line was, everyone was angry that she had missed out on the chance to get her justice. Now, we can't blame a victim of traumatic brain injury for the way they acted. However, in this case, it's hard to find an excuse to justify Zara's behavior. Since she could come to her senses after Deno left, it meant that she still possessed a semblance of her thinking faculty. But now this sudden miracle doesn't matter anymore. Zara had to face the consequences of her own actions, and the internet could finally breathe fresh air around a topic that shouldn't have lasted this long in the first place. Finally, maybe I will start liking her now. Now she has an opportunity to heal. In the aftermath of Deno's departure, Zara went on a full-blown journey to acceptance. Since she could no longer reopen the case, she decided to focus on self-reflection and further healing. On the quest to self-meditation, Zara returned a new soul with zero respect for Deno.
Literally, him and his weak ass apologies. Literally, he doesn't even know what it feels like to have 4 surgeries because.
In the same video, Zara once again admitted that Deno had manipulated her. But instead of regret this time, her tone was firmer, filled with the conviction she lacked in the early days of her rehabilitation. Her acknowledgement was refreshing.
And I was so dumb. Like, oh my God, I was so dumb. Like, oh my God, he manipulated me.
But it somehow drew Deno's attention back to the discussion. He refused to let people think that he was a manipulator. On top of being an abusive boyfriend, that is. The insults had gotten too much for him to bear. So he went live.
Y'all trying to say, oh, I made her say this. Nobody made nobody say it. I swear to God on everything I love. On my baby, on my child, on my life.
Deno had moved on, but his reputation as a girlfriend shooter followed him around like a middle name. Deno couldn't be seen on the internet as a loving boyfriend anymore, so he spoke his truth. However, the most baffling thing happened. Zara joined his live and called him a liar.
Bro, what?
You're a liar.
Okay.
Ultimately, Deno disappeared from social media. He had a new girlfriend, which, for the record, was itself a complete shock. And he moved on from the Independence Day incident. Their joint TikTok page still remains online, frozen in time from before the shooting. It became a museum of red flags, a haven for whoever needed a reality check if they wanted to act stupid for love. Zara and Deno's story is one that'll stay with us. It'll be discussed and referenced for years to come. What happened to Zara Hashemi is a tragedy on multiple levels. It's a tragedy that she was shot and the man who perpetrated it walked away with minimal consequences. It's a tragedy that she felt compelled to defend him despite the evidence against him. And it's a tragedy that we couldn't blame her because of her injury and her family. At the end of the day, Zara made her own choices. They weren't wise ones, and most people wouldn't have done the same in her shoes. But she did what she desperately told herself was right and ended up being burned for it. One lesson we can derive from this story is that self-love is important. If you wake up from a coma and heard someone dear to you had pulled the trigger, maybe exercise caution first. It might have been an accident. Not Deno's definition of accidents, but a real one. What would make the most sense is being wary first before believing stories. Also, maybe check the police report. Who knows? Maybe the truth from an eyewitness would help you gain clarity on the situation. Zara made a lot of mistakes in her painful story, and will grieve the loss of justice along with her. But one thing is certain, trust and self-love are very important and would help people walk out of toxic relationships, especially when the warning signs are written in plain red for all to see.
All of that woofing like you bought that shit, but stop that shit. Bitch, I got something to make you lay down. I got something to make you.
I never respect niggas in the streets. That's why I always got the problems I got. Niggas would tell me, Maze, chill. No, chill for what? Who is this nigga?
This is India Love Westbrooks, who was once the most powerful influencer. Just a decade ago, this woman was so famous that millions of people were stealing her photos to create fake profiles. She was famous for being one of the original Tumblr girls who pioneered the provocative aesthetic photo style that became the blueprint for modern Instagram models and influencers. Most importantly, India Love had everything. She had the looks, the connections, the opportunities, and the timing to become bigger than Kim Kardashian herself. Nevertheless, she managed to fumble one of the biggest bags in social media history, despite having collaborations with Lil Yachty and Skilla Baby. Her music career flopped because she prioritized controversy and inappropriate public behavior, turning every career opportunity into a reputation-damaging scandal. And the most disturbing part, she consistently chose short-term controversy over building a sustainable brand, squandering her status as the original Instagram influencer blueprint. So what happened to the girl who had everything? A girl who was positioned to become the next Kim Kardashian. Sure, she had the looks that launched 1,000 fake profiles, the family connections to A-list celebrities, exclusive access to industry parties, and she literally created the Instagram model blueprint that millions still copy today. Moreover, she was getting legitimate modeling contracts, appearing in major music videos, and dating high-profile athletes and rappers when most influencers were still figuring out how to get verified. But now, while her blueprint made others billionaires, India's left making desperate comeback attempts on Twitch streams, begging for relevance. Now, to understand India Love's downfall, we need to go back to 2011 when Tumblr was the epicenter of internet culture. This was before Instagram models existed, before influencers were even a thing.
What's up? Been a minute since we kicked it, you been caught up.
India Love appeared on Tumblr seemingly out of nowhere, posting photos of herself in expensive designer clothes, perfect makeup, and a gym-toned body that looked impossible for a regular teenager.
20,000 for the feature. I'm just counting my blessings. While I'm smoking that pressure. Fuck nigga, free zone. You ain't allowed to. We ain't no regular.
People were obsessed. Who was this girl? How could she afford all these expensive items? Was she a celebrity's daughter? The mystery only made her more famous. But here's the first red flag that would haunt you. Her entire career, India Love, was built on a lie. While people speculated about her wealth, she was hiding the most disturbing detail about herself.
Yo, how long you been famous?
Since I was like 15.
What did you do?
I'm 29.
What did you do?
I was just taking pictures on Tumblr.
What?
Yeah, I was a Tumblr girl.
What?
Taking pictures. And then just grew from there.
Just taking pictures?
Mm-hmm.
India Love was only 15 years old when she became internet famous. But here's what makes it truly disturbing. She wasn't just pretending to be older. She was actively engaging in adult behaviors. Photos surfaced of her smoking, drinking, and attending 21-plus nightclub events while still in her freshman year of high school.
I'm out of town. Second one my round.
She was essentially living a double life, a high school student by day, a socialite by night, all while millions of adult men were obsessing over her photos, not knowing they were sexualizing a minor. The fact that grown men were using her photos to catfish others makes this even more disturbing in retrospect.
Is it true that there would be times when you would like leave and go host clubs for like 5K on the weekends and then come back?
Yes, I definitely did. 11th grade year, going into 12th grade, and then super in 12th grade year. I definitely was leaving Friday, go to the club Saturday, come back Sunday, or if it was a Sunday hosting. But it was definitely a shocker for me because, like, first of all, I wasn't even, 21 yet, but I was still getting booked for lounges and just different areas, and people really was f***ing with it, so.
However, this deception worked perfectly. India Love's photos were getting millions of reblogs. People were creating entire blogs dedicated to her aesthetic.
Behind me is the OG IG baddie bitch. She got an aesthetic that bitches are still trying to chase. This was when I knew Pretty would get you far, because she went from just being an IG baddie to having her own television show.
But the most haunting sign of her influence, hundreds of people were stealing her photos to catfish others. Her face was being used to sell everything from hair extensions to diet pills. Fortunately for India, this chaos was about to become very profitable. As social media evolved, she was perfectly positioned to capitalize on a new phenomenon, Instagram modeling.
You thought I was feeling you? No. That got munch. Either he ate it for lunch. Bitch, on my body, I get what I want, like. You thought I was feeling you? No, I was feeling you. That got munch. Either he ate it for lunch. Bitch, on my body, I get what I want, like. Bitch, say that, let's keep it a beam. No, they be mad, I be on the scene. Ass too can't fit.
In 2013, India Love made a strategic move that would define her career. She transitioned from Tumblr to Instagram, bringing her massive following with her. This is where India Love's story gets interesting. She wasn't just posting selfies, she was getting real modeling contracts, appearing in music videos, and building relationships with celebrities.
Girls wanna play with boys and the boys wanna play with girls and the girls wanna play with
Having finished the photo shoot with this awesome team, Naomi Campbell, Kendall Jenner, Sean Ross, India Love. Andre Leon Talley was our creative director.
Nevertheless, there was one relationship that overshadowed everything else, her high school romance with Ron Robinson, a football player who went on to play at UCLA. They became the ultimate relationship goal for teenagers. India Love had successfully branded herself as the perfect girlfriend, beautiful, wealthy, and dating an athlete. But here's where India Love made her first major mistake. She had built her entire brand around being in a relationship, and when that relationship ended, she panicked. The end of India Love's relationship with Ron Robinson wasn't just a typical high school breakup. It was a public catastrophe that revealed her biggest weakness. She had no identity outside of being someone's girlfriend. What started as teenage romance would become the foundation for every destructive pattern in her adult relationships.
Hey yo, chillin' with my little bro, man. We in here, man. It's called if I fuck you and he fuck you.
The relationships began deteriorating in 2014 when Ron started getting serious attention from college recruiters. As he prepared for UCLA, the pressure of maintaining a long-distance relationship while India was still in high school became overwhelming. But the real problem wasn't distance or timing. It was India Love's inability to handle not being the center of attention. When Ron started focusing on his football career, she began posting increasingly provocative photos, seemingly trying to make him jealous or reclaim the spotlight she felt slipping away. The more he pulled back to concentrate on his future, the more desperate her attempts became to drag him back into their teenage bubble. The final blow came when Ron was caught flirting with college girls at UCLA parties. Instead of handling it privately like a mature relationship dispute, India Love took to social media, posting cryptic messages and subliminal shots that transformed their personal drama into public entertainment. Every Instagram story became a weapon, every caption a passive-aggressive attack designed to humiliate him into submission. Ron's response was swift and brutal. He completely cut her off. No explanation, no closure, just blocked on all platforms overnight. For someone who had built her entire brand around being relationship goals, this public rejection was devastating in ways that went far beyond typical heartbreak. The consequences rippled through every aspect of her life immediately. Her engagement rates dropped as people lost interest in her single content, revealing how much of her appeal had been tied to being part of a couple. She began desperately dating other athletes, trying to recreate what she had with Ron, but each attempt felt more forced and calculated than the last. Her family dynamic shifted as she became moody and difficult to work with, her emotional instability affecting everyone around her. Most importantly, she lost her sense of self-worth entirely, leading to the validation-seeking behavior that would define the rest of her career. The girl who once felt secure in a relationship now viewed herself as only valuable when attached to someone famous, successful, or powerful. This breakup taught India Love the wrong lesson entirely. Instead of learning how to build her own identity and finding value in herself as an individual, she decided she needed to date bigger names to maintain relevance. The teenager who couldn't handle being alone became an adult who would do anything to avoid it, even if it meant accepting toxic situations or compromising her dignity.
Through the roof. Yes. What do you mean? I'm always changing something about myself. Y'all don't ever realize that or notice that? Always changing my hair, always getting tattoos, always getting piercings. I'm still learning self-love. So I've been the girl who just relied on a guy to make me know and feel secure and thinking I'm all that because my think I'm all that. Like, no, now it's time for me to look in the mirror and be like, okay, what do you like about yourself? Name it. Say it. Say it out loud.
That's so big because just looking at you and looking at your Instagram presence and just seeing you in there, you would never think that. You're like, this girl is beautiful, the body and everything.
Thank you.
Look at her. I was dying to look like this. I'm at the gym every day. Like, damn, I want to if I look like this, I'm like, I'm outside with a bathing suit on every day.
I've done my whole career of being who I am as a girl that looks pretty, nice body, style, everything surface level, like the appearance. Like, now it's time to know who I am and inside, what I stand for, what I love, and what I want.
This mindset directly led to the game scandal and every relationship disaster that followed. Every bad decision, every public humiliation, every desperate attempt to cling to famous men can be traced back to this moment when she learned that her worth was entirely dependent on who would claim her. The breakup didn't just end a relationship. It set the blueprint for a lifetime of seeking validation in all the wrong places. However, India Love had one major advantage that most influencers didn't have: legitimate celebrity connections through her family. Her father owned multiple businesses, including Royal Blunts, a tobacco wrapping company that sponsored major hip-hop events like BET Hip Hop Awards after-parties, Wiz Khalifa album release parties, and exclusive celebrity smoke sessions with artists like Snoop Dogg and Whale. Royal Blunts was the official sponsor for several all-star weekend parties and regularly supplied products for music video shoots, featuring artists like Rick Ross and French Montana. This gave India direct access to A-list parties, VIP sections at award shows, and networking opportunities with industry executives, managers, and celebrities that most influencers could only dream of reaching.
Give a message to the people before you leave.
What you want to say?
Hey, I just want to tell you guys that you have to stay focused.
Camera up here.
Stay focused. Believe in yourself.
Moreover, her sister Morgan had direct connections to the music industry through her work as a music video model and her relationships with several prominent music producers, including connections to Atlantic Records A&R representatives and ties to Cash Money Records through mutual friends. Morgan had appeared in music videos for artists like Chris Brown and had developed personal relationships with industry insiders who could open doors. Meanwhile, her oldest brother Brooke had children with someone connected to Tyga's management team, specifically Last Kings Entertainment, which was Tyga's record label and management company founded in 2013. Last Kings wasn't just Tyga's personal brand, it was a full entertainment company that managed multiple artists, organized major tours, and had direct partnerships with Young Money Entertainment, Lil Wayne's label, and Republic Records. Having family connections to Last Kings meant access to their entire network: Lil Wayne, Drake, Nicki Minaj, and the entire Young Money roster, plus connections to major music executives, tour promoters, and industry decision makers.
Yeah, but you're not Angela. You guys ask Crystal some questions, I'll answer them. They said, Crystal, make a twitch.
These connections led to India Love becoming more than just an Instagram model. She was becoming a legitimate socialite, personally partying with Drake at his OVO Fest after-parties, attending exclusive dinners with Kim Kardashian and the Jenner sisters, getting invited to Chris Brown's private studio sessions, and being personally welcomed into French Montana's inner circle at his Calabasas mansion parties. She wasn't just taking photos with celebrities, she was in their group chats, getting invited to their family events, and being treated as an equal rather than a fan. Kylie Jenner considered her a close friend. Wiz Khalifa knew her by name, and she had direct phone numbers for artists that most people could never dream of reaching. But unfortunately, India Love was about to make a decision that would completely destroy everything she had built. In 2015, India Love began dating rapper The Game. On paper, this seemed like a power move. Dating a successful rapper would elevate her status even further. But there was one problem. India Love was 18 years old, and The Game was 33. The age gap alone was controversial, but what happened next was career-ending. Paparazzi caught India Love and The Game in an extremely compromising position at a public park. The photos were humiliating and went viral across every major blog and social media platform. Specifically speaking, this scandal completely changed how people viewed India Love. She went from being seen as an aspirational figure to being labeled as just another Instagram model sleeping with rappers for fame. Nevertheless, there was one silver lining to this disaster. The scandal generated so much attention that BET finally picked up the Westbrooks family reality show that had been in development for years. The Westbrooks reality show was supposed to be India Love's redemption arc. The network wanted to position the family as the Black Kardashians, with India as their Kim. However, the show revealed something that her carefully curated social media posts had hidden. India Love's actual personality was not camera ready. Viewers expected someone charismatic and aspirational, but instead they saw someone who came across as spoiled, entitled, and frankly boring.
And you guys are sitting here talking about... if you want to bark like a chihuahua dog, I'm gonna get off of you. Damn, all you doing is crying. I'm not crying. Go enjoy yourself. I'm worried about something with my name on it. Well, you go fix it, because I'm not worried about it. My name is cool. I'm asking for your help to fix it. What you want me to do? Shake my... I don't get it. What do you want me to do?
The show was canceled after one season due to low ratings and lack of interest. India Love had blown her biggest opportunity to transition from social media fame to mainstream success. After the game scandal and reality show failure, India Love's career entered what can only be described as complete chaos. From 2016 to 2020, she was linked to an endless parade of celebrities. But unfortunately, instead of building her brand, these relationships made her look desperate and damaged her reputation even further. The most humiliating part, many of these men openly disrespected her. Her ex-boyfriend, Ron Robinson, and the game even linked up to throw shade at her publicly. Moreover, rappers like Lil Yachty and Soulja Boy had public arguments about who had been with India Love first, treating her like a trophy to be passed around.
You ugly as fuck. Your hair look like Twizzlers, boy. I snatched them bees out your motherfucking head, you little bitch ass nigga. But look, bro, when I see you, I'm a bitch you, bro. On my mom, I'm your motherfucking ass, bro. And tell QC to stop calling my fucking phone, cause can't nobody say you funny.
Multiple songs were made about her, and most of them weren't flattering. India Love had become a cautionary tale in hip-hop culture. But the most damaging aspect of India Love's downfall was the constant stream of private photos and videos being leaked online. These leaks happened repeatedly, dating back to 2016 and continuing as recently as 2019. At first, people assumed she was being victimized. However, the frequency and timing of these leaks led many to believe that India Love was orchestrating them herself for attention. This suspicion completely destroyed any remaining sympathy people had for her. She was no longer seen as the victim, but as someone desperately clinging to relevance through scandal.
We started off, he asked me to be in his Boys and Girls video, and I did the music video with him. I was at his hip the whole video shoot. It was like a really dope vibe. Trying to figure out what is going to be my mark when I leave, besides all these pictures on social media.
In 2017, India Love attempted to pivot to music, announcing that she was working with will.i.am as a developing artist. On paper, this seemed like a smart move. Music could have been her path back to legitimacy and mainstream success. But, unfortunately, India Love's music career followed this same pattern as everything else in her life. It started with big promises and ended with disappointing results. Her songs received minimal attention, and the partnership quietly faded away. Once again, India Love had failed to capitalize on a major opportunity. Today, India Love is still trying to maintain relevance through increasingly desperate measures. She's doing artistic nude photography and is rumored to be considering OnlyFans.
I was the girl that just showed off her body a lot, but like I really don't like that. I turned myself around and now I want to be modest. Now I want to be the girl who like it's really about the inside and not the outside. Like that got me so far, don't get me wrong, and I do appreciate it and I am blessed for that.
However, she's also contradicting herself, claiming she wants to be modest and focus on inner beauty while simultaneously posting provocative content.
Don't fall off.
Forever and ever and ever. And y'all gonna know me as the original cool
OG.
LA. That's just what it is. I'm never gonna be like washed. I'm never gonna be like in the past. I'm always gonna be like the one. Like I'm the blueprint. Like I know y'all know that.
She still refers to herself as the blueprint and claims she'll never be washed up, but the evidence suggests otherwise. While India Love stagnated, other influencers like Ari Fletcher and Jada Wada have built actual business empires and maintained their relevance. To truly understand India Love's downfall, we need to examine the pattern of her relationships more closely. Her romantic history reads like a who's who of hip-hop and sports, but each relationship tells a story of missed opportunities and poor decision-making. Ron Robinson was her first love and perhaps her most genuine relationship. They dated from 2010 to 2014 during her rise to fame. But when that relationship ended, India seemed to lose her way entirely. The Soulja Boy situation was brief but telling. What should have been a private relationship became public ammunition in a rap beef years later. This set the tone for how her future relationships would be weaponized against her. The game relationship was the beginning of the end for India's reputation. The age gap, the public nature of their relationship, and the infamous park incident turned her from an aspirational figure into a cautionary tale. Her involvement with Lil Yachty followed a similar pattern: public drama, social media beef, and ultimately being reduced to a trophy in male ego battles. Even when she appeared in his music video, it felt more like a victory lap for him than a career move for her. The Rick Ross situation perfectly wraps India's problem. A simple Instagram comment turned into relationship speculation, showing how little control she had over her own narrative. In 2024, India Love made what seemed to be like a comeback attempt by entering the streaming world. Her appearance in DDG's stream and subsequent inclusion in Kai Cenat's Streamer University appeared to be a strategic rebrand. However, even this opportunity revealed the same patterns that had plagued her career. Instead of using the platform to showcase her personality and build a genuine fan base, she became embroiled in the same type of male-centered drama that had destroyed her reputation years earlier. The My Balls situation with Duke Dennis and DDG was particularly telling. Here was a 28-year-old woman being reduced to a basketball metaphor by men competing for her attention. It was 2015 all over again, just with different players. The internet's reaction was swift and harsh. Comments ranged from nostalgic, "This shit actually sickening," "Bruh crashing out over a bitch," "That bout got crunched from someone she just met," "You know they both hit, yikes," "Streets," to cruel, "The females only thirst over Duke because he has dreads and he's tall without the dreads. I bet they wouldn't have FW him. This generation of women are cooked and uninteresting because they are all the same, no doubt. They all do thirst over the same. It's overrated ASF. The streaming era, which could have been her redemption, instead became another chapter in her decline. What makes India Love's story particularly tragic is her apparent awareness of her own self-destructive patterns. In interviews, she's admitted to seeking validation from men, struggling with self-worth, and making poor relationship choices. She's spoken about wanting to be taken seriously, wanting to focus on her inner beauty, and wanting to build something meaningful, yet her actions consistently contradict these stated goals.
She's back. She's fine too, but I want you. If you could see the thoughts that's in my head, I'm tripping.
This contradiction suggests a deeper psychological issue. India Love seems trapped in a cycle where she craves respect and legitimacy, but only knows how to get attention through controversy and sexuality. Her comment about a new girl turning 18 every day.
18 every day. Yeah, I said it. So I'ma stay on point.
Reveals a woman who understands she's in competition with younger versions of herself, yet refuses to evolve beyond the role that initially made her famous. To understand the magnitude of India Love's failure, we need to look at what she could have achieved. Other influencers who started around the same time have built multi-million-dollar empires. Kylie Jenner, who India actually knew personally, parlayed her social media fame into a billion-dollar cosmetics empire. The two women had similar starting points: young, beautiful, and social media savvy. Rihanna showed that beauty and controversy could be channeled into legitimate business success. Her Fenty empire is worth billions, built on the same foundation of beauty and social media influence that India Love had. Even more telling is the success of Ari Fletcher, who started later than India but has built a successful business empire. She's leveraged her relationships and social media presence into real wealth and influence. India Love had multiple opportunities to build businesses. She could have launched a cosmetics line, a fashion brand, or a lifestyle company. Instead, she chose to remain a personality without a product. The Westbrooks reality show was India Love's biggest missed opportunity. BET wanted to create the Black Kardashians with India as the Kim Kardashian figure. The Kardashian family turned reality TV into a launching pad for multiple business empires. Each family member has leveraged their TV exposure into successful ventures. However, India Love's personality didn't translate well to reality TV. She came across as entitled, boring, and unlikable. The show revealed that beneath the Instagram photos was someone who wasn't particularly compelling or relatable. The show's cancellation after one season was a devastating blow. It proved that India Love's appeal was purely visual. She couldn't carry a show or connect with audiences on a deeper level. Other reality stars have used their platforms to build lasting careers. From fashion lines to talk shows to business ventures, their possibilities were endless. India Love chose none of them. India Love's attempt at a music career in 2017 represented another missed opportunity. Working with will.i.am, a respected producer and artist, should have been the break she needed. will.i.am has a track record of developing artists and creating successful collaborations. His involvement suggested that India Love had real potential in music. However, India Love's approach to music was as unfocused as everything else in her career. She released a few songs but didn't commit to the hard work required to build a music career. Other social media personalities have successfully transitioned to music. From Bella Poarch to Dixie D'Amelio, the path exists for those willing to put in the work. India Love's music career quietly faded away, just like her other opportunities. She had the platform, the connections, and the resources, but lacked the focus and determination to succeed. In 2024, India Love is still following the same patterns that destroyed her career over a decade ago. Her recent content shows a woman desperate to maintain relevance at any cost. Her turn toward artistic food photography and speculation about OnlyFans represents the final stage of her decline. She's reduced to selling her sexuality because she failed to build anything else. The most tragic aspect is her continued self-contradiction. She speaks about wanting to be modest and focus on inner beauty while simultaneously posting increasingly provocative content. India Love's entry into streaming represents her latest attempt at relevance, but it's following the same patterns as her previous failures. Successful female streamers have built their audiences through gaming skills, personality, or unique content. They've created communities and engaged with their viewers in meaningful ways. India Love's streaming content focuses on the same drama and relationship content that destroyed her career. She's turning her streams into reality TV, complete with manufactured drama and attention-seeking behavior. Viewer reactions show that people are watching for the wrong reasons. They're not there to support her or engage with her content. They're there to watch her continued downward spiral. India Love's story is the ultimate cautionary tale about wasted potential in the social media age. She had everything needed to become a mogul, but chose to remain a meme. Other influencers have clearly learned from India Love's mistakes. They've built sustainable brands, diversified their income streams, and maintained their relevance through adaptation and growth. India Love continues to make the same mistakes that derailed her career. She's still chasing male validation, still courting controversy, and still failing to build anything meaningful. The timeline of her decline is remarkable in its consistency. Every major decision she's made has moved her further from mainstream success and closer to irrelevance. India Love's story proves valuable lessons for anyone seeking to build a career in the digital age. The most important lesson is that attention without intention is worthless. The influencers who have built long-lasting success are those who use their platforms as launching pads for bigger things. They didn't just collect followers, they built businesses, brands, and empires. India Love had better opportunities than most. She had celebrity connections, early adopter advantage, and the resources to build something meaningful. Her failure to capitalize on these advantages made her story even more tragic. Despite her personal failures, India Love's impact on social media culture cannot be denied. She was genuinely one of the first Instagram models, and her aesthetic influenced a generation of content creators. The Instagram model phenomenon that dominates social media today can be traced back to India Love's early success. She created a template that millions have followed. Today, India Love remains relevant primarily as a cautionary tale. Her story serves as a warning about the dangers of choosing attention over intention, controversy over character, and validation over value. The most tragic part of India Love's story is that it's not over. At 28, she's still young enough to completely reinvent herself and build something meaningful. But based on her track record, she probably won't. She'll continue making the same mistakes that destroyed her career, desperately clinging to a relevance that slips further away with each passing day. Her story serves as the ultimate reminder that in the digital age, it's not enough to go viral. You have to know what to do with the attention once you have it. India Love had everything, and she lost it all because she never understood the difference between being famous and being successful.
Like, look at me, bro. Saying, I really got played. Like, I really got real life played, bro. I got played. That shit not right. How you go from, oh, you my soulmate, you everything I ever been looking for in a woman, to I can't be with you, I don't want to be with you. I didn't do nothing but try to help this nigga out. And since day one.
Y'all didn't know each other long enough? Yeah, we definitely didn't know each other long enough to have a baby, but regardless of that, we was already in a relationship. Like, we knew each other long enough to get in a relationship, a committed relationship. The baby just ended up happening. Like, that shit just happened, but...
Today we're going to talk about another TikToker who's been stirring up quite a lot of chaos recently. People have been constantly seeing this person on their For You page, and she's usually there not for the best reasons. So if you've also been seeing her pop up on TikTok lately but still have no clue who she actually is, let us give you a proper introduction. She is Giovanna J, a young TikToker with close to 1 million followers. Not long ago, she came under fire for posting a video about Caleb Wilson, a young man who tragically passed away due to hazing. Initially, she offered sympathies and condolences to his family, but she completely flipped her stance the moment she discovered that the main culprit in the case happened to be one of her close associates. That sudden switch in loyalty did not sit well with people, but that's not the only thing that has totally irked TikTok lately. She also has a very insufferable pick-me attitude, where she genuinely seems to believe she's superior to other girls simply because she has good hair or thinks she does. The confidence is unmatched, let's just say that. She's also getting heavily criticized and ridiculed for her downright bizarre dating history. Like she dated a guy in prison and then somehow ended up with another total douchebag who got her pregnant within just a few months of meeting her. People say her taste in men is absolute garbage. And the fact that she keeps dragging every bit of drama between her and her baby daddy all over the internet is definitely not helping her case at all. Everyone on TikTok seems to have an opinion on the Giovanna J situation right now, and we're diving head first into the mess to unpack every crazy detail. So stick with us. Now, for those who are completely clueless about the type of content Giovanna posts and what corners of TikTok she caters to, let us explain a bit about her before diving headfirst into the real drama. So Giovanna is nearly 24 years old and lives in Louisiana. She started TikTok sometime in June 2021 and immediately hit it off with her casual charm. Before all the messy details that have recently surfaced about her, she actually came across as pretty decent. She has extremely good looks, an easygoing personality, and the kind of charisma that naturally attracts the prime TikTok audience. Within just a few months of joining TikTok, she began receiving a massive amount of positive attention. Her TikToks would regularly hit millions of views, with some even reaching up to 8 million views within a matter of days. For instance, there's this one video she posted last year that absolutely blew up on the platform and introduced her to a whole new wave of followers who thought she was absolutely refreshingly relatable.
Grown-ass man blowing kisses to me through the phone. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. That's the type of stuff that I like. Keep it up, B. You was doing a wonderful, wonderful job. Like, first round draft pick right there. That's an all-star player right there. Put him in a game. Keep him in the game. Talk about...
In that video, she seems like a very positive and welcoming person, someone who radiates fun energy. But this polished persona started slipping the moment she began constantly highlighting her need for male attention. If you go back to her earliest videos, you'll notice a very consistent pattern. She talks about men, thinks about men, and makes content about wanting attention from men all the freaking time. And we mean literally all the time. Her most watched videos to this day are all about her boyfriend, how much she misses him, how much she isn't gonna let him go, and how deeply attached she is. Now, being a little obsessed with your partner is fine, and honestly, it's quite normal. But when your entire online personality revolves around men 24/7, it gets insufferable for a lot of viewers. People started feeling like there was nothing more to her than this endless loop of boyfriend-related content, which made her whole online presence come across as one-dimensional and repetitive. You guys want a glimpse of what we're talking about? Here it is.
I miss my man, like, that's it, that's all. I just miss him. I miss my boyfriend. Y'all, I miss my man. Oh my God. Oh, I wish I could just be with my man. Damn. But yeah, I love you. I don't want to be with nobody else. I don't even think about nobody else. You're the only one that's for me. I love everything about you. I love the way you talk to me. I love the way you handle. Oh my God, I am so humiliated. Oh my God. Y'all, my man is so handsome. Like, girl, I'm so...
But to be fair, while a big chunk of her videos, especially the viral ones, revolve around male attention, she does have another side to her brand. She talks about makeup, wigs, and occasionally lets her more creative and playful side shine. This is the part of her content that people actually enjoyed the most. Her wig transformations and makeup looks felt authentic and fun, and they offered a break from the non-stop boyfriend drama. On her TikTok, which now has over 900,000 followers, she's also talked about being in the military. She frequently showed small glimpses of that part of her life too, something that many viewers found interesting because it added more dimension to her personality and gave people a reason to root for her. In 2024, Giovanna also graduated from college and posted a TikTok proudly announcing that she was the first person in her family to graduate. This was an emotional moment for many of her longtime viewers because she had previously opened up about her difficult childhood. She's never mentioned having an estranged relationship with her family, especially her mother, who was never a supportive figure in her life. So seeing her walk the stage and earn her degree genuinely felt like a big win, not just for her, but for everyone who had followed her journey.
Giovanna. She's a large content creator on this app, y'all. She's in the military. She's graduating from Southern University today. She's very open about her life, her relationship, or the lack thereof with her family. Her mom and her relationship is very estranged. And I just feel like it's fucking remarkable for a black girl from where I'm from to not have that support, but push through and persevered. Successfully graduated. Beautiful, hands down gorgeous girl from the inside and out. Shout out to you, girl. I wish a lot of you young ladies take a page out of her book. It don't matter who is on side of you, who is rooting for you, as long as you are your #1 cheerleader. And that's one thing that baby girl has shown throughout her time on this app. Like, that is, like, as a person who had a good relationship with my mom, I can't imagine.
Now, we want to remind you, up until this point, she hadn't been involved in any major controversies. While her content often revolved around her boyfriend in jail and her obsession with male attention, people didn't find her extremely problematic. In fact, many viewers genuinely cheered for her when she graduated from college. But all of those positive vibes you're seeing, yeah, they're about to disappear from Giovanna's life, because right after graduation, she ended up getting herself tangled in some pretty serious and honestly nasty controversies. And that's exactly where things started spiraling for her. At the start of 2025, the very first thing we got to know from Giovanna was that she had officially broken up with her prison boyfriend. And honestly, this did not come across as a surprise to anyone. People had already predicted this breakup months before she even hinted at it. It just felt unrealistic from the beginning. Her dating a guy in prison, trying to maintain a long-distance relationship, constantly complaining about the situation and somehow expecting it to work? Most viewers could see this dynamic was not suitable at all. And it seems like everyone figured it out way before Giovanna J herself did. So as the new year began, she entered it single, and that opened a whole new chapter in her life. Naturally, she started dating again. And as expected, she wasted no time posting multiple updates about her love life on social media. Amidst all of this, she also continued mentioning her former boyfriend once in a while, reminding people that she was no longer with him and even accusing his friends or associates of trashing her in the DMs.
Y'all, can we just all collectively agree to stop talking about you-know-who? Because I'm not with that person anymore. I've already said that multiple times. I just don't need his people texting me, telling me, like, why y'all talking about him in the comment section. Baby, like, I don't have control over what nobody comments got to say on this internet. Like, I don't want nobody to speak bad about him. I don't see why people would speak bad about him anyway. Like, I don't know. They just be coming at me crooked and just making it seem like I'm the bad guy. Bitch, I got the platform. I don't control the comment section. I don't even talk about him on my page anymore. So I don't even understand why this shit even still coming up. Like, I want it to be done. Over.
Since this ex-boyfriend was no longer directly in the picture, the drama around him never really gained any traction, and the internet quickly moved on to whatever she was doing next. Things, however, started to get weird when she began dating a new guy named Germ. Right off the bat, people did not get good vibes from this guy. Something felt off, and as it turned out, within just a few short months of dating him, Giovanna was already pregnant. She announced the news to her large TikTok audience, and the responses were mixed, to say the least. While some people congratulated her and celebrated the news, many others were confused about how fast everything was moving and didn't quite know what to make of it. Several content creators pointed out how strange the whole timeline was. First, she was dating a shady guy in prison for ages, then she suddenly moved on to a new guy, and before anyone even had time to blink, she was pregnant with his child.
Tell me, that Giovanna girl left that man from jail just to end up with a new dude and already be pregnant. Not even a full year in. Girl, what happened? Ain't you see that jail man the love of your life?
Now, we know she's completely allowed to live however she wants, but when you broadcast every detail of your personal life, who you're dating, when you break up, every argument, every emotional meltdown, people are naturally going to form opinions, and sometimes you're not going to like what people say. And in Giovanna's case, a lot of people already predicted exactly where this story was headed, and unfortunately, it went in that exact direction. Germ did not seem like a responsible guy from the start, and that became even more obvious as time went on. Just days after announcing her pregnancy, Giovanna was already posting TikToks about how much she hated guys who play games, how men expect women to tolerate the bare minimum, and how exhausting it was dealing with immature partners.
Girl, and it's just like these dudes, we want you to be satisfied with bare minimum effort. Like, they really want you to be satisfied with the bare minimum. I don't understand, bro. Didn't they try to call you like a gold digger or whatever if you want the best or expect the best? Like, whatever happened to giving your girl the world? Whatever happened to prioritizing your girl? Like, whatever happened to that? Like, I don't understand why they want us to just be satisfied with the absolute bare minimum. And I'm talking about the bottom of the barrel bare minimum. Like, they'll just do stuff. They'll just be like, here, shut up. Just so you can shut up. And they'll just give you something just to shut you up. And it's just like, no effort, no thought, no consideration, no love, nothing. Like, but when it comes to their homeboys, they to the moon and back. Yeah, right. Men be acting like it's just so hard. It's not that hard. If your girl is pregnant, all she needs from you is literally support. That's all. Like, the mental support goes way further than the physical support. Ask her how she doing every day. Ask her how she feeling every day. If she having cravings, get her cravings. Don't complain. Don't gripe and complain and suck your lips and make her feel like that. She's pregnant, carrying your child. Don't make her feel like she's being over dramatic when it comes to her symptoms, and don't try to downplay her symptoms because you're not the one going through it. okay? You put her in this position, so literally the least you can do is show some support and show some love. I feel like in the beginning stages of pregnancy, a lot of men can't really understand or grasp what's actually happening to their girl because, you know, she's obviously not showing, but the beginning stages of pregnancy is literally the hardest stages where like hormones are like pouring in. So the least you can do is be supportive, okay? Okay, men? Please, for the love of God.
So yes, the warning signs her audience picked up on very clearly, they were absolutely spot on. In these videos, she didn't directly mention her boyfriend by name, but everybody knew exactly where she was going with it. With every vague complaint and every passive-aggressive line, viewers immediately connected the dots. Then she posted a TikTok where she claimed that the Black community is unsupportive of pregnant women. According to her, people would gladly celebrate every other kind of good news, but the moment a woman announces a pregnancy, suddenly nobody wants to cheer for her.
Okay, y'all know I love my Black people. I do. Lord knows I love my Black people. But one thing I cannot stand about the Black community is how judgmental everybody is when it comes to pregnancy. It's like somebody could go to jail, okay. Somebody could open up a business, okay, cool. Somebody could graduate college, okay. Somebody could even get married, okay, cool. But soon as a woman turns up pregnant, I'm telling you, next break, heads turn.
This take sparked a lot of debate. Some people replied by saying that maybe the reason people are hesitant is because they understand how difficult it is for a woman to carry a child, especially when she's clearly doing it without proper support from her partner. They weren't hating pregnancy, they were concerned about her situation specifically. Another thing that started standing out around this time was her very obvious pick-me attitude. She would come on TikTok complaining about her boyfriend, venting to millions of people, practically begging for reassurance. Then in the very next video, she would turn around and bash those same people, angrily saying they had no right to comment on her relationship.
Y'all, if I come on here and I'm speaking about a situation that transpired between my boyfriend and I, does not mean that I'm bashing my man. I love him, okay? First of all, know that. Nobody relationship is perfect, and I got a smart ass mouth, and I be talking a lot, so yeah. And then it's like, when I come on here and I be talking about certain stuff, it don't even be negative. Y'all just turn it to something negative. Like, every situation I talk about my man is not made to be negative. And I really don't like how the T pages keep trying to make it seem like, oh, well, he ain't the right one, and oh, this and oh, that. Like, y'all don't know us in real life. Y'all don't know the dynamic of our relationship. So stop trying to see negative shit about me and about what I got going on, period.
Ma'am, if you don't want people talking about your relationship, why come online and basically rant about your boyfriend to the whole internet? It just makes no sense. And this honestly is where a lot of people started losing Giovanna. The contradictions, the constant need for attention, the emotional flip-flopping, it became exhausting for viewers who had been following her for years. But before we jump into the bizarre, never-ending drama involving her baby daddy, we need to talk about something extremely important. Remember earlier when we mentioned that people didn't start disliking her just because of her pick-me attitude or her male-centered content? Well, that's because there was a moment at the beginning of this year when she said something so tone-deaf, so wildly insensitive, that it genuinely pushed people over the edge. In one of her TikTok videos, she discussed the tragic death of Caleb Wilson. If you're unfamiliar with the story, Caleb Wilson was a 21-year-old Southern University student who died due to hazing. He was punched in the chest repeatedly while pledging to a fraternity-like organization, and the severity of the assault ultimately led to his death. The entire situation is disturbing, heartbreaking, and deeply traumatic for anyone who hears about it. Because Giovanna is also a Southern University graduate, she naturally felt compelled to comment when the news broke. She posted a video sharing her thoughts on the tragedy, offering sympathies and condolences to Caleb's family.
Girl, y'all heard about the boy Caleb who passed away. He was a student at Southern University. He was in the band, and he ended up, I guess, passing away trying to do some type of ritual for Omega Psi Phi.
That's so sad, y'all. Like, honestly, I don't even, girl. All I gotta say is I know it's a lot of HBCU students that be wanting to get them letters, but it's never that serious, y'all. Don't be letting them people make y'all do all type of crazy things just to get some Greek letters. Girl, like, oh my gosh, I'm condolences to his family. And then, y'all, it just hits so different because I actually went and graduated from Southern, and I know a lot of the Qs. I'm friends with a lot of them, and although I don't know all of the ins and outs when it comes to that Greek life stuff, shouldn't nothing like that have taken place that cost that boy life. Like, I get it, y'all gotta go through y'all, you know, whatever to become Greek, but y'all need to, like, chill. And I'm so upset because the Qs is really my favorite, and now them Qs ain't about to see the break of day, baby. You can wrap it up for the dogs. I know they ain't about to be on campus no more. Was it worth it, y'all? Like,
in this video, she appears genuinely sad, reflective, and shaken by the incident. For a moment, people believed she truly understood the gravity of what happened. But that empathy didn't last long. Shortly afterward, she found out that one of the individuals responsible for Caleb's hazing was her friend, and that's when everything changed. Suddenly, she shifted her stance completely, flipping her narrative in a way that stunned and infuriated viewers. She posted another video defending this individual, insisting that he was not that type of person, and trying to paint him as incapable of such wrongdoing. People immediately picked up on what she was doing. Many felt she was subtly trying to redirect blame away from the perpetrators, and in a very indirect way, even onto the victim.
A club and have a good time, and then a ceiling can cave in on you. Like, it's a lot of stuff that you can die for, but it's like you will hope that does not happen. So he didn't go into the intentions like, oh, I'm gonna die from this. Nah, I guess he wanted family at any cost. A lot of the time on this channel, we talk about women with no self-esteem and no self-love, but it's men like that too that will do anything to have a friend, that will do anything to have a family. That's why people join gangs.
Certain decisions, you do certain things, and you see the outcomes every time. Like, my tempo never switched up. The dude, my friend, I don't care if I ain't known from a can of paint. I said everybody involved deserves to be held accountable. Somebody said he didn't know. How many times I gotta say that? How many times have I already said that? None of them knew that shit play out like that. That's why they did it. There's been multiple times at Southern where organizations have been called out on their hazing before it got too far, and they shut the line down and everybody gets consequences.
This was the moment when a lot of people decided they were done with Giovanna. Her selective empathy, her willingness to defend a friend despite overwhelming evidence, and her complete disregard for the victim's family made people realize that the positive, wholesome persona she once had wasn't as genuine as it seemed. This video became a very notable turning point in her online career because people who were merely annoyed by her before suddenly started actively disliking her. Up until this moment, her comment section was usually filled with positive messages and compliments, but now people were calling her out left and right for her hypocrisy. According to Giovanna herself, things got so bad that she began receiving death threats, something no one should ever face, regardless of the situation.
Somebody who really just sitting here condoning and all of this hate and this talk and these threats and all of this violence that y'all sending towards me, I'm not mad at y'all. I 100% understand. I don't understand it actually, but I forgive y'all in advance. You feel me? Girl, the battle not mine. It's the Lord's at this point. Not once have I disrespected, let alone threatened anybody who been harassing me on the internet. Y'all going far though. And y'all not hurting me at all. I just want y'all to know that. But it's speaking volumes to the character that y'all have. I mean, half of these apps I ain't even know existed. And y'all sending me all type of comments. Y'all going out of y'all way to make sure that I see the things that people are wishing and saying about me. What are y'all gaining from that? What are y'all personally, spiritually gaining from that? Is that fulfilling y'all?
A few notable content creators also chimed in, calling her out publicly and expressing how shocked and disgusted they were by her sudden stance.
But baby, we're gonna have to learn to be quiet. Now, I'm with you when you're right, but when you're wrong, and I'm gonna have to call you out when you're wrong, okay? Whatever happened up there at Southern don't have nothing to do with what happened at LSU. I bet you whatever happened at LSU, when you saying, y'all know this happened at LSU, I bet you they didn't try to change the victim clothes. I bet you they didn't move the body from a different location. Whatever the case may be, I don't care. It's still wrong.
What made the whole situation even worse was the fact that Giovanna never once tried to take any accountability. Instead of acknowledging how insensitive her comments were, she doubled down. She insisted that she had every right to say whatever she wanted and boldly stated that people don't run her. And honestly, maybe that's what pushed people away more than anything else. Not just the comments she made about the Caleb Wilson tragedy, but the complete lack of responsibility, the refusal to reflect, and the stubborn insistence that she was right no matter what. After getting on the nerves of so many people online, Giovanna then shifted into another phase of chaos, airing every single detail about what was going on with her baby daddy. And we mean everything. Every argument, every emotional spiral, every late-night thought, all of it ended up on social media. The first big announcement she made was that she had broken up with her boyfriend and planned to continue her pregnancy as a single mother.
To all of my single and expecting mothers, please know and understand that you are doing an amazing job. Don't ever let anyone make you feel bad or less than for wanting to keep and love your child. The Bible says that children are a blessing from the Lord, a reward directly from Him. I don't know why there's this thought that a woman should only be excited about her child if the other person is excited about her child. Baby girl, as long as you're excited about your child, that's all that matters. And don't let your pregnancy make you feel like you have to stay in a toxic situation or relationship. Take your baby and go where y'all are happy and thriving at, okay? And baby, don't be letting nobody make you feel bad because you don't have a ring. Child, a lot of those women who get those rings, their life still don't turn out the way that they thought it would be. Relationships are temporary, and that's okay, but your baby gonna be forever. So continue to love your baby. Be excited about your baby. Be healthy for your baby.
Right after this video, she followed up with another statement, explaining that the father of her child might not want to be involved in the pregnancy at all. And honestly, this did not shock anyone. From the way she repeatedly talked about him, it was clear to almost everyone that this man was an emotionally unavailable, bare minimum kind of guy who would dip the moment things became inconvenient. The signs were all there. So when she said he didn't want to be part of the pregnancy, the internet collectively shrugged because, well, everyone saw it coming. But while the situation itself wasn't surprising, Giovanna's behavior throughout the whole thing was what truly irritated people. Comment after comment poured in under her videos, pointing out that she moved way too fast in this relationship. They reminded her that she barely knew this man before getting pregnant and that she had ignored all the very obvious warning signs. And here's the hard truth, they weren't wrong. Giovanna herself had posted several videos showing how poorly her baby daddy treated her during the early days of her pregnancy.
Wow, okay.
I just paid for the shit, didn't I?
Okay.
You want me to clean it up?
Okay. All right.
Stop being lazy.
You see, next time you can't say it's my fault. You cannot say it's my fault.
You know what you did before we got here, bro.
What?
I'm not about to put no people in my business. Come on, man.
I didn't do nothing before we got here. We was in the car driving. I didn't say shit the whole car ride. So that's basically what I did. Come on, man. He leaving out the door like, I don't know who he feeling like. I really don't know who he feeling like. Girl, some shit all you can really do is laugh, cause y'all seen that shit with y'all own, y'all heard it with y'all own eyes, y'all see me eating. I ain't say nothing to him. Like, did I say anything to him? That was all him. And he swore to God I just paint him in this picture. Like, that was all him just now. All him. I got on live to eat my crawfish.
In another long TikTok, she responded directly to people criticizing her for having a baby with someone she barely knew. She clarified that she was in a committed relationship and that the pregnancy just happened. She also said he seemed like a nice guy in the beginning, which, based on her own earlier complaints, is pretty hard to believe. The issues she described weren't the kind that appear overnight. They're the kind you can see coming from miles away. But because she's so extremely male-centered and validation-driven, she likely brushed aside every concern until it was too late. and now she's facing the consequences in the most overwhelming way.
And people keep saying you didn't know him, y'all didn't know each other long enough. Yeah, we definitely didn't know each other long enough to have a baby, but regardless of that, we was already in a relationship. Like, we knew each other long enough to get in a relationship, a committed relationship. The baby just ended up happening. Like, that shit just happened, but bro, we didn't know each other long enough to have no baby, obviously. But we knew each other well enough to get in a relationship. When people just change up, like people switch up like the seasons. Like, you can't help how people switch up and change up on you. If he wanted to be there, or if he wanted to be a great person, a great guy, he would most definitely do that. That's just not what he want to do. I can't control nothing nobody else want to do. I can only control what I do and how I go forward. Like, I can't really sit there and blame myself. I can't do nothing but give myself grace because I got lied to, like, straight up. I got straight up played with. Unprovoked. 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 Like, that's the thing. Unprovoked. My life is hard as hell. I don't even know why. Like, girl, ever since I've been young, my life just been hard as hell. It's like the devil be attacking my ass. Like, for what? Leave me alone. Leave me the hell alone. Like, please. I don't need no more strength. I got enough of that. I don't need no more adversity in my life. Like, goodness gracious. Like, enough is enough. Like, please. I'm tired. Like, that's weird. And then he get mad when I expose it. Like, man, you need to do some real life soul searching, some real life self-evaluation. This nigga's a weirdo, bro. Like, I can't believe this. He's sad, like, bro. That shit's sad. He a weirdo, man. I don't even understand how people like him exist in life. You're not gonna thrive. He can't possibly expect to thrive or anything good to come up out of this.
In the same video, Giovanna also talked about how she no longer wanted her baby daddy involved in her child's life at all. She said she finally understands women who choose to cut off the father entirely.
I really see why the black community is like this, like how baby mamas or whatever are painted in a picture like they so bitter and they don't want the daddy to see their child and all that. I understand why. Because when a nigga put you through hell during your pregnancy, why should I allow you to take part in this reward, which is this life being brought into the world? Why should I allow you to take part in it? You put me through hell getting the baby here. So you shouldn't get to reap the benefits of having the child, because I know my child gonna bring hella joy into my life. But why would I sit there and allow my baby to have your last name and you to even be in my child life? And that make me sound like I'm fucked up, like, oh, you don't want him to be in his child life. It's not even about that, bro. If you get pregnant and somebody treats you like shit, it's not even, they ain't even gotta treat you like shit, but they don't add to your pregnancy. They adding stress onto you while you already pregnant, while you already going through a lot. Why would I want you to be in my child, me or my child life? Like, for all I care, I pack my shit up, take me and my baby, and we'll go move across the U.S. somewhere. Like, bitch, you'll never see us again in your life. But if I do that, I'ma be fucked up, though. I'ma be wrong for that shit, though. I'ma be the down bad person. I'm gonna be down bad, and that's why it's so important that you really gotta choose who you choose to be the father of your child. You gotta choose them, the father of your child, very, very carefully, because pregnancy is such like a vulnerable thing. You need somebody that can really support you emotionally and mentally when it comes to pregnancy. Like, anybody could support you financially. Like, a nigga could throw a couple dollars at you. Yeah, cool.
Her words here were emotional, raw, and clearly coming from a place of deep hurt. And while we understand that, it's also heartbreaking. A child is about to come into this world, and someday he might grow up and see every bit of this drama preserved online forever. Because here's the thing, if one parent refuses to step up and take responsibility, then the other parent has to be the stable one. They have to create a safe environment, make mature choices, and think about the long-term impact on the child. And dragging every private moment onto social media, where it'll be archived forever is definitely not the best decision. On top of that, inviting millions of strangers into her business at a time when she's already stressed and vulnerable is not going to bring anything positive. Unfortunately, it seems like in her desire to vent, defend herself, and seek validation, she ended up turning her very real, very serious situation into a public spectacle, and that's something she may come to regret later, especially when that child is old enough to understand all of this. She herself has said in one of her videos that her pregnancy is not going peacefully at all, without realizing that airing every detail on social media and constantly trying to prove herself right to strangers might be contributing to that very stress.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hellies? What the hell?
And speaking of opinions, everyone watching this drama unfold definitely had something to say. A lot of content creators, including some pretty big names, stepped in to give her advice. Many told Giovanna to get her act together and stop broadcasting every private moment online for the sake of her own mental health. While some people encouraged her to completely cut her baby daddy out of the picture, others told her to slow down, breathe, and stop sharing every emotional impulse on the internet. Because let's be honest, whatever she posts now may eventually come back to bite her in the ass.
Giovanna, don't get that nigga no more your energy on this fucking internet. Let me tell you what happened with him. The reason why he not is who he said he was in the beginning is because, for one, he didn't come in there with those intentions to begin with. When he saw you all over the internet, loving on a nigga that was in jail, josing him, this and that, niggas be thinking, damn, she too pretty, she got her shit going on, she's successful. Why the fuck is she, josing a nigga that's in jail? They probably dogged out before jail, probably dogging out while he in jail. They look at it as if it's like a self-esteem situation. So he preyed on you. Him started telling you, oh, we can't be together on some shit because you on social media. That's not because you're on social media, bitch. He knew you was on social media when he first started fucking with you. It's because you have the motion that he wish he did have. So what a lot of those men do, they try to come dim your light to make their light shine brighter. You played your hand. You dealing with what you dealing with now from this nigga based on how you was on the internet loving all over the other nigga. That boy preyed on you. And just so happened you got a baby out the deal. But guess what, Faye? You got your shit going on. Rock out with your son. And it is what the fuck it is. Let him be a daddy if he want to be a daddy. Bitch, move around. Fuck that. Fuck that. You ain't the first female, bitch. You ain't gonna be the last female. That's what these niggas do. That's why we older women be trying to put y'all on game and let y'all know. Make these niggas strap up, especially if you a bitch that got your shit rocking. Especially if you beautiful, got your shit going on. Bitch, them niggas gonna come in your life to humble you every time. Fuck that. Let it roll. Let it roll.
Not. But now you're bringing strangers into your relationship, which is something I had to learn as well. You bringing all these strangers to your relationship who do not know you or your baby daddy personally. They just going off what you telling them. And you know you probably gonna get back with them. You most likely gonna get back with your baby daddy. So stop bringing everybody in your shit, you know? Like, keep that shit on the low. It'd be the best when, like, you just had your nephews beat your baby daddy ass, right? And then fuck them the same night. That's the vibe. It's kind of different when you have your nephews beat your baby daddy ass, record it, post it, and then sleep with your baby daddy that same night, post a picture of your baby daddy, and then 1,000 people in the comments like, didn't you just fight? Didn't your nephew just beat your baby daddy ass? Weren't you just beat with your baby daddy? Like, yes, I was actually. And now I'm back. Alright, so yeah, just stop bringing people into your shit.
But despite people's genuine advice, Giovanna did not stop. She kept posting things about her baby daddy. Sometimes subtle digs, other times full-blown rants that lasted several minutes. During one of her live sessions, she even announced that she no longer wanted to have a baby because of everything this man had put her through. She claimed he told her that they could never be together or live like a happy couple simply because she was on social media. She also complained that she had done so much for him, trying to support his business, helping him financially, and trying to be present, and yet he still didn't want her.
I don't even care. I just don't want the baby because I don't want this person. I don't need him in my life or nothing tied to him in my life because I know they just gonna use this shit to ruin me. I don't want the baby, at all. How you go from, oh, you my soulmate, you everything I ever been looking for in a woman, to I can't be with you, I don't want to be with you because you be on social media. What? No, what? That shit don't make no sense. I didn't do shit to you. Like, I didn't do nothing to this man. I didn't do nothing but try to help this nigga out. And since day one, he got his little clothing business, whatever. I'm telling him, oh, make me something. I could promote it on my page. You know, I got the platform, you got the business, and we could go up type shit. Like, since day one, supporting the hell out of you, like reposting your shit, like letting you confide in me. Like, I'm driving out there every other weekend to come see you, spend time with you, hang out with you, all this type of shit. And now, because he feeling stressed out or some shit, he not going to acknowledge any of the efforts that I put in. Nothing that I put in, he going to acknowledge. He tried to paint me out to be a bad person so bad, and it's like, I'm not this bad person. I'm not a bad person. I'm many things in life, but a bad person has never been one. And then it's like to the point where it's just like, oh, you got a baby now. So he feel like he got ties to me forever. So he really don't give a F now because I got the baby now.
At this point, a lot of people had serious questions about her decisions regarding this pregnancy. Because if the baby daddy was truly this immature and irresponsible, he must have shown signs early on, right? People asked if things were already shaky, why didn't she take precautions? She responded by saying she did consider her options during her first trimester. And when it came to getting a procedure, it was almost $2,000 and her baby daddy wasn't even willing to pay half of it.
And then somebody saying, I don't understand why you kept it, bro. I tried to go get I literally tried to go get the shit. He didn't want to help me pay for it. Like, when, in the beginning, I could keep it a full stack. In the beginning, I wasn't really like, first of all, I don't really believe in abortion or nothing like that. Like, just because of like how I grew up and stuff. I never believed in I never got pregnant, so I never even had to like consider getting I never got pregnant. I didn't even think I was fertile. I didn't even think I could get pregnant. But then the shit happened. We had a conversation about the pill or whatever, but I'm like, man, I'm not gonna take it. Like, it is what it is. We just gonna get through it. And he was like, all right, cool. We just gonna be grown and do what we have to do. Cool. Like, then shit started getting rocky or whatever. Midway through, like when I was still in my first trimester, I'm like, all right, cool, I'm gonna go get the abortion, like whatever. But by that time, the shit was like $2,000. So I'm like, all right, you gotta go half for me. Nigga didn't want to go half for me, like didn't want to go half for me, like talking about you should have just got it when the pill was $160, nigga. Let's like, no, I want the fucking abortion now. Like at this point. Girl, and then it's to the point where it's just like, the shit got so far along, like every day I'm like, man, I don't want to have this baby, bro. I do not want to have this baby. I don't want to have it. Like, I'm telling my mama this and everything, but they so religious and shit. They like, man, that's evil. Like, you gotta have a baby. You can't be a kids and stuff like that. But I'm like, bro, I don't want to have this baby. I just don't want to be in this situation with this man. Like, this shit happened too fast. This not the right move. Like, dude not who I thought he was. Like, nigga switched up. This nigga lied to me. I don't want this baby, period. But I can't do nothing I can't see myself doing something to hurt the child myself. Like, I'm not about to sit here and take no medicine or drink no alcohol or no, like, I can't do nothing like that. Like, this is a whole life. So it's just like, I just gotta deal with the shit now, but it's just unfortunate, the situation, like, and it's just like, bro, I can't help but think, like, y'all, this dude real life hate me. Like, girl, this dude hate me, bro. He hates me. The nigga hate me, y'all. The nigga hate me, like, for real. For real, for real. This shit is wicked.
This whole situation's nuts. Imagine a child growing up and seeing all of this online one day. Every rant, every accusation, every emotional outburst, it's all permanent. And while discussing this drama, that's the part that really hits you. What happens when the child eventually comes across these videos? It won't feel good, it won't feel fair, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. What we're witnessing here are two consenting adults failing miserably at handling a life-altering situation. One is a man-child who refuses to take any responsibility, and the other got herself into a situation she wasn't emotionally prepared for. It's not just messy, it's tragic. But somewhere in the middle of all this chaos is a child who deserves better than to be the centerpiece of online drama. Now, after this live stream ended, some people started claiming online that she mentioned mentioned giving up her child for adoption, but Giovanna quickly came back and denied those rumors, calling people out harshly for spreading lies about her situation. Even though several commenters swore she did mention adoption, Giovanna completely denied the claim.
Messing with people for what? Stop getting on this app and making up lies about people and rumors. Like, you gotta find something better to do with y'all time and with y'all life. I left this shit for like a couple days, came back, and there's more rumors and people still talking. People saying this, saying that.
Honestly, we don't know what to believe. There's no actual clip of her saying anything about giving up her child for adoption. But based on the emotional state she was in during that live, it wouldn't be shocking if she said something impulsively that she later forgot. She was clearly volatile and overwhelmed. So maybe she said it, maybe she didn't, who knows? Regardless of whether she made that comment or not, people on the internet are still mad at her. One of the biggest reasons people think she's at fault in this entire situation is her constant habit of airing everything on social media. One creator, who called her out for making her own life, her ex-boyfriend's life, and even her unborn child's life public, made a very valid point. He said that if she ever wanted to resolve things with her baby dadder in the future, it would be extremely difficult because of everything she said. And how does she expect things to get better between them when she's literally venting about their most personal issues in front of hundreds of thousands of strangers?
I wasn't going to say anything about the Giovanna J situation because I saw her yesterday morning when she was on live, just, I ain't going to say crashing out, but it was definitely just a lot going on between her and the father of her child. And the things she was saying, it was just like, I get when you in a situation like that, you want to express yourself, especially when you feel helpless. But y'all know me. I've constantly said on this app, you do not go on social media and talk about the parent of your child, whether you a male or a female. You don't do it, because I hope it, like, people can come around and build a relationship. But if the other person sees that you going out and talking about them negatively, whether it's true or not, how do you rekindle something like that when I know the next time we may have problems, you may run to the internet and paint a picture of me that may be true or not? It's just the fact that I know what you're willing to do. And I wasn't gonna say anything, so I'm just like, you know, the girl young and it's unfortunate. But now I see she and her, the father of her child, been going back and forth on this app. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't know that man. And I only know what Shawty has said. But to what I said, bruh said to hit her, he be typing and she makes videos. Like, he type in the comments, she make a video. He said, how you gonna talk about me all day, then talk about going to church? And then she made a video, and then he was just like, bruh, ain't like, I don't know how you expect me to react when you take everything to social media. Like, and I'm not trying to have his side, but that's my point. You can't resolve nothing if you taking everything to the public, because you're always gonna look like, when we have issues, you're gonna try to paint a perception of me to try to get your way instead of handling it directly. Now, that doesn't mean he was handling his business directly, but I'm just saying, I don't play like that either. Like, mother of my child, family member, friend, whatever. Once you take our problems to social media, I really don't want nothing to do with you. And if we have children together, we'll just, you know, we'll handle how we handle. Luckily, I'm good on that side, but yeah, I don't play like that with nobody in my life. You take our problems to social media.
Another creator on TikTok pointed out how strange it was that she suddenly announced she didn't feel like having a baby anymore because of how her baby daddy was treating her. His behavior didn't magically start the minute the pregnancy was announced. If he was emotionally unavailable, distant, or immature, he must have been like that before the baby happened. So what exactly was different now?
Center women like her, like B. Simone, plenty of women that I've called out before, say stupid shit like, I don't want to have my baby because of how the man is treating me. But he was treating you like that when you told him you was pregnant. Now you about to drop, and all of a sudden you don't want the baby.
At this point, a growing number of people were also openly discussing the possibility that it might not be such a bad thing if Giovanna did choose to give up her child for adoption. Because from the outside, she doesn't look ready for motherhood. The baby daddy clearly doesn't want to be involved in the way he should be, and whatever is going on between the two of them is extremely toxic. All of that combined creates an environment that is undeniably harmful for a child. And many people pointed this out on TikTok, saying that if she truly feels she can't handle all of this alone, adoption might actually be the most responsible option. Not because people want to shame her, but because she's showing signs of someone who's overwhelmed, unsupported, and acting out purely from emotion rather than stability. And if that's where she stands right now, a lot of viewers believe the child deserves someone who can provide the safe, calm, and healthy environment that neither parent seems capable of offering at the moment.
She done went through with that man, whatever. If you feel like you can't do it, you're not going to have support, you don't want to deal with it, whatever. I'd rather people give their children up or try to give them a better life than sit around and raise a child and abuse it and you create another motherfucking monster in this world. If you are not ready for that, what all it entails being a mother, then by all means, use the resources to give somebody else that chance, or just know that you're not going to be able to do what's right for the kid. I don't know. I don't feel like that's wrong. I feel like a lot of people sit up and say, oh, because the man, if she feel like she cannot raise that baby on her own and whatever she went through with that man, she don't want to do it, then next time, abortion or birth control.
What's interesting is that not everyone on the internet during this time was against Giovanna or irritated by her constant presence online. Some people actually saw the emotional pain behind her ranting, realized how confused and overwhelmed she looked, and offered her genuine, heartfelt advice. They literally encouraged her to log off the internet for a while and focus on her mental well-being, because the way she was going on and on about her baby daddy around this time was really not pretty. She looked stressed, she sounded stressed, and she was definitely stressing her baby out. So people begged her not to continue this behavior until she felt mentally stronger.
Already confused and don't know what to do? Wait until you mix a baby into it. I am not saying get rid of your child because this is your life, but be prepared, baby girl. And I know you're getting paid. I know you're getting paid for the internet, but sometimes you gotta log off. Letting too many people into your business just causes much more stress. You got all these opinions coming from this way and that way, and you don't know what to do. You think that it's gonna give you clarity because you're venting, and it's really just gonna make you more confused. You're stressing your baby out. Log off, take a break, take a breather, take care of yourself. Like, I'm not talking about get your hair done and do your makeup, take care of yourself. I'm talking about take care of your spirit, your soul, your...
Honestly, this was solid advice for Giovanna, but we don't think she took it seriously at all at this point. So the next thing that happened in the baby daddy lore was the infamous baby shower incident. Around 9 months pregnant, Giovanna held a baby shower and invited both her own family and her baby daddy's family. And according to her, a fight broke out there, and she claimed that her baby daddy's family jumped her while she was 9 months pregnant. She immediately told her followers on TikTok about this new development, and the reactions were intense. A lot of people called the baby daddy and his family all kinds of horrible names, because based on Giovanna's version, the situation sounded genuinely terrifying. But then some people started digging and found out that apparently nobody jumped her at the baby shower. According to these commenters, she was the only one who got into a fight and put herself in harm's way.
It was the day of my baby shower. It's like 10 o'clock at night. Just got back home. Girl, it was crazy. I thought today was going to be like real good and just like such a positive day and just like so full of love and stuff like that. Boy, was I wrong. This isn't a negative video or anything like that though, because I know it's certain people that's just looking for a response out of me because, you know, anyways, we ain't gonna get into it, but all I have to say is just like, choose carefully who you have a family with. Today didn't end well, and I'm 9 months pregnant, but it's okay because at the end of the day, God is in control of everything, and you know, so I'm about to go to the hospital because my baby probably need to be checked on. And yeah, y'all watch who y'all have a baby with. Like, she didn't get jumped at her baby shower. You jumped into somebody else's fight at your baby shower, and then you're on here like, I just couldn't believe that this happened to me. There has been so much drama on the internet between you and your baby daddy and his family. So the fact that you even invited his family to your baby shower with your family, knowing that they've been talking so much shit about you on the internet, and you have been fighting and arguing with them on this internet, and this is that and the third. Why didn't you think shit was gonna go down between the families? And furthermore, if your cousins was fighting and you're pregnant as fuck, why would you jump in the fight? Why would you put your baby in harm's way? Because if you jumped in the fight, you put your baby in harm's way. Because you could have stepped away because you're pregnant and told them, I'll see you when this baby drop. Because you're about to drop the baby. So why would you fight them people?
Why would you jump in your cousin's fight? Was your cousin getting beat up? She had to have been getting beat up. But there was just too many people around. Your family was around. There was too many people for you, the pregnant person, to have to jump into the fight.
Now, we don't know for sure what the truth is, but if it's true that she invited her baby daddy's entire family after publicly trashing him and dragging their business all over social media, that alone is weird. She had been openly venting about this man for months, painting him as the worst person alive, and then suddenly inviting his whole family to a celebration? That just sounds very off. Now, there's one thing we can confidently say about the father of the child. It is shameful to get a girl pregnant and then disappear from the picture. He genuinely comes across as an immature creep. But at the same time, Giovanna desperately needs to log off for her own mental health. And to be fair, she actually did log off toward the end of her pregnancy, but not before revealing her intentions toward her baby daddy, and not before stirring up even more drama. She mentioned in a TikTok that she would somehow turn the tables once the baby was born. And of course, the internet had mixed reactions to that. Some people in her comments supported her, telling her not to let the father sign the birth certificate or to give the baby her last name instead. Others, however, felt she was being petty and basically using her child as a weapon against the father. But regardless of what people were saying about her supposedly not wanting the baby or planning to give him up for adoption, she did give birth in August. And to her credit, she seems to be taking care of the baby really well. She often features him in her videos and claims she's working on healing herself and becoming a better version of who she was during all that chaos.
Bring life. Your type boom boom bring love. Your boom boom bring life. Your boom boom bring life. Your type boom boom bring life.
Pretty recently, though, another incident happened. She got into a car crash. Thankfully, both she and the baby were completely unharmed. Her car, however, was totally destroyed, and to make things worse, she apparently had no insurance. So she turned to her followers for help, set up a GoFundMe, and surprisingly, people actually donated.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who has been donating to me. I really didn't think, honestly, did not think that so many people would actually like chip in and help me out, and it feels good to know that I really actually have supporters in the world who really care about me and who really want me and my baby to be happy. I really, really, really appreciate it. If I could thank everybody individually, I would, without a doubt. Like, y'all don't understand how much it means to me for people to really just be like going out of their way to help me. It's just crazy. People been referring me to like attorneys, lawyers. Like, people really want to see me do good. They really want to see me do good. I woke up this morning and the GoFundMe is halfway to the goal that I set. That's crazy. It ain't even been 24 hours. Today I have one of my friends coming to pick me up so that I can go take my exam. I haven't studied at all. Hopefully, by the grace of God, I pass. And I can start moving on and rebuilding my life. Thank you again to everybody who chipping in and who's trying to help me. I really, really, really genuinely, with everything in me, appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, seriously. Say thank you, everybody. Say thank you.
Despite everything that happened during her pregnancy, the drama, the fights, the oversharing, it was genuinely wholesome to see the internet come together to support her during a scary moment. And even nicer to see her openly acknowledge and thank her followers. As of right now, it doesn't seem like the baby daddy's in the picture at all. Giovanna doesn't mention him in any of her recent videos. Maybe he's involved off camera, maybe he's not, we don't know. But it does look like she's keeping things off the internet for now, and honestly, that's probably the best decision she's made in a long time. The entire Giovanna situation is a mix of unfortunate choices, emotional impulsiveness, and a complete lack of boundaries. At this point, the best thing she can do is stay offline. Focus on raising her child in a peaceful environment and truly work on healing instead of performing it for TikTok. As for her baby daddy, he has shown nothing but irresponsibility and immaturity, and it's clear that he was never ready for fatherhood or even a functional relationship. And yes, her male-centric mindset, along with her habit of choosing men who show red flags from day one, absolutely played a major role in where she ended up. Some of this was bad luck, but a lot of it was preventable. Now, the real question is, what do you think? Should she give him another chance off camera? Should she cut him out entirely? Do you think she'll actually stay offline? Or will the cycle repeat once the next drama pops up? If you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear what you think. How can a woman who spent her entire life teaching to restore relationships end up being in one?
It's not a great message. It's honestly a toxic message. This thing I've seen people saying of like, oh, you can never trust a man. Like, never trust your husband. Like, he may just cheat on you. You never know. It's like, at the end of the day, the man and the woman have to be trusting each other.
The minute I broke up with him and I was like, you know what, I'm done. And I called all my energy back to me and I was like, this is gonna end. I saw him again and I was shocked. Just write down like, okay, what are my goals? Why am I in this relationship? What am I getting here? Is this fulfilling me? Is my soul fulfilled? No. Okay, what can I do next? How can I get out of this? Okay, start thinking like that. Next, job. Is this job fulfilling me? Am I just doing this job to make money, to invest in something else that will fulfill me, that I feel good about? Or am I just doing this job so I can wait until I have my pension and then just die?
Wizard Liz built a multi-million-dollar brand teaching others about self-respect and high-value relationships. But now she'd just become the very thing she warned her followers against. A single mother betrayed by the man she called her Manifestation. A man who secretly created a Snapchat account to cheat on her while she was 4 months pregnant. And the worst part, she can't get out of this loophole.
I will not settle for someone that's cheating on me. You guys, do you understand what cheating is?
And I always find something wrong.
This wasn't just any ordinary breakup. This was the moment Wizard Liz discovered her fiancé had been living a double life, maintaining secret social media accounts, messaging other women, and building an entirely separate reality behind her back.
Partnership, if the person is going to choose someone else over you, that defeats the whole point. But forgiveness is a big thing. So if you have ever had a trust issue come up, you gotta learn how to forgive and work through that. Otherwise, that'll just turn into crippling insecurity.
The same man she publicly celebrated as her perfect manifestation had been systematically deceiving her for months while she was planning their wedding and teaching millions of women how to spot this exact type of behavior. He was living a double life behind her back.
Decided, you know what, right now I'm gonna take the manifestation journal that I created and I am gonna write in this manifestation journal a partner that I want to attract. I was gonna write it in a way that we were already married, and I wrote down what kind of characteristic he has. So I was like, oh, I'm so grateful.
The most devastating part wasn't just the betrayal itself. It was realizing that every red flag she'd trained others to recognize had been staring her in the face, and she'd chosen to ignore them all.
You crazy. There's people half of your potential. They think they're the king on earth. They're literally accomplishing everything.
I am getting married and I am engaged. I met Landon 3 years ago and we met online. He was the first man to ever approach me online
And what happened next would expose not just Landon's betrayal, but the dangerous hypocrisy of internet gurus who sell dreams they can't even live by themselves.
Like, I'm not gonna come on here and ask for your forgiveness. I'm just gonna come on here and ask for understanding, because I made a mistake, but that doesn't mean that I don't love Liz.
Let me show you exactly how someone who preached about knowing your worth.
You should not be worrying about gold diggers. You should be worrying about being
like, oh my god, the girls that listen to Liz are so hot. Right? Yeah, you guys are like, oh, okay.
Ended up as a cautionary tale about everything she stood against.
The minute I broke up with him and I was like, you know what, I'm done. And I called all my energy back to me and I was like, this is gonna end. I saw him again and I was shocked. There's no way I was with this person. My energy made him so magical to me. I thought like, he's so successful, he's so good at manifesting. It stopped when I removed my energy. Men become more good looking, more successful because they're with that woman. And then the woman starts to think like, oh, he's too good for me. Oh, he's the, honey, that's your energy.
Now, before we go into the devastating details of how her relationship imploded, there's something you need to see first. Just 6 months before her world came crashing down, Wizard Liz posted this video that would later become the most painfully ironic content on her entire channel. However, what makes this clip so haunting isn't just what she's saying, it's the absolute confidence with which she's saying it. She's describing the exact behavior her fiancé was engaging in at that very moment, completely unaware that she was living the nightmare scenario she was warning others about.
You're
your ex cheated on you, your ex abused you, this and that. Glow up in yourself. Blow up with your energy.
Lizzie, her real name, built an empire virtually overnight. While most creators struggle for years to gain traction, she was able to attract millions by delivering content that resonated deeply with women seeking clarity, confidence, self-respect, and relationship advice.
Compromise a little bit in life because that's just how it is, especially in relationships. But when she has certain boundaries, if they wanted to, you would know.
But her advice wasn't just casual suggestions. She positioned herself as the ultimate authority on female empowerment, teaching women to never settle for less than perfection. There was something almost hypnotic about the way she delivered her message, a magnetic confidence that made millions of women hang on her every word like she held the secret to unlocking their dream life.
You don't find someone you like in your country, you go look in another country. I do not care. But you don't just go settle and lower yourself and accept bad behavior because that's just how my environment is. Or you constantly let people walk all over you because this is how it goes in my culture. You have the power to change things in your life.
You are the big sister we all need that's speaking the truth. We all have to hear and follow. Keep up the good work. You are 100% true. Every time I see your videos, I think, what a strong, powerful woman. Thank you for inspiring us all with these videos. However, this wasn't just typical influencer praise. These women genuinely believed Liz had discovered some magical formula for attracting high-value relationships. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the woman dispensing this life-changing wisdom was about living proof that even the most confident teachers can become students of their own worst nightmares.
Do not date broke guys. Do not date guys that have no money, have no job. Do not date them. Now, what is a broke guy?
Now, what made her content so interesting wasn't just the advice. It was the absolute certainty with which she delivered it. She didn't offer suggestions, she offered commandments.
Walk away, honey. Walk away. You will find much better than him, okay? He is the bare minimum.
Unfortunately, this level of confidence bordered on narcissism. She claimed all her exes would still want to marry her, that people were obsessed with her because of her high vibrations, and that she was essentially irresistible to high-value men.
You wanna be someone that people are obsessed with? Why would they be obsessed with you? If you're constantly sitting in your bedroom, being sad all day, listening to sad music, watching sad shows, then you're like, oh, people should be obsessed. Obsessed with what? With what, honey? What is there to be obsessed about?
And an actual narcissist wouldn't act like a narcissist. They act like...
Specifically speaking, she even defended herself against accusations of having narcissistic tendencies by claiming that real narcissists don't act like they have the disorder, which is exactly what someone with that personality type would say. But here's where this story gets interesting. If you check one of her oldest videos, Wizard Liz was in a long-term relationship with her college boyfriend, Landon, who she described as healthy and stable. Unfortunately, she decided to end this relationship for the most bizarre reason imaginable. She was too comfortable.
Why did I end my relationship? First of all, I was way too comfortable in the relationship, and I posted about this on TikTok.
But think about this for a moment. She ended a healthy relationship because it felt too secure, too stable, too normal, which seems to be the first red flag about her actual understanding of relationships.
Being way too comfortable is not good. When people become way too comfortable in a relationship, they don't want to do anything anymore. That's why you see...
However, what she said next was even more revealing. She claimed she wanted to be single for a while to find herself and become more self-sufficient.
I don't need a partner. To be honest, I could live my whole life now and I can just be on my own, and I would...
This self-discovery phase lasted exactly 3 months. Because just 90 days after preaching about the importance of being alone, she announced she was getting married.
This is not clickbait, it's very real. I am getting married and
But the origin story of how she reconnected with Landon sounds like something straight out of a cheesy Hallmark movie. According to Wizard Liz, after 3 years of barely speaking to each other, fate intervened in the most cliché way possible. They randomly bumped into each other at an airport terminal. However, what she called destiny and the universe aligning was about to become the foundation for the most public relationship disaster in influencer history. It was that same magical thinking. That belief that their airport encounter was destiny that would later blind her to every red flag that followed.
When he came to sit down next to me, I looked at him, and the first thing I thought is, why does this guy look so much like me? That kept going through my head. Like, we have the same eyes and all these things. And I was like, why does he look like me? And then I felt such a strong energy from him. And I'm a person, I'm very intuitive, so I feel things. I don't really think, I feel. So I'm sitting in front of him, and it was almost like we're sitting and he's talking to me, and everyone else started to become noise. We were almost like the only one in the airport, and I felt like such a strong energy overcome me. And I looked at him, and I've never had that feeling with anyone that I saw, and I was like,
Something that many people found suspicious. The odds of randomly encountering someone you barely know at a random airport are astronomical.
America, like, what are the odds of us meeting each other in an airport in Athens?
But Liz attributed it to manifestation.
And I am gonna write in this manifestation journal a partner that I want to attract.
Surprisingly, this manifestation narrative would later become the foundation of their entire relationship, and ultimately, its downfall. Now, let's examine the timeline more carefully, because the red flags were everywhere. First, Landon admitted he had been following her content for years before they randomly met. This means he knew exactly what she valued in a partner and could easily present himself as that ideal man. But here's what's truly disturbing. Their timelines don't match. Liz claimed they barely spoke over 3 years, while Landon suggested they were in regular contact.
I met Landon 3 years ago, and we met online. He was the first man.
Furthermore, the speed of their relationship progression was alarming. From chance airport encounter to engagement in just a few months, for someone who preached about taking time to truly know a person,
I will always choose.
In addition, the most glaring red flag was how perfectly Landon seemed to match her manifestation list. It was almost too convenient, like he had studied her content and crafted himself to be her ideal partner.
He wrote me a love letter, he wrote me a book, he wrote me a song, he came to my house with thousands of flowers every time he matched up, and he just swooned me back in, and I was like, wow, like, he's putting this much effort into me. Like,
oh my god, I was gonna do this for you. Oh my god, I was going to... Shut up. You didn't do anything. Literally.
Turns out this is a common tactic used by manipulative individuals. They present themselves as exactly what their target wants to see.
So I'm replying here because I got a ton of comments in my Wizard Liz video about how do we protect ourselves from this type of man. And I've worked with domestic violence victims in a professional setting.
However, despite positioning herself as an expert on spotting red flags, Wizard Liz missed every single one. Or perhaps she chose to ignore them because they didn't fit her narrative.
It was almost like the signs were here in front of my face. Like, God was literally showing me, hello, hello, literally in front.
But the biggest red flag of all was how their relationship was built entirely on external validation. Every milestone was documented, every moment was content, every interaction was performed for the camera. Specifically speaking, Wizard Liz turned their engagement into a full-blown production, posting multiple videos analyzing every detail of how Landon proposed, breaking down his high-value behavior during the proposal, and even creating content about how other women should expect their men to propose based on her experience. Healthy relationships don't require constant public validation. Where someone needs to repeatedly prove their happiness online, it often indicates the opposite. For example, Wizard Liz would post videos of them pranking each other.
So, you know how I gave you the card and like we've been spending a lot of money recently?
Babe. Yeah, baby. Come.
What's up?
I want to film a TikTok.
And proves he's high value every time Landon did something as basic as getting her roses. However, genuinely secure couples don't feel the need to broadcast every small gesture as evidence of their partner's worth. They simply enjoy these moments privately. The fact that she was constantly creating content to prove Landon was the perfect man suggests she was trying to convince herself as much as her audience.
If we hop in the Benz, is that okay? Is it okay if I call you my pride, babe? I ain't no player, I just got a lot of...
Then came the pregnancy announcement, which should have been a joyful moment, but instead felt rushed and performative. Nevertheless, for someone who preached about the importance of truly knowing your partner before major commitments, getting pregnant within months of reuniting seemed hypocritical. Let's check what their relationship actually looked like beyond the curated social media posts. Their love story was built on a foundation of nostalgia rather than genuine compatibility. Wizard Liz constantly talked about how Landon was different now and had grown into the man she always knew he could be, but never explained what had actually changed about him during those 3 years apart. She was projecting the fantasy of who she wanted him to be onto the reality of who he actually was.
And I'm like, Landon? And guys,
unfortunately, what she called deep understanding was actually shared memories from their past mixed with physical attraction and the excitement of reunion. Real compatibility requires knowing someone's current habits, values, communication style, and life goals, not just reminiscing about college memories and feeling butterflies when you see them again. But Wizard Liz had confused the rush of reconnection with genuine emotional intimacy. By the time she realized the difference, she was already carrying his child.
Gone for that nigga, get it over with. Gone for that nigga, get it over with.
However, she framed the pregnancy as another manifestation of success, another example of her ability to create her perfect life.
Today I'm gonna become a mother. I'm gonna create a beautiful family for myself.
But what's particularly troubling is how she positioned this pregnancy as validation of her relationship expertise, rather than acknowledging the obvious rush nature of their timeline. In a video, she said, "I truly believe that taking care of yourself as if you are your own parent is one of the best ways to take care of yourself, is one of the ways that you can combine all the self-confidence, self-love, motivational talk. Just act as if you are the parent your inner child."
I truly believe that taking care of yourself as if you are your own parent is one of the best ways to take care of yourself. It's one of the ways that you can combine all the self-confidence, self-love, motivational talk.
She even created a video showing her little bump. Instead of admitting that getting pregnant within months of reuniting might have been impulsive, she framed it as evidence of her superior understanding of love and attraction. Unfortunately, she was teaching her followers that rushed timelines were actually signs of high-value relationships, completely contradicting her previous advice about taking things slow and truly knowing your partner before major commitments.
Possible. And I started looking at the signs from God or from the universe, and life became so easy, and I kind of see life as a video game now.
Before we get into the video, I want to...
And then everything collapsed. 4 months pregnant, Wizard Liz discovered that Landon had been living a double life. This wasn't a spontaneous decision or a moment of weakness. Landon deliberately created a separate Snapchat account with the specific intention of meeting other women. The premeditated nature of this action shows calculated deception. He wasn't just tempted by someone who approached him. Instead, he actively sought out opportunities to cheat by creating a platform designed for secret communication. The most shocking aspect is the timing. Landon had just been with Liz in London, where they were together as a couple. During this same period, he was writing extensively about his love for her. However, immediately after this romantic period, he created a secret account to pursue other women. This demonstrates the depth of his deception and his ability to compartmentalize his lies. The discovery didn't come from Liz's investigation or suspicions. Instead, the woman Landon had been messaging took the initiative to contact Liz's friend directly. This woman didn't just make vague accusations. She provided concrete proof of their conversations and interactions. The evidence was substantial enough to be undeniable. The specific content of Landon's messages reveal the cruelest aspect of his betrayal. When talking to this other woman, he called his relationship with Liz fake. This wasn't just infidelity. It was a complete denial of their life together. He didn't tell the woman he was in a complicated situation or having problems. He flat out lied and said their relationship wasn't real. While Landon was telling other women their relationship was fake, the evidence of their real life together was overwhelming. Liz's cats were living with him in Dallas. All of her belongings were in their shared apartment, and she was 4 months pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, he was erasing not just Liz, but their entire shared life and unborn child from his narrative to appear available to other women. When confronted with undeniable evidence, Landon's response was predictably inadequate. He claimed to be incredibly sorry, but his apology came after being caught, not from genuine remorse. The fact that Liz felt she didn't know him at all suggests his apology felt hollow and revealed how well he had been hiding his true nature. Unfortunately, Liz reveals a crucial detail about their relationship dynamic. She had been having intuitive feelings and even dreams about his infidelity, which she shared with him. However, instead of addressing her concerns or examining his own behavior, Landon dismissed her feelings and called her crazy. This is classic gaslighting behavior, making someone doubt their own perceptions to cover up wrongdoing. Liz's observation about men wanting to lead the world but can't even control their lust speaks to a fundamental character flaw. She's pointing out the hypocrisy of someone who cannot manage basic self-discipline yet expects to be trusted with larger responsibilities. Her statement that a man that can't control his lust will never be able to lead addresses the connection between personal discipline and leadership capability. Someone who creates secret accounts to cheat while their pregnant partner trusts them demonstrates a complete lack of self-control and respect for others. Liz's decision to sell her $100,000 engagement ring and donate the proceeds to single mothers is a powerful statement. She's taking a symbol of broken promises and converting it into something that'll help other women in vulnerable situations. This demonstrates her ability to transform personal pain into positive action for others. Despite Landon's betrayal, Liz still asks people not to send him hate, saying she feels somehow responsible for his feelings. This shows the complexity of leaving someone you love, even when they've betrayed you. Unfortunately, this caring nature is exactly what Landon took advantage of. Liz reveals that Landon created this Snapchat account recently, meaning this was extremely recent behavior, not something from the past that she was just discovering. Her description of feeling blindsided and shocked and wishing it was a bad dream captures the devastating impact of discovering such calculated betrayal. However, despite the shock and heartbreak, Liz's response demonstrates remarkable strength and clarity. She refuses to let this destroy her and chooses to focus on her future and her child's well-being rather than dwelling on Landon's betrayal. The shocking evidence comes directly from Landon's own messages, which reveal the calculated nature of his deception. The conversation screenshots show exactly how Landon was operating his double life and the specific lies he told to other women while Liz was pregnant with his child. The conversation begins with the woman asking Landon, "Are you still in Dallas?" To which he responds, "Yeah, why?" Landon then reveals his travel plans, saying, "Just wondering who all I know is still here. I just got back from London. In NYC Tuesday, then back in Dallas for a week. Do you have plans?" This message is particularly damaging because it shows Landon was actively making plans to meet up with other women immediately after returning from his romantic trip to London with Liz, where he had been writing about how much he loved her. The woman then asks the crucial question, "Aren't you married?" This is where Landon's deception becomes most apparent. Instead of being honest about his relationship status, Landon responds with a flat "no," followed by "plus just looking for friends." This response is a complete lie. At this time, he was not only in a serious relationship with Liz, but she was 4 months pregnant with his child. Her belongings were in their shared apartment, and her cats were living with him. When the woman presses further, asking, "Since when aren't you married?" Landon doubles down on his lies. He responds, "Yeah, well, it's a complicated long-distance internet thing. But no, I'm not married, LOL. Not a normal life for sure." This response reveals several calculated deception. First, he minimizes his relationship with Liz by calling it a complicated long-distance internet thing, completely erasing the reality that they had lived together, shared a home, and were expecting a child together. The phrase internet thing is particularly cruel because it suggests their relationship was not real or serious. The conversation reaches its most shocking point when the woman asks directly, "So your whole relationship is fake?" Instead of correcting her or defending his relationship with Liz, Landon responds, "No, it's not. But I'm not married. That part is not real." When the woman asks, "What does that even mean?" Landon's response becomes even more telling. He says, "Haha, do you want to see me? I can tell you in person." Clearly trying to arrange an in-person meeting while avoiding giving direct answers about his relationship status. The woman becomes suspicious and states, "I do not want to hang out with married men, and I saw you wearing a wedding ring." This confrontation forces Landon into a corner. Nevertheless, he continues to try to manipulate the situation rather than being honest. The fact that the woman noticed he was wearing a wedding ring shows that Landon was actively deceiving her about his marital status while wearing the very symbol of his commitment to Liz. These messages reveal that Landon's betrayal was not a moment of weakness or poor judgment. He systematically lied about multiple aspects of his life: his relationship status, his living situation, and his intentions. He described his relationship with Liz as not a normal life and an internet thing, while simultaneously trying to arrange in-person meetings with other women. The timeline makes this even more devastating. He was having these conversations immediately after returning from London with Liz, during a time when she was 4 months pregnant and trusting him completely. Unfortunately, these screenshots provide undeniable proof of Landon's character and intentions. He wasn't just messaging other women, he was actively working to convince them that his relationship with Liz wasn't real or serious. However, the evidence shows a man who is comfortable lying about the most fundamental aspects of his life to pursue other women while his pregnant partner trusted him at home. The casual tone of his messages, including his use of LOL when denying his relationship, shows a shocking lack of respect for both Liz and their unborn child. But the messages weren't just inappropriate, they were deliberately deceptive. When questioned about his marital status, Landon claimed his relationship was complicated and not real. Nevertheless, what makes this betrayal even more heartbreaking is how calculated it was. This wasn't a moment of weakness, it was a pattern of behavior that required planning and deception. However, the most damaging part wasn't just the cheating. It was how he dismissed their entire relationship as fake to justify his actions. Unfortunately, this revelation exposed everything Wizard Liz had been teaching as hollow. The woman who claimed to be an expert on reading men, on spotting red flags, on maintaining high standards, had been completely deceived.
I will not settle for someone that's cheating on me. You guys, do you understand what cheating is?
Now, how someone handles betrayal often reveals more about their character than the betrayal itself. Initially, Wizard Liz handled the situation with some dignity. She announced she was selling her engagement ring and donating the proceeds to single mothers. However, this promise quickly became complicated. She later claimed she couldn't legally sell the ring, which made no sense from a legal standpoint. But the real issue was how she handled the donations. Instead of working with established charities, she decided to send money directly to followers who claimed to be single mothers. Nevertheless, this approach raised serious questions about verification and accountability. How could she ensure these people were actually single mothers? Furthermore, her explanation about bank flagging for suspicious activity seemed convenient. Banks don't typically flag legitimate charitable donations. But if Wizard Liz's response was questionable, Landon's was absolutely pathetic.
Like, I'm not going to come on here and ask for your forgiveness. I'm just going to come on here and ask for understanding. Because
he posted the ultrasound of their baby with manipulative captions about how sorry he was, which showed a complete lack of boundaries and respect. However, what made his response even worse was how he tried to justify his actions by claiming he felt unappreciated and needed to feel respected. But the most ridiculous part was how he listed all the things he did for her, as if buying gifts and opening doors somehow justified betrayal. Nevertheless, his entire response read like a masterclass in manipulation, trying to shift blame while appearing apologetic. Unfortunately, this behavior is typical of people who cheat. They often try to make themselves the victim by claiming they weren't appreciated enough. Now, this entire situation exposes a massive problem with social media guru culture. Wizard Liz positioned herself as an expert on relationships, despite having no credentials, no training, and clearly no real understanding on healthy relationship dynamics.
This person does not want you. Don't you get it? He ignored your text
But her followers trusted her because she was confident, attractive, and successful. They didn't question whether her advice was actually sound. Rather, they were praising her. An audience commented and said, "Now I'm badly in love with her. Her every motivation literally helped to give up. No doubt make me realize that I'm the diamond that they don't deserve." However, this situation proves that social media success doesn't equate real-world wisdom. Being able to gain followers doesn't mean you understand relationships. Nevertheless, millions of young women took her advice seriously, potentially damaging their own relationships by following guidance from someone who couldn't even spot obvious red flags in her own life. An audience commented and said, "I think she completely changed my mindset. Furthermore, the emphasis on high-value men and women creates a transactional view of relationships that's fundamentally unhealthy."
My time. No. If you're valuable to me, if what you're gonna give.
But perhaps most damaging is how the guru culture promotes the idea that you can manifest the perfect partner, which often leads to ignoring real compatibility and character assessment.
Okay, first thing I want you to do. I want you to take pen and paper and I want you to write down.
Unfortunately, real relationships require work, compromise, and genuine compatibility, not manifestation lists and social media validation.
Hi guys, I want to share a manifestation technique that my therapist actually taught me. So basically it's called the...
And that's perhaps the most important lesson of all. But the story doesn't end there, because what happened next would reveal that this wasn't just a cautionary tale about guru culture. It was something far more sinister. Just when people thought the drama was over, another woman came forward with her own story about Landon. Her name was Abby, and she had been in a relationship with him before Wizard Liz.
Hi, I'm not really wanting to make this video, but I feel like I'm obligated to.
What Abby revealed wasn't just another cheating story. It was a pattern of manipulation, emotional abuse, and disturbing behavior that painted a much darker picture of who Landon really was.
We're saying that, and we dated for a year, from 2023 to 2024. I was physically abused by this man. I was mentally abused by...
According to Abby, Landon had cheated on her multiple times throughout their relationship. But what made her story particularly chilling was how he responded to being caught. When confronted about his infidelity, Landon would flip the script entirely. He would blame Abby for not loving him enough, suggesting that if she truly cared about him, she would forgive his cheating. But the manipulation didn't stop there. Abby revealed that Landon had become physically violent, punching holes in walls and cornering her during arguments.
Broken part of me that was never healed and never fixed, and I kept on saying to myself, like, why am I...
Most disturbingly, she disclosed that she had lost a pregnancy during their relationship, and Landon continued to cheat on her even during this traumatic time.
I took him back. I ended up getting pregnant by him. I had my miscarriage. I was alone.
The emails Abby shared showed a man who was not just unfaithful, but completely unhinged. He would send dozens of messages begging for forgiveness, claiming he was weak and that God would help him change.
There was this he sent me.
But perhaps the most disturbing part of Abby's story was how Landon refused to accept their breakup. Even after she had moved on and was traveling in Europe, he followed her there. According to Abby, Landon tracked her down in Ibiza and confronted her in public, despite having no legitimate reason to be there. The level of obsession was so concerning that Abby had to consider getting a restraining order against him. What made this even more disturbing was the timeline. Abby revealed that Landon was still sending her desperate emails well into his relationship with Wizard Liz.
Like playing house, like, what the is the email? Apologize. This is everything. This is everything.
This meant that while he was love-bombing Liz and presenting himself as her perfect manifestation, he was simultaneously trying to win back his ex-girlfriend behind the scenes. With Abby's testimony, a disturbing pattern emerged. Landon wasn't just a cheater. He was a serial manipulator who used the same tactics on multiple women. The love-bombing phase where he would shower women with attention and gifts, followed by the gradual introduction of chaos and betrayal.
What are you doing?
Pregnancy shoots.
When confronted, he would use emotional manipulation, claiming he was weak and needed forgiveness, while simultaneously blaming his victims for not loving him enough. Most concerning was his inability to accept rejection. When relationships ended, he would resort to stalking behavior, following women across continents and refusing to respect boundaries. This wasn't just about infidelity anymore. This was about a man who posed a genuine threat to women's safety and well-being. The fact that he had successfully manipulated someone as supposedly savvy as Wizard Liz showed just how sophisticated his manipulation techniques had become. Just when it seemed like this story couldn't get any worse, rumors began circulating that Wizard Liz had taken Landon back.
I think the Wizard Liz and Landon are still together, and I think I can prove it to you. So I get that they're having a kid together, and you can't.
Eagle-eyed followers had noticed that both Liz and Landon had posted Instagram stories from what appeared to be the same luxury hotel in London.
It was Liz's story today. It says pregnancy belly in the evening, and you can see she's in this hallway that looks to be a hotel hallway.
The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. Both posts showed identical hotel corridors and spa promotional materials from the same establishment. If true, this would represent one of the most spectacular reversals in social media history. The woman who had built her brand on never settling had potentially settled for the very man who had publicly humiliated her.
But once a woman has standards and it's like, if you're a broke guy, and with broke guys, I don't mean men.
The implications were staggering. If she had indeed taken him back, it would completely undermine everything she had taught her millions of followers. Whether or not the reunion rumors were true, the mere possibility created a credibility crisis for Wizard Liz's brand. An audience member commented and said, "Honestly, I don't care if she goes back to that guy. However, she should never dare to set her camera and talk about having standards or anything about relationship." Her followers began questioning everything she had taught them. If she couldn't follow her own advice, how could they trust any of her guidance? An audience commented and said, "All this wisdom but got cheated." Another one said, "Honestly, I don't care if she goes back to him. As a fan, I will be disappointed, of course, but her advice was genuinely good and helped me so much. So sad she ended up not following it. I will continue to watch her old videos and just leave her alone so she can figure all of this out." The woman who had positioned herself as the ultimate authority on relationships had become a cautionary tale about the very behaviors she warned against.
Don't you think it's time to let go of that person? Don't you think it's time? Do you really think that that person is the best?
But perhaps more concerning was what this revealed about the parasocial relationships between influencers and their audiences. Millions of people had invested emotionally in Wizard Liz's story, believing that her success validated their own hopes and dreams. An audience member commented and said, "That's why I'll always like her no matter what, because she helped us when we needed her." When her story fell apart, it didn't just affect her, it affected everyone who had built their self-worth on her teachings. The Wizard Liz saga sets a dangerous precedent for the self-help industry. It shows how easily unqualified individuals can position themselves as experts and gain massive followings. But more importantly, it reveals how vulnerable people seeking guidance can be exploited by those who haven't done their inner work themselves. The emphasis on manifestation and positive thinking, while appealing, can lead people to ignore red flags and make poor decisions. When reality doesn't match the fantasy that's being sold, the psychological damage can be severe. The Wizard Liz story is just one example of a much larger problem in our digital age: the rise of the guru industrial complex.
Like this glass right here, someone imagined it and then they created it, right?
Social media has democratized influence, allowing anyone with charisma and a camera to position themselves as an expert. But influence without expertise is dangerous, especially when it comes to matters of the heart and mind. The algorithm rewards confidence and engagement, not accuracy or wisdom. This creates a system where the most confident voices rise to the top, regardless of their actual qualifications or the quality of their advice.
You have to be able to move on. You're still crying about a relationship that ended 5 years ago. Honey, why are you...
The result is a generation of people receiving life advice from individuals who haven't figured out their own lives. One of the most dangerous aspects of modern self-help culture is the emphasis on manifestation and positive thinking as solutions to complex problems.
Succeed. I swear. Save yourself. Save yourself. One time I told my mom...
While optimism and goal setting can be helpful, the idea that you can simply think your way to the perfect life is not only unrealistic but potentially harmful. It encourages people to ignore red flags and rationalize bad situations as part of the process. In Wizard Liz's case, her belief that she had manifested the perfect partner likely contributed to her ignoring obvious signs of manipulation.
I wrote that manifestation down. People dropped out of my life like this, like in a...
The manifestation mindset can also lead to victim blaming, where people are told they attracted negative experiences through their thoughts or energy. This is particularly dangerous for people in abusive relationships who may be told they manifested their abuse. The Wizard Liz situation highlights the urgent need for accountability in the influencer space. When someone builds a brand on giving life advice, they should be held to higher standards than typical entertainers. The impact of their words extends far beyond entertainment. It affects people's real decisions. Platforms need to consider whether they have a responsibility to fact-check or verify the credentials of people giving advice. But ultimately, the responsibility lies with consumers to think critically about the advice they receive online. Just because someone is confident and has a large following doesn't mean their advice is sound. Despite the chaos and disappointment of the Wizard Liz saga, there are valuable lessons to be extracted from this train wreck. First, actions always speak louder than words. When someone's behavior contradicts their teachings, pay attention to the behavior.
Oh, women, their standards are too high these days, whatever. No, we've realized how much you've made it.
Second, be wary of anyone who claims to have all the answers, especially when it comes to complex human relationships. Third, rushed timelines in a relationship are almost always a red flag, regardless of how the relationship is framed. Fourth, manifestation and positive thinking are not substitutes for practical wisdom and critical thinking. Finally, remember that social media presents a curated version of reality. The person behind the brand is human and fallible. The Wizard Liz story serves as a cautionary tale for both influencers and their audience. For influencers, it's a reminder that authenticity matters more than perfection. People would rather follow someone who's genuine about their struggles than someone who pretends to have it all figured out.
Influencers are very good at manipulating their audiences to believe their life is a certain kind of way.
For audiences, it's a reminder to seek advice from qualified professionals, not just charismatic personalities. The real tragedy of the Wizard Liz situation isn't just her personal downfall, it's the millions of people who may have lost faith in their ability to make good decisions because they trusted someone who couldn't make good decisions herself.
Everything in life comes at the right time, at divine timing.
But perhaps this situation can serve as a wake-up call for our culture's unhealthy relationship with social media gurus. Maybe it's time to start valuing wisdom over influence, experience over charisma, and substance over style. The internet has given us unprecedented access to information and connection, but it's also created new forms of exploitation and manipulation. As we navigate this digital landscape, we need to become more discerning consumers of content and more critical thinkers about the advice we receive. The Wizard Liz story may be over, but the lessons it teaches us about influence, authenticity, and the dangers of parasocial relationships will remain relevant for years to come. Because in the end, the most important relationship you'll ever have is the one with yourself, and that's something no guru can manifest for you. And that's the complete story of Wizard Liz, from guru to cautionary tale, and everything we can learn from her spectacular fall from grace. You know what? I wasn't going to say anything. I was gonna mind my business, scroll past the content like the rest of y'all, and keep it cute. But then it's almost like the universe has made up its mind to torment me till I say something. So this is me finally taking the bait. Don't get me wrong, I got nothing against Cooking with Kaya personally. Truth is, when she first started popping up everywhere on TikTok and Instagram, I was like, okay, she's cute, she's cooking, cool. But then she made a comment that let all hell loose.
That's still your man with his dinner I just cooked, bro. Take a good lick.
Excuse me, girl, what? That's when I kind of realized her game. Cooking with Kaya isn't just about food. Her whole aesthetics is built around rage bait, male validation, and giving pick-me energy on steroids. And the wildest part, it's working. She's got millions of followers and views on her posts, thirsty comment sections, viral debates, and a whole internet war going on in her name. So today we're gonna talk about it. We're unpacking how Cooking with Kaya blew up, what it says about the internet, and why she's low-key one of the most hated women online right now. Yep, I said it. Let's get into it. So who is Cooking with Kaya, and why is the internet foaming at the mouth over this girl making food and twerking in a sports bra?
Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
Her real name's Kaya Renee, but on TikTok, she's popularly known as Cooking with Kaya, the apron-wearing, lip-gloss-poppin', boyfriend-feeding internet chef with one mission: look hot, twerk, serve plates, and remind women that she will wake up at 6 a.m. to prepare your man's breakfast before you even brush your teeth.
1, 2, Kaya's coming for you. Wake up and make your man some breakfast before I do. So I can take your man with this meal I just cooked. Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
She popped up mid-2024, posting these super aesthetic, super domestic cooking videos. But every video isn't just a recipe, it's a You get the food, sure, but you also get a chant, a little twerk, and a dash of internet chaos.
Did someone feed you tonight, or does Kai have to? Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
Whether she's plating steak, pancakes, or mac and cheese, it always comes with a little song, twerking, and a whip of sass. It's comfort food with a side of "look at me." But the food is not what made her viral. When Kaya started her content journey around July 2024, it was just wholesome cooking. No drama, no trolling. But things changed real quick when she started blending in some internet clapbacks and strategic trolling. Now fast forward to December 2nd, the day she basically lit the internet on fire.
1, 2, Kaya's coming for you. Wake up and make your man some breakfast before I do.
Boom. That was it. TikTok lost its damn mind. The energy of the video seemed pretty harmless, but it was also provocative. Most people found the video kinda cringe. But hey, do what you gotta do for views, I guess. Let's pause here real quick. Isn't it wild how much women still have to do just to be seen online? It's like, you want to blow up? Better be hot, outrageous, hyper-feminine, or borderline inappropriate. Otherwise, good luck fighting the algorithm. Sure, there are other paths, but this one's the express lane. Anyway, back to the video. She made pancakes, scrambled eggs, and something with strawberries and whipped topping. Now, the plate looked delicious and cute too, just like a simple meal that could be made at home. But the whole point is that it was never about food.
1, 2, Kaya's coming for you. Wake up and make your man some breakfast before I do. Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
Come to think of it, there are creators on TikTok who've been serving Michelin star-level tutorials with clean lighting, perfect framing, and actual culinary skills for years. Yet none of them are pulling the number of views Kaya is. Why? It's simply because Kaya figured out how to package herself as part of the product. This particular video didn't just do numbers, it became extremely controversial. That's when you know you've crossed a line from content to controversy. You go viral on TikTok, fine. But when your face lands on Twitter and people start dropping think pieces, that's the gold mine right there, whether it's love or hate. Now, men were obsessed with the video. The comments were full of, "Where's my Kaya? I love you. I need a woman like you." Meanwhile, most women were not having it.
When Cooking with Kaya says, "Wake up and cook for your man before I do," this really triggers women who challenge patriarchal norms and don't adhere to traditional gender roles because they see Kaya as upholding patriarchy.
Some women were straight up pissed off. They saw Kaya and were like, this is a joke, right? They thought it was a step backwards, like Kaya was setting women back a few decades. Like we're back in the 50s or something, where the only thing a woman is good for is cooking and trying to please her man. They didn't see the humor. They saw Kaya as a pick-me pandering to men, and they were so over it. But were they wrong, though?
About Cooking with Kaya that I find so funny is that men are really out there showing their wives and girlfriends Cooking with Kaya because she said, "Cook for your man or I will."
The truth is that Kaya's cooking content seems to have attracted more guys than ladies. Why do you think that is?
Bombastic side-eye. Criminal of...
I mean, we know how difficult it is to get some men to cook or even do any kitchen duty, so to suddenly find out they're becoming really interested in cooking TikTok contents smells fishy.
Kaya, cooking with Kaya.
No f***ing way, what are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you...
Is that what we're doing now?
Is that what we're doing now?
I've seen multiple videos where girls immediately get upset and annoyed when they find out their meal was prepared using Cooking with Kaya recipe. And now, while most of the videos seem staged, that doesn't change the fact that some of the girls are really pissed with the whole Cooking with Kaya stuff.
That's who I got it from, so I hope you enjoy it. Are you kidding me?
Get on my face.
You know how long it took me to cook that?
So you, what, cooking with Kaya now?
It's a recipe that she was showing me how to... Are you kidding me? I put my all into this.
So yeah, it was clear Kaya was getting under some skin. She wasn't just putting recipes out there, she was stirring up some serious emotions, and it made her go viral. Whether they liked it or not, some women felt like Kaya was out here competing for their men, and honestly, that wasn't all in their heads. You see men confessing to watching her content constantly, and even using her recipes. You can't help but deny that she has an effect on the guys.
Cooking with Kaya.
Babe! Babe! You've been watching Kaya again?
But not all women were gonna sit back and watch the internet try to crucify Cooking with Kaya over some whipped cream and a flirtatious joke. Because while the comment section were exploding with women pissed off by the video, one voice stepped in loud and unapologetically. Cardi B. The Grammy-winning artist came to Kaya's defense, and not in a subtle way either. Cardi hopped online and basically told the internet to pipe down and stop projecting their insecurities onto a girl who's just minding her business and making food.
Cause y'all just hate so much on with surgery, but it's not that. Y'all just hate on anybody that's just happy with themselves. Cause look at the girl Cooking with Kai. She natural from head to toe. And y'all hate her because y'all feel she could take y'all man. Y'all just ooze hate.
In that moment, that split in the reactions. That's when Kaya went from being a cooking creator to a viral personality. But let's be real, she never blew up because of her cooking. She blew up when she leaned into the flirtation, the trolling, the male validation bait and pick-me energy. That's what unlocked her popularity. And with that came the criticism.
Just like that, I like that.
Because now it's not just about pancakes, it's about performance. About the way women navigate visibility online. Is Kaya playing the game? Or just playing into it? The issue with Kaya's brand, and why it's stirred up so much drama, is because it sits at the crossroads of performance, provocation, and pandering. Kaya knows exactly what she's doing. She's not just making scrambled eggs, she's performing femininity in a very specific way.
Yeah, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya.
A way that strokes the ego of a certain type of man. The one who scrolls through TikTok looking for women who will say, serve your man or I will. And then will turn around and use that content to bash other women for not doing the same. That's where it gets messy. Because while Kaya's videos might seem harmless to some, the subtext isn't. Whether she means it or not, she reinforces ideas that have been used for generations to reduce women down to what they can offer men. How well they can cook, how quiet and pretty they are, how willing they are to serve. It feels like we're stepping back in time, except now it's happening with TikTok filters and catchy background music. And here's the thing, when a creator leans into that fantasy, they might go viral, but they also become polarizing. Because you can't build a fan base that's rooted in male validation and not expect women to call it out. Especially when that same fan base turns around and uses Kaya as ammo to shame other women. And they do. The same dudes who praise Kaya are often the ones in other comment sections talking about how modern women don't bring anything to the table, or y'all should be more like Kaya.
This is why women hate Cooking with Kaya, this Cooking with Kaya girl. It's because when you have a woman like Cooking with Kaya, who is good at cooking, wants to cook for her man, is very outright about it, other women who don't do that, who think that it's not important, they get insecure about it because they realize, oh, my man is busting ass, I don't even cook for him. I don't even do this, that, and the other for him, and another woman can come in and steal him.
Let's call it what it is, a setup, and Kaya might just be the latest pawn in it. Now, to be fair, Kai herself has tried to set boundaries. She's posted on Instagram saying she's not trying to steal anyone's man, that she's just joking, and that she's received threats because of how people are interpreting her content. Which is wild, because again, it's not that deep. If you don't like what someone posts, block them. Keep scrolling. Why are people out here sending death threats over TikTok meals and reposts?
Who is this? Leave me alone! Damn it!
That kind of behavior says more about the people reacting than about Kaya herself. But here's the part no one wants to admit. Kaya is a reflection of the times. She didn't create the gender wars on social media. She's just profiting off them. In a space where male podcasters are constantly shouting about high-value women, and female creators are being told they're too masculine for having boundaries, Kaya slid in with a formula that works. She's feminine, agreeable, flirty, but still manages to appear down-to-earth enough that both fans and critics can't stop watching. Whether you love her or hate her, you're watching her, and that's the power.
Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with...
Either way, the clock is ticking. Because viral fame is never built to last. It's fast, it's loud, and it burns out quickly. Right now, Kaya is on the upswing. She's getting collabs, features on streams, and her name is on everyone's timeline.
Yes, you did.
I got twerk.
Yeah, it's a part of it.
No, I'm not gonna twerk.
It's a part of it.
I'm not gonna twerk.
It's a please.
You said please.
Yeah. Welcome to another video.
Wait, hold on, wait. How much aura is that if I twerk, bro?
She actually is here. She's here all the time. We just like film me.
Film me?
Literally type shit.
Yeah, type shit.
How you been though? How you been good? I see you.
Wait, before we start, we gotta hit the intro real quick.
The intro? Wait, what intro?
The Cooking with Kaya intro.
Oh, yeah, Yeah. Wait, hold on. Wait, you can give her like a little bit like tutorial.
Yeah,
like show you.
Alright. Welcome to another video. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
But at some point, people are going to move on. And when they do, all that's left is the reputation you built along the way. And that's why pandering to male attention always backfires in the long run. Because once the novelty wears off, once the men who hyped you up find the next girl to drool over, and once the drama dries up, what will she have left? Will she still be able to evolve? Or will she become just another TikTok flash in the pan that people look back on and say, remember that girl who used to act like a Stepford wife for clicks? We've seen this cycle too many times already. And let's be real, women who pander to male audiences often get used up and discarded when the internet finds a new target. And when that happens, those same men who once hyped them up are nowhere to be found. Because male validation isn't sustainable, it's conditional. The moment Kaya stops performing the way they want her to, they'll flip on her. They always do. But let's keep it real for a second. You know who's really mad? The women actually worried that Cooking with Kaya might take their man. Like, let's just call it what it is. If you're seriously panicking because your boyfriend saw a TikTok of a girl serving chicken Alfredo in a crop top and now you're spiraling, girl, please. If your man is out here switching loyalty over a plate of food, a little twerk, and a flirty smirk, you don't need to be mad at Kaya. You need to let that man go. That man's not yours. He belongs to the streets. Because a real man who loves you isn't gonna suddenly forget your name just because someone on TikTok winked at his steak. And honestly, if that's all it takes to lose him, good riddance. And let's not act brand new. Kaya is not the first woman to tap into her femininity to market her content. This isn't some dark internet sorcery. It's been around. I remember scrolling a while back and boom, I stumbled on this one creator. I think her name was Natalie something, I don't know, it's a Spanish name. Sis had a full face of makeup, soft lighting, tiny gowns, and was chopping onions like she was in a music video. I blinked once, and suddenly I was 4 videos deep thinking I needed her gumbo recipe.
pero qué bonito es.
Women have been using femininity and that soft, sensual, come here, baby vibe in the kitchen for decades. It's practically woven into the fabric of how society has conditioned women to be desirable. Cook a meal, look good while doing it, be sweet, be submissive, laugh at his jokes, even when they suck. That whole energy, that's not something Kaya invented in her kitchen, that's patriarchy 101. So what's the girl supposed to do? You log into TikTok, you realize people aren't just scrolling for recipes anymore. They want a show, they want a vibe, they want to feel wanted while watching someone flip a pancake. And that's where creators like Natalie came in. You've probably seen her on her For You page, especially if you're into content like Cooking with Kaya. She's very gorgeous, super flirty, and all dolled up in her kitchen. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to the fact that it sells. I mean, she has over 1 million followers. And yeah, you guessed it. Most of them, men.
Azul, pintado de azul. Viajando entre nubes de tul.
But like, be honest, do we really think it's the recipe bringing them there? No. It's the way she looks into the camera, the way her sleeve just magically slips down while she's stirring sauce, or when she bends toward the oven with her backside faced directly toward the camera. Boy, oh boy, the men are having a perfect time with this one. And listen, like I said, it works 100%. She's pulling in about 900,000 views per post. That's no accident. That's strategy. Flirtation sells, femininity sells, and if you can cook, even better. But here's where the double standard comes crashing in like a wrecking ball. Because Natalie, no one's witch hunting her. No one's saying she's ruining women or setting feminism back 50 years. She's floating along on marble countertops in some gorgeous luxury kitchen, flirting with the camera, and somehow completely escaping the drama. But Cooking with Kaya? Oh yeah, she's public enemy number 1. Why? Here's my theory, and it's something a lot of people don't want to admit. Kaya feels accessible. When you look at Natalie's content, you see wealth, you see polish, you see something aspirational, maybe even out of reach. Most people look at that and think, my boyfriend's not even in her tax bracket. I'm good. But Kaya's in a regular kitchen, modest, maybe a little messy, nothing expensive. It looks like your cousin's apartment or yours, or that one friend who always has a mismatched pair of pans but somehow still makes the best food. She feels real, familiar, relatable, attainable, and that is exactly why the internet lost its mind when she said, "I'll take your man." Because when someone who feels just like you starts tapping into that flirtatious, hyper-feminine energy and doing it really well, that's when it gets personal. That's when people start freaking out, because suddenly it's not just some influencer in a luxury kitchen anymore. It's someone who feels realistically possible, and that's what makes it threatening. So now we've got this weird situation where everyone's coming for Kaya as if she's the first and only person to ever push this whole sexy vibe while cooking. But she's not. She's just the closest to home. And honestly, the whole thing exposes a lot. Not just about how we view women or how patriarchy still shapes the way femininity gets rewarded online, but how insecure a lot of people still are. Because if a girl in a basic kitchen with a Walmart spatula and a cheeky wink can really threaten your whole relationship, maybe the issue isn't her. You can't blame most of these ladies for playing the games. These women figured it out. Appeal sells. TikTok rewards charisma, confidence, and yes, a little flirt never hurts. That's just marketing with a twist of spice.
Vem magalenha rojão, traz a lenha pro fogão, vem fazer armação.
So why is it suddenly a crime when Kaya does it? All of these people acting like she committed a felony by serving dinner with a cute chant, twerk, and smirk. Relax, she's cooking, not committing treason. Let the girl live. And if anything, Kaya just exposed how many people low-key want to do the same thing, because suddenly TikTok got flooded with copycats and wannabe what you boys want chefs trying to ride the wave.
Today I made honey glazed teriyaki salmon with homemade mashed potatoes and Brussels sprouts. If you want to see how I made this, go to my YouTube. My name's TT. Full video out now.
We ain't gotta pay no clothes. We can shop where we land. You want bad bitch views? What you willing to do? She can't come to your room.
Girls who never cared about plating a dish are now adding extra oil just so it glistens in the camera. Some are even straight up twerking while flipping pancakes. Kaya lit the match, and now everyone wants to cook in front of a ring light.
Block shakers, duh.
Oh, you bad. Hating on me and don't even know me.
It's almost like Cooking with Kaya created a whole blueprint, whether she meant to or not. Her videos had a signature energy, a whole vibe. The way she started her videos with that playful little chant was unique, and she made it hers. But despite the backlash she's received, everyone wants in now. Take a quick scroll through TikTok now, and you'll definitely notice what I'm talking about. The Cooking with Kaya formula is everywhere. One of the clearest examples? This account named My Name's TT2. Now, don't get it twisted, TT can cook. The girl's food looks incredible. She clearly knows her way around a spice rack. And if you pay attention, the intro, the way she talks to the camera, the little chant she starts her videos with before she flips the camera and throws a little ass.
With TT. Today I made honey glazed teriyaki salmon with homemade mashed potatoes.
It's giving Kaya, like almost beat for beat. And you know what's wild? The same exact thing Kaya got dragged for. But the bigger conversation here is what it says about the internet and patriarchy. Because while some people are out here saying Kaya is the problem, the reality is that Kaya is a product of the problem. See, we live in a world where women have always been told that being feminine, sexy, and submissive is what makes them desirable. And now that same formula is being rewarded in content creation. Add a dash of cleavage, a little sass in your voice, and some thigh peeking through your apron, and suddenly you've got yourself an algorithm-friendly video. Kaya didn't create that dynamic, she just learned how to capitalize on it. And now she's got imitators, whether they admit it or not. And here's the part that gets even more complicated, because some women are starting to feel like this kind of content might actually be harmful, especially for young girls watching it. There is a growing sentiment that says, if this is the kind of content that goes viral, is this what we're telling young women they need to be to succeed online? Because when every other cooking video starts with that sexy vibe or a threat to cook for your man or another girl gets him, followed by twerking up a storm while the oven preheats, we have to ask,
Cooking with Miss Bumpbed. Cooking with Miss Bumpbed.
what message are we sending? And listen, it's not about shaming femininity, being sexy, owning your body, loving how you look in the kitchen. That's not the issue. The issue is when the only time you get rewarded or seen is when you're performing it in a way that fits into a very specific male-pleasing mold. And when women like Kaya get turned into blueprints for others to follow, not because they inspired confidence or boldness or creativity, but because they figured out how to satisfy the patriarchal algorithm, that's where some people start getting uncomfortable. So now we're in this weird spot where Kaya created a wave that everyone's riding. She's being used by some as a symbol of what women should be, while others say she's sending the wrong message entirely.
About Cooking with Kaya that I find so funny is that men are really out there showing their wives and girlfriends cooking with Kaya because she said, cook for your man or I will.
But at the end of the day, Cooking with Kaya is just one woman trying to make content, grow her brand, and maybe have a little fun in the kitchen. She didn't create the system, she's just cooking in it. But even with all the clones out there, and there's a lot, Kaya still pulls more views. And that's what really eats people alive. Because she just popped off last year, and somehow her engagement dwarfs creators who've been grinding for years. Listen, people need to stop pretending they don't get why Kaya is winning. She's not out here giving Gordon Ramsay tutorials. She's not presenting 5-star cuisine with Michelin star precision. There are dozens of TikTok chefs who can cook circles around her when it comes to instructions, plating, and technique. But guess what? They don't get half the views. Why? Because Kaya cracked the code, and it all starts with that pick-me energy everyone loves to hate. Whether you love it, roll your eyes at it, or secretly wish you could do it yourself, it works. She's not just cooking, she's performing. She's putting on a soft, flirty, wifey-coded persona that's basically baiting the entire internet, and y'all keep taking the bait. Let's be honest, the whole I'm cooking what you boys want thing, that was a trap, and insecure women walked right into it. If you really believe a girl making a cute TikTok video is going to show up and take your man just because she knows how to season a chicken, you're proving her point. That kind of panic, that's not confidence, that's projection. And let's be real, Kaya's not even saying she wants your man. She's cooking dinner and cracking jokes in a crop top. Y'all give it the power. And another thing people don't talk about enough, like I said before, is Kaya's relatability. She's not in some $2 million content house with quartz countertops and LED wine racks. She's in a regular, modest kitchen. The lighting's soft, the vibes are chill, and the place looks like your apartment or your cousins or your friends. She's not flexing luxury, and that's exactly why it hits. Social media has warped our sense of what's normal. We see influencers in massive staged kitchens and forget that most people don't live like that. Kaya looks attainable, and that's what draws average men in. She's pretty, she can cook, she flirts just enough to spark fantasy, but she doesn't come off as untouchable. She looks like someone they could actually date. Not a celebrity, not a boss babe with 10 assistants. She's the girl next door with lip gloss on and chicken in the oven, and that combo drives men crazy. And that's the key. Kaya isn't trying to be above you. She's not in designer heels stirring risotto on a marble island. She's vibing in sweatpants, saying she'll make your man a plate, and that's enough for half the internet to start barking. So no, she's not reinventing the wheel, but she's mastered how to turn that wheel in her favor. She knows what works, and she's not afraid to use it, and for some reason that confidence in her femininity makes people absolutely lose their minds. And I mean lose their minds, quite literally, because the internet was willing to take it to the extreme end to take this girl down. Because it's not just shady comments or TikTok stitches anymore. We've entered full-blown sabotage territory. Around mid-December 2024, the internet decided that being mad at Kaya wasn't just enough, they needed to destroy her. An alleged explicit video of Kaya, yes, explicit, started circulating online. We're talking Reddit threads, viral posts on X, Telegram drops, the works. Now, whether the video is real or not, still completely unverified. No official confirmation, no denial from her team. But that didn't stop the trolls from acting like it was gospel truth. People were reposting it like it was a weapon. And that's exactly what it was, a weapon to assassinate her character. Because nothing says, let's silence this woman, like trying to reduce her entire presence to a viral sex tape, real or fake. But that wasn't even the end of it. Around the same time, organized groups, like actual communities online, started mass reporting her TikTok account. They flagged her videos for nudity, explicit content, whatever they could, basically trying to weaponize the platform's own rules to get her wiped off the app. And for a second, they won. Her TikTok got suspended. And while most people lost their mind that people were actually jealous enough to mass report her account just to get her booted from the platform, some people celebrated.
That is so crazy. I just heard, did y'all just hear that Kaya got banned from TikTok? That is so sad. That is so sad.
Like actual celebration over the idea that this woman who just cooked food and rage baited you guys that she was gonna steal your man was gone. But plot twist, Kaya appealed. Kaya came back. She kept posting. And not only did she return, she came back swinging. She dropped videos where she took a swipe at the hate she was facing while using trending sounds to mock the people who tried to cancel her.
When you see me, don't blink or stare. Move up, got head top and he had to shave his hair.
Cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya.
She didn't fold. She didn't disappear. She stood right there in that same kitchen and kept creating content. Well, she confessed that she had moved majorly to Instagram due to the negative vibes and backlash she's received within the TikTok community. There's no denying that she's still doing extremely well for herself. I mean, she's about to hit 2 million followers, with some of her videos getting over 1 million views.
But here goes
This morning I woke up beautiful again and craving attention.
Bitch ass motherfucker, how you doing? Ling back again. I'm always cooking and being goofy, so sometimes I think you guys forget how sexy I am. Anyway, today we're gonna be making some shrimp.
Now here's the question we really need to ask. What is it about Kaya that made people go this hard? Because let's be honest, this wasn't just internet backlash, it was a witch hunt. And you've got to wonder why her? There are tons of other creators doing similar content. We talked about Natalie, cooking with TT, and even another lady that seems to be doing the most. I mean, how are you not spiraling over Miss Bumpkins or whatever? But none of them seem to be catching the same level of heat. She's not getting banned. She's not getting fake sex tapes made about her. That's why I keep saying it all comes down to Kaya looking accessible and real. She wasn't in a mansion. Her kitchen looked like your kitchen. Her lighting wasn't professional. Her tone was playful but bold. She didn't feel untouchable. She felt possible. And when people feel like a woman is too close to home, when they feel like she could actually be the one to steal their man, or actually be the girl their boyfriend is watching on loop, that's when the claws come out. They wanted to humiliate her. They wanted to shut her up. And they went as far as weaponizing porn, fake leaks, and platform policy abuse to try and erase her. But they failed, because even with the smear campaigns, the fake videos, the ban, and the threats, Cooking with Kaya came back. And her follower count still climbing, her videos still viral, and her impact bigger than ever. So whether you love her or hate her, whether you see her as a pioneer or a pick-me, she's still winning. At the end of the day, Cooking with Kaya is just doing what every other creator dreams of, staying in her lane, posting her content, and breaking the internet without even trying. So whether you're triggered, entertained, confused, or ready to throw your man's phone across the room, one thing's for sure, she's got your attention, and that's exactly how she stays paid.
I think anyone that's a legal adult should be able to transition, but not if you're a minor. And me saying that as someone who transitioned at 15 does not make me a hypocrite. It just makes me someone who can look back on my experiences and realize I was really young to be making that decision.
Ah, TikTok, the digital Wild West where anyone can be famous for anything. Dancing with a blender, crying in their car, or in Kelly Cadigan's case, being a trans woman who somehow managed to offend, well, pretty much everyone.
You know, I'm starting to think I have an act for getting everyone to hate me. Like, I'm quite good at it, honestly.
If you've never heard of Kelly Cadigan, congratulations! Your algorithm might be spiritually aligned. But for the rest of us, she crash-landed into the public eye around 2022-23 with a flurry of viral videos, controversial takes, and what can only be described as a pick-me speedrun. For those of you who haven't yet had the misfortune of stumbling upon her unhinged videos, here's a little introduction. Kelly is a trans woman, and much like a plot twist no one asked for, she used that platform not to advocate for trans rights, but to undermine them. She publicly denounced gender-affirming care for minors, despite transitioning herself at 15.
You know, I think anyone that's a legal adult should be able to transition.
That alone might have been enough to cause friction in LGBTQ spaces, but Kelly had a lot more in store for people. She didn't just stop at let's wait until 18. No, she misgendered other trans people on video with a smile. She regularly dismissed non-binary identities as confusing nonsense and publicly ridiculed people for being offended when misgendered. To Kelly, respecting pronouns apparently falls under the category of doing too much.
I want to talk about why I'm offended by non-binary people as a transgender woman.
And just when you thought this was a story about one woman's complicated internalized transphobia, oh no, she hit the gas. In one video, she stated that black people enjoyed being slaves.
A lot of black people enjoyed being slaves back when slavery was a thing.
Yes, those words left her mouth, and as expected, the internet erupted. Many people criticized her for being, well, stupid and very problematic.
What? Sorry, what? Did anybody else come across Kelly like a year ago and think, ooh, confident trans woman talking about her journey? That could be a good way for me to learn about that community. Now it seems like she's been baptized in the blood of Trump, Candace, and General E. Lee.
So what happens when someone from a marginalized group willingly weaponizes their identity for validation by people who don't even believe they should exist? Well, they go viral. They get praise from conservative creators. They get interviewed by right-wing outlets desperate to prove they're not transphobic because, look, this trans woman agrees with us. Kelly Cadigan became an ideological unicorn for the anti-trans movement, the reasonable trans person who said all the unreasonable things they wanted to hear, and while she racked up views and controversy, the communities she once claimed to represent were left cleaning up the mess. But this isn't just about one creator's hot takes. Kelly's story is a microcosm of something deeper, the exploitation of identity in a culture obsessed with virality. reality. Right and left wings know how to manufacture a narrative, and when someone like Kelly steps into the role voluntarily or otherwise, they're handed the script, the spotlight, and the sword to wield against their own. In this deep dive, we're going to cover everything wrong with Kelly Cadogan, her rise to TikTok notoriety, and her contradictory stance on trans healthcare, her repeated misgendering of others and open disdain for non-binary identities, the racist comments that sparked public outrage, the backlash from the LGBTQ+ community, creators of color, and pretty much anyone with Wi-Fi, and finally this supposed redemption arc, the apologies, the regrets, and whether they actually meant anything. Because Kelly Cadogan's not just a person, she's a phenomenon, a test case in how identity can be exploited, how marginalized people can internalize oppression, and how internet fame rewards spectacle over solidarity. So grab your iced coffee, sit tight, and let's dive into the mess. This is the Kelly Cadogan story.
So it's day one of being a conservative, and today I want to talk about why I'm detransitioning. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm not detransitioning, but I am coming out as someone who is on the center right.
However, before we start exploring her very damaging opinions that she marketed to millions of people online, we'd like to talk about the beginning. Before she was a TikTok firestorm, before the misgendering, before the slavery comments that made jaws drop across multiple continents, Kelly Cadogan was, well, just Kelly, a teenager navigating a world that doesn't exactly roll out the red carpet for queer and trans youth. We don't know a lot about her backstory. However, from this one article, we know that she grew up in a small backwoods town in southern Maine. She came to terms with her transgender identity at age 14 and underwent a tough period of transition. According to her own accounts, she began her gender transition at the age of 15, which in trans years is relatively early, especially given the healthcare climate in the US. You'd think that experience would create empathy, community, and solidarity. Instead, it became her origin story, the kind where the hero later turns around and locks the door behind them. Kelly has said in interviews and videos that she's pleased about transitioning at such a young age. However, she says that when she looks back on her own experiences, she realizes she was too young to be making that decision.
I think anyone that's a legal adult should be able to transition, but not if you're a minor. And me saying that as someone who transitioned at 15 does not make me a hypocrite. It just makes me someone who can look back on my experiences and realize I was really young to be making that decision.
Now let's pause here because it's important, deeply important, to recognize that regret in transition is valid. It's real. Some trans people experience it. But what's dangerous is taking a personal experience and packaging it as universal policy, especially when your audience includes vulnerable LGBTQ+ youth just trying to figure themselves out in a world that already treats them maybe not so great. But the thing with Kelly was that she was a hypocrite. She herself transitioned at an early age, but kept criticizing teenagers who wanted the same. She navigated her transition during an already tumultuous period in America, post-2015, post-Caitlyn Jenner, during a time when trans visibility was on the rise, but so was political backlash. Imagine being 15 and going through one of the most complex emotional and physical experiences of your life, while the adults on TV are arguing about whether you should be allowed to pee in peace. There's no doubt her journey was difficult. She's about the lack of support she felt from certain communities, the internal confusion she faced, and the medical path she took, hormone therapy, surgeries, and all.
You know what my favorite thing is about having the surgery? It's really the fact that, you know, in this scary time when legislation is trying to pass laws to basically make it so people like I don't even exist, it's really comforting to know that in a world where the Republicans own this country and they do try to make it so people like me don't exist and force trans people to detransition, there's quite literally nothing they could do to me because I'm never going to be able to detransition, even if they tried to force me to.
These are not easy things. Transition's not easy, being trans is not easy. Growing up is definitely not easy. But here's where this story takes a turn. Instead of using her experience to fight for better mental health screenings, improved education, more affirming care, or simply a nuanced discussion about transition timelines, she went the "don't let the kids do what I did" route. Her videos began to include a ton of opinions in order to appease her conservative audience. She just kept juggling between the two very politically charged stances, and in the process, managed to offend every single community to ever exist.
You know, I'm starting to think I have an act for getting everyone to hate me. Like, I'm quite good at it, honestly.
According to this article by Lord Buckbeat, she's also apparently said that young teens saying that they felt like another gender now versus back in the day is very different. In her own words, "I really think to be making these life-altering decisions, you should be 18 years of age. We get kids going on these drugs with permanent changes to their bodies that they're never going to be able to fix it. Back in the day when a little boy said he felt like a girl, that stuff wasn't being taught to them in schools like it is nowadays. A child would say they felt like another gender, it meant so much more. This narrative she's pushing about how a little boy saying he felt like a girl meant more back in the day because there was no media influence feels wrong for a lot of reasons, and a lot of people within the trans community have out. At first glance, it might seem like she's trying to highlight how pure and genuine early self-awareness used to be, but when you dig deeper, it feels more like she's wrapping genuine trans identity in a layer of media manipulation rhetoric. By implying that trans kids today are somehow just products of media influence, she's getting close to reinforcing a talking point, that trans people are being influenced or brainwashed into being trans. This not only invalidates their experience of a lot of trans people, but also provides fuel to the people who believe trans visibility in media is part of a kind of agenda. In a time when trans representation in TV shows, movies, and talk shows is becoming more common, Katie's statement doesn't feel like a thoughtful critique, it feels like a dog whistle. It feeds directly into the narrative that being trans is trendy, something contagious or fabricated, rather than something real and deeply personal. For someone who claims to be advocating for understanding, it's a deeply irresponsible stance that ultimately does a lot of harm. However, this is just the beginning of Kelly's unhinged drama. With time, slowly, Kelly's early transition story transformed from personal testimony to political weapon. She became a lightning rod for conservative voices. So while Kelly may have had a difficult road to self-discovery, her decision to frame her story in ways that align with alt-right talking points has made her very problematic. And the irony is brutal. She walked through the fire, and instead of offering a map, she stood at the exit holding up a closed sign. However, Kelly Cadigan's TikTok journey didn't just start with outrage, drama, or the internet collectively asking, did she really just say that? No. Like many creators, she began on a surprisingly sincere note. Her early videos focused on her experience as a trans woman, what it was like to transition, the challenges she faced, her feelings about gender dysphoria, surgeries, hormone therapy, and personal growth.
Just be honest.
At first, there was nothing particularly controversial about her content. In fact, it was good, vulnerable, informative. She gave insight into the trans experience in a way that many people, especially young teens, could relate to. But then somewhere along the way, the tone shifted. The relatable trans women telling her story slowly gave way to hot takes, defensive rants, and videos where she questioned the legitimacy of other queer identities, misgendered people, and claimed that non-binary folks were just confusing themselves. The content stopped being about her journey and started becoming about other people's identities and why she didn't respect them.
I have another controversial opinion for you, even though it shouldn't be controversial. Why are we still saying it's transphobic to have a dating preference? Because it's giving me super weird energy. I don't think it's transphobic for someone to say they aren't interested in me. Like, imagine if we started telling gay men they had to be attracted to women or they were misogynistic.
Almost all of these videos of hers have since been deleted. Kelly wiped much of her TikTok history clean. The videos that remain today are almost entirely re-uploads, salvaged by commentary channels, reaction TikTokers, and creators who saved them to critique or archive her statements. What little we know of her full body of content now exists in fragments, stitched, duetted, or screen recorded by people who either challenged or mocked her, which in hindsight may have been the wisest move she ever made. That being said, we'd now like to shed some light on what actually brought her into the limelight. On March 27, 2023, a tragedy struck at the Covenant School, a private Christian elementary school in Nashville, Tennessee, when a mass shooting took the lives of 6 people, 3 students and 3 staff members. The shooter, later identified as Audrey Hale, was a 28-year-old who, according to early reports, was a transgender man. As always happens in the US, where mass shootings are treated like recurring plot points in a deeply broken drama, the tragedy was immediately politicized. Only this time the discourse didn't center on gun reform, mental health, or systemic violence. No, the media zeroed in on Audrey Hale's gender identity, spinning it as a reason to fear or further marginalize trans people, as if one person's actions were somehow representative of an entire community. And right there in the middle of it all was Kelly Cadigan. Kelly released a now-deleted video reacting to the incident, and while most reasonable people were mourning the loss of innocent lives, she decided to double down on the controversy. In her video, she referred to Hale using she/her pronouns, a move that wasn't just unnecessary, it was problematic. According to Kelly, if people cared more about a mad shooter being misgendered than the lives that were lost, they needed to get their priorities sorted.
Yes, I think we should call this person a woman because they don't deserve any respect.
If you think me
not using the correct pronouns for a child on a... If that's your main priority, I think you need to get your priorities straight.
Now, people had a lot to say about this topic. According to trans activists and the LGBTQ community, the message she sent in her video was clear. She wasn't going to offer respect to a masked shooter, even if it meant further stoking the flames of anti-trans discourse in a moment of national crisis. Now, let's be clear. No one's suggesting that a mass shooter deserves sympathy. But in situations this sensitive, public figures, especially those within the LGBTQ+ community, are expected to be cautious, compassionate, and aware of how their words ripple outward. But Kelly chose provocation over care. Her video was widely condemned for not only misgendering Hale, but also giving the right-wing media exactly what it wanted: a trans woman publicly rejecting trans identity in the aftermath of a horrific tragedy. She became a useful pawn in a propaganda campaign that sought to shift blame from America's obsession to guns to a marginalized group under attack. Besides, her video was widely criticized not just for misgendering Hale, but for doing it with flair, as if publicly stripping someone of their identity was some kind of moral high ground. And look, let's be honest, no one's exactly lining up to defend Audrey Hale. They were a mass shooter, not a misunderstood anti-hero. But here's the problem, and it's a big one. Kelly didn't just disrespect a criminal, she cracked open the door to a much more toxic idea that gender identity is a privilege, and if you mess up badly enough, we can just take it back. Because apparently now, being trans is something you get to keep only if you behave properly. According to that logic, gender identity isn't a fundamental part of who you are, it's a rewards program. Use your pronouns responsibly, say the right things, never do anything questionable, and congrats. You get to be seen as the gender you say you are. But step out of line and boom, your card gets revoked. And keep in mind that the second you start treating identity like a punch card at Starbucks, you're not just punishing the bad apples. You're handing bigots a gold-plated excuse to disrespect everyone. Because if one trans person doesn't deserve pronouns, what's stopping your average internet troll from deciding you don't either? So no, the problem wasn't that Kelly refused to respect a shooter. The problem is she handed transphobes a loaded script, which basically said that you don't have to respect someone's gender if you don't like them. And unfortunately, that's exactly what they wanted to hear. However, even if we try to look away from that first mess, it doesn't take long before Kelly gives us a dozen more reasons to roll our eyes straight into the back of our skulls. Because after posting her initial misgendering rant, she just kept going, like she had suddenly found her purpose in life, to say the most inflammatory things possible for maximum chaos. Take, for example, the video where she's just sitting in her car, because of course it's a car rant, casually explaining how actually people should be allowed to call a trans woman a man. Why? Because, drumroll please, First Amendment rights.
So in America, we have this thing called freedom of speech. If I'm walking down the road and someone wants to call me he, him, I might be upset about it, but there's nothing I can do about it because that's people's First Amendment right.
Yes, folks, the Constitution has entered the chat. Then she moves on to her next hot take. Apparently, she doesn't understand why non-binary people get so upset when they're misgendered. According to Kelly, she herself is a trans woman, and if she can go out in public and not get upset when someone calls her a man, then what possible reason could anyone else have to be bothered?
I've done my entire transition. I've been on HRT. I've had 2 different breast augmentations. I've had the literal surgery. I have female anatomy, or at least the closest thing I can get to female anatomy. If I'm not offended, why does it seem like so many people in the community, particularly the non-binary community, are offended?
In her world, if something doesn't offend her personally, then no one else is allowed to be offended either. I mean, how entitled do you have to actually be to voice these opinions in front of thousands of people? Honestly, it's giving, if I can eat peanuts, then why do you need an EpiPen, you drama queen? And then comes the infuriating part, the tone she uses. You can practically hear the superiority dripping off her words. She talks like she's somehow better than non-binary people because she's had surgery, she's suffered more, and therefore, what? She's more legit, more deserving of respect. For her, it's a hierarchy of suffering, and surprise, she's put herself right at the top. Kelly's entire vibe is basically that I've been through hell, so your identity doesn't count unless you've also been through the exact same kind of hell, and even then, probably not. So yeah, at this point, it's less about free speech and more about just attention-seeking with a side of superiority complex and a sprinkle of transphobia, aimed not just at cis people, but at the entire LGBTQ+ community. According to a lot of people online, the general reaction was pure disbelief. Like, how does someone manage to throw their own community under the bus with such enthusiasm? It didn't even seem targeted anymore. She was just against everyone. Whether you were non-binary, trans, a person of color, or even straight, it didn't really matter. If you existed and had feelings, chances are Kelly had a problem with you. Now let's talk about one specific take from Kelly that we've already talked about, but it basically really stirred up a storm online. Her opinion on whether people under 18 should have access to hormone therapy. People pointed out how parents pretty much have to put their kids at risk every day. For instance, to let their kids play sports, knowing they might get hurt because it helps them grow. So why is it a problem when a kid explores their gender identity? No one's rushing kids into surgery, it's about support. The real issue isn't safety, it's society's discomfort with letting trans kids just want to be trans.
You're never going to convince me that it's okay for minors to go on hormone replacement therapy.
Allowing minors to transition is a risk. My parents were faced with two options. Either don't let me medically transition as a and I'll have a 40% chance of self-harming, or do let me medically transition and there'll be like a 2% chance that I'll end up regretting it. We put our children through risks every day for their benefit. We drive them to school, even though there's a chance that they could get in a car accident. We let them play sport, even though there's a chance that they could crack their head open. We can't bubble wrap children.
Now sure, this is a recurring debate with valid concerns on both sides, but what made this instance so bizarre was Kelly herself transitioned at 15. Yes, the same person who's now firmly against minors accessing hormone therapy literally did the exact thing she's railing against. Not only did she transition young, but she's also had multiple surgeries. And by her own admission, she's in her 20s right now, which suggests she probably started taking puberty blockers and hormone suppressants early on too. So for her to now stand on a soapbox and say others shouldn't be allowed the same path she took, that's not just ironic. To a lot of people, it felt downright hypocritical. This view of her actually sparked a huge debate online, with many people from as well as outside the community calling her out for her hypocrisy. One Reddit user said, "So it's day one of being a conservative. I saw a minority outside and got very scared. They ruined." Another user wrote on TikTok, "As long as there is a psychologist and a general physician involved, who am I to tell anyone what to do with their body? The same goes for abortion. If the doctor or patient deems it necessary, then nobody else should have a say in the matter. Those are medical decisions, let medical professionals make them, not influencers or lawmakers." Another commenter added, "In Washington, it's so difficult to transition, especially with one transphobic parent. I hate how one transphobe can completely override doctors, therapists." It was clear that a lot of liberal people online were getting triggered by this topic even being brought up. And honestly, that's no surprise. It's a sensitive issue with deeply divided opinions. But when a trans person starts the beehive and making statements like this, it doesn't come off as insightful. It feels like a deliberate move to make things harder for the very community they belong to. But Kelly, yeah, she didn't care, not even a little. People were upset. Her own community felt betrayed. Didn't matter. She was getting clicks, stirring the pot, and making money off the chaos. Every time she said something controversial, the views went up, the shares exploded, and the outrage just kept feeding the algorithm. And for Kelly, that was the goal, right? As she kept making these videos, her comments section, once filled with queer people, allies, and mutuals, suddenly looked like the Facebook page of your uncle who yells at the news. Conservatives are showing up in droves, patting her on the back, praising her for finally saying what needs to be said, and calling her one of the good ones. To give you a good idea of what we're talking about here, this is a screenshot of her comments section after she posted this video of herself basically agreeing with conservatives.
Pick me. Choose me. Love me.
Honestly, it's kind of wild how she's proudly owning the title of Desperate Pick-Me like it's some kind of quirky personality trait. But honestly, it's not empowering, it's embarrassing. By leaning into it so hard, she's not only disrespecting the communities she's flip-flopped on, but also blatantly disrespecting herself. It comes off as someone who's completely lost touch with self-awareness and any sense of real self-respect. Now back to the point we're trying to make. As you can clearly see that the conservatives were giving her a huge pat on the back for this. We're going to read some of the comments out for you so you get an idea of what she was getting out of all this drama. "Here I am, sweet baby, and I love you. Stay strong and don't stray from your message because of any of the hate. Conservative right-winger here. Just found your day 5 video and now I am here. I appreciate your honesty and am definitely rooting for you, girl. I followed you because you speak from your heart and your experience. You speak kind-hearted and not full of hate."
Alright, let's get this
Yeah, definitely not full of hate, but Kelly, she definitely ate that up. Suddenly she realized it didn't matter what she said as long as she kept talking. In one video, she expressed the belief that trans people, specifically trans women, shouldn't participate in competitive women's sports. Her reasoning was that regardless of how early a person transitions, a trans woman would still retain certain physical advantages over biological women.
You know, as a transgender woman, I've been really scared to give my perspective on this just because I know it's going to be super controversial. But I truly don't feel like trans people should be competing in competitive sports. I just don't think it's fair. No matter how young you've transitioned, I just feel like we have no way of proving that a trans woman wouldn't have some advantage over a biological woman physically.
But this take is particularly strange coming from someone who identifies as trans herself. It feels contradictory, as if she's discrediting the very existence and experiences she once claimed as her own. The argument also oversimplifies a highly nuanced topic, one that involves science, ethics, and individual rights, and reduces it to a blanket statement that conveniently aligns with more conservative or trans-exclusionary stances. And that's not. She's agreed on Twitter with people who called her body an open wound. Honestly, at the end of the day, she was under the delusion that she could throw her own community under the bus and there'd be an audience cheering her on, as long as that bus made a loud enough noise when it hit. So she kept going. She doubled down, because for Kelly, the controversy wasn't the cost, it was the currency. However, just to give you a little idea of how low Kelly was willing to stoop to poke the bear, the same community that she was supposed to be a part of, she launched a series called Day So-and-So of Being on the Right. Now, if that title sounds familiar, it's because it's a not-so-subtle jab at Dylan Mulvaney's well-known Day X of Being a Girl series. Now, if you don't know who Dylan Mulvaney is, she's a trans content creator who blew up on TikTok with her series Days of Girlhood, where she documented her gender transition journey day by day. Her videos were bright, bubbly, and unapologetically feminine, which earned her a massive following, and also a ton of backlash from the usual suspects. She's collaborated with major brands, been invited to the White House, and basically became the internet's favorite, or most hated, depending on who you ask, poster girl for trans visibility. Now, in her Being on the Right videos, Kelly essentially parodied Dylan's content, but with kind of smugness that even made her followers raise an eyebrow.
So it's day 1 of being a conservative.
So it's day 3 of being on the right, and today I'm going to be removing my pronouns from all social media. So it's day 4 of being on the right, and today I'm talking about why I'm taking the term cis out of my vocabulary.
She'd say things like how she was now removing the word cis from her vocabulary, as if that was some grand political shift. It was less look at my values and more look at me mock the very people I used to represent. A petty jab dressed up as political commentary, and honestly, the only real thing it exposed was just how far she was willing to go for attention. In the months that followed, Kelly didn't slow down. If anything, she got even more comfortable being controversial. She posted more videos with the same tone, like ranting about how she hated the term birthing and giving her very particular, and let's just say problematic view of what it means to be a woman.
So it's day 5 of being on the right, and today I want to talk about what is a woman.
So it's day 6 of being on the right, and today I want to talk about why the term birthing people is offensive to women.
So it's day 11 of being on the right, and today I want to talk about why I'm owning the pick-me status.
And look, if we had to sit down and dissect every single problematic political opinion she shared, we'd probably be here till the end of the day, trapped in a loop of secondhand embarrassment. So for the sake of everyone's sanity, let's just say the pattern was loud and clear. We think by now, even someone casually scrolling through TikTok with one eye open probably has a decent idea of what kind of person we're dealing with. But just when you think things couldn't possibly get any worse with her, it gets way worse. Kelly apparently thinks that black people enjoyed slavery, and she even references Matt Walsh's video on slavery. So in mid-2024, things really came to a head when Kelly Cadogan agreed to join a nearly 3-hour-long live stream with another trans creator, the non-binary TikToker Nominal Naomi. And let's just say it did not go how Kelly probably imagined. This wasn't some conservative podcast where she could rattle off her usual sound bites unchallenged. Naomi, calm and composed with a side of surgical precision, essentially invited Kelly to explain herself, and then systematically took apart nearly everything she said. The stream focused on a lot of the issues Kelly had been going viral and getting backlash for. Her claims that transitioning should be restricted until 18, her disdain for inclusive language like birthing, and her bizarre flip from progressive advocate to someone whose videos were being applauded by right-wing pundits. Naomi, who had undergone their own gender journey and understood the stakes, made it clear that Kelly's opinions weren't just spicy takes. they were contributing to real harm, especially for young trans people who rely on early intervention for their mental health and survival. There was a moment in the live stream when Kelly started ranting about the differences between biological men and transgender women, and to say it was awkward would be putting it mildly. The way she talked about biology was kind of strange. Her arguments were all over the place, filled with nonsense buzzwords and half-baked ideas that made it painfully clear she didn't fully understand what she was talking about.
Why you're disputing statistical rigorous methods that are based in math and science because of your common sense feelings.
Why are you going to act like that was so irrelevant when you literally said oh, it's based on your feelings and not facts, when you can't even admit the fact that you're biologically male just like me?
I mean, biologically I'm a trans female. My biology is pretty different from like a male in lots of ways. So I'm not going to lie to people and say that I'm just the same as a biological male in order to appeal to conservatives.
Or we're just biological men who are taking female hormones,
Yeah, and that cause you to develop female characteristics in certain aspects, thus changing your biology.
That's not changing your DNA.
I didn't say it changes your DNA. I said it changes aspects of your biology. When you say biologically male, are you just referring to chromosomes?
I'm referring to chromosomes and DNA.
There's a lot more to biology than just chromosomes and DNA.
Oh my God. We were born with male genetics.
Yeah, I know that.
We were born men.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not disputing
deny that fact. Why are you dancing around it?
I'm not disputing that at all. I'm just recognizing that my biology's changed.
And that's not just it. She also completely misunderstood the statistics of trans depression, just outright saying that Naomi didn't understand a thing about science, well, because clearly she did.
What they did was they used diagnostic screening criteria for clinical depression. And what they found is that compared to before treatment versus after treatment, 60% less of the trans youth even qualified for the clinical diagnostic criteria of clinical depression.
What is this amazing technology I've never heard of?
They used screening criteria from, I think it was the PHQ-9 or the PHQ-8.
It literally states only 60% were doing much better with their depression. You know anything about science, you need to have at least 95% success rate.
Actually, in terms of depression studies, 60% is amazing. The average antidepressant has a depression remission rate of just 30%, and the best antidepressants we have on the market have a depression remission rate of 50.78%.
And believe it or not, that wasn't even the worst thing she said during that live stream. At one point, Kelly launched into a jaw-dropping rant where she referenced a video by Matt Walsh and started talking about how some black people enjoyed being slaves. The sentence alone is enough to make your brain want to shut it down, but no, she actually said it out loud in front of people with a straight face.
Honestly, back then, a lot of black people participated in the slave trade themselves, so...
Yeah, that doesn't make slavery right. Are you trying to defend slavery?
It was a product of the time, dude.
Are you trying to defend slavery?
Did you not see Matt Walsh's new video on this topic?
I did, and I think that defending slavery is cringe as
defending slavery, but I think we're illogical if we didn't realize that a lot of black people enjoyed being slaves back when slavery was a thing.
Yeah, we don't even have the words to explain what this was. Honestly, if someone brings up racism and your immediate response is, well, actually, some of them enjoyed it, then I'm sorry, but you seriously gotta get yourself checked out, because clearly something's not right. That's not just ignorance, that's willful stupidity mixed with a dangerous lack of empathy. At that point, you've basically disqualified yourself from talking about any social issue. You're not fit to weigh in on complex topics like trans rights, mental health, or even basic human biology if you can't grasp the most elementary truth about something as horrific as slavery. Viewers watching the live stream described it as a train wreck for Kelly. You could practically see the moment Kelly realized she wasn't going to win this one. No crowd of based commenters to cheer her on this time, no echo chamber to protect her from actually being challenged. Just her contradictions, and a creator who refused to let her off the hook. It wasn't just a live stream, it was a public unraveling. However, this time, not even the right-wing worms wanted to crawl to her defense. Why? Because she managed to do the unthinkable, offend another marginalized group, this time the black community, by suggesting, with full chest mind you, that some enslaved people enjoyed slavery. And as it should be, the backlash was swift. People across TikTok and beyond began calling her out, and it finally hit her that even the conservatives she so desperately wanted validation from were nowhere to be found. The same people who had cheered her on for mocking trans folks and parroting talking points she barely understood were suddenly radio silent. So what did she do? Well, the classic influencer damage control maneuver. She backtracked. She posted an apology video on her TikTok. In it, she claimed she was speaking on a topic she had no business addressing. No kidding. She rambled something about reading about it in Atlanta, how she didn't read it properly but kinda skimmed it, and how she didn't really know what she was saying. She admitted that she shouldn't have said that about black people.
In terms of what I said about race, I completely, not only did I phrase it the wrong way and I should have said comfortable instead of enjoyed, I honestly shouldn't have said it at all. Because it wasn't my place. It was something that I read the headline out of in The Atlantic a long time ago, and I didn't really read the article. I think I barely skimmed it, and I should have, because clearly it made me say something that wasn't accurate, and now the internet thinks I'm racist.
Now here's the thing, not knowing something isn't a crime, but continuing to speak on it with confidence, misrepresenting it, spreading misinformation, and completely disregarding what others are trying to tell you, that's the problem. You can't just say bizarre, deeply harmful things and then hop online with an oops, my bad, and expect everything to magically reset, because honestly, it doesn't. Actions have consequences, and that kind of ignorance doesn't just get swept under the carpet with a shaky apology video. But let's just pretend for a second that people accepted her half-baked, rumbly apology, gave her the benefit of the doubt, told themselves maybe she's just ignorant, not malicious. Even then, it wouldn't be the end of it, because this wasn't a one-time slip-up. This girl has a pattern, a full-blown habit of being spiteful, disrespectful, and downright cruel to people who haven't even wronged her. We stumbled across one of our live streams where a woman showed up in the comments simply trying to support her, not attacking, not arguing, just existing and offering support. And what did she do in response? She absolutely unloaded on the woman, called her every name under the sun, all for seemingly nothing.
Fire with fire.
My page is nothing but trans love. So I'm telling you, somebody who supports your community just took that very hatefully. But you don't care about that because venture feelings. Losing
because that statement just showed your support was big. No, that just showed your support.
Have a great night.
That just showed your support is because you said, oh, you'll never be a real woman. So that just shows that was in the back of your mind.
Anyway, to give you a quick rundown of what actually went down in this live stream, Kelly was, as usual, going off on a tangent, this time criticizing people for having children. She framed giving birth and raising kids as some sort of morally questionable act, like bringing new life into the world was a selfish or harmful decision. The whole thing came off as bizarre and unnecessarily extreme. It honestly felt like she was just in one of those moods, saying whatever popped into her head without any filter or coherence. We also suspect she recently had her second breast augmentation surgery and was likely still in the healing process, which might explain the slightly unhinged vibe. She was relentlessly going on about how her new vision for the year was to channel her inner Regina George, so she had to be mean. Naturally, that led her into this weird rant about how giving birth is bad because apparently that's what being edgy means now.
Regina George song. It's like, enjoy your temporary win, because that's all it is. It's temporary. So thrive in it while you can. And then they're like, oh, well, I can give birth. It's like, congratulations, you can birth a child and then never feel the same again. At least I feel the same.
And then when people started calling her out for being hateful and mean, Kelly spiraled even further. She launched into yet another rant, this time about how people on the internet have always been cruel to her, and how she doesn't care about hurting anyone's feelings anymore because, in her words, nobody cares about me.
It's like, I just stay winning at the end of the day. So that was so hateful. Well, you know, people are hateful to me. Maybe if people weren't so hateful to me, I wouldn't be so hateful. But I've turned into a really cold-hearted person because of people like you treating me this way. So why should I give a shit? No one gives a shit when people say mean things about me. Why should I give a shit if your feelings get hurt?
And then after going on a full rant about how she gives back and she can handle things, she mentioned that someone had sent a guest request to join the live stream, but then supposedly chickened out. Like we said, she clearly was in a mood. However, eventually the woman did join the live stream, and she calmly explained that she was just trying to show her support. But Kelly immediately turned on her, acting cold and dismissive. Things escalated fast, and it ended pretty badly, with Kelly making racially insensitive comments toward her guest. It was uncomfortable to watch, and honestly, it just showed how completely out of touch she's become with how her words affect others.
Hello.
I chickened out. That was cute. I actually came to show you love, and then I came into the feed of you crapping on women because women give birth and then we feel like crap after, but you feel the same. Congratulations, that was really hateful. I don't care to show you love anymore. Now I will say it out loud.
No.
You will never actually be a woman beyond your feelings.
How many women from your community have done and said the same to me? Oh, but you don't give a about that.
Oh, an eye for an eye makes the world.
You don't give a about that, right? You only care about yourself. You're a selfish.
It's almost like she has this instinct to tear people down, whatever the reason might be, and it got really ugly from there. Kelly started tearing into the guest, claiming her support was BS and calling her just about every name under the sun. It turned into a full-blown meltdown, making things incredibly uncomfortable for everyone watching.
People like you that are two-faced as you're the worst kind of person, because you're a fake. You're nothing but a fake.
Then, in the middle of all that chaos, she randomly started flexing that she was getting her FFs, facial feminization surgery, and once that's done, she said she'd be better than every woman on Earth. It was just another example of how disconnected she's become from reality, using shock value and mean girl theatrics to mask what honestly feels like deep insecurity.
Hi, guess what, girl? These just got redone. My FFS is going to be done by the end of the summer. It's over for you. I'm going to be better.
Do you feel good about yourself? Do you feel better? Do you feel better?
So you see why it totally made sense that people weren't buying her apology. And don't get us wrong, we do believe in rehabilitation. We believe people can grow, change, and be educated if they're genuinely willing to put in the effort. But that also depends on two things: how hard you're trying to improve and how much damage you've already done. And with Kelly, yeah, she's done some damage, not the kind that gets washed away with a TikTok apology video. Now, besides all of this, she's also claimed that she was being bullied by her own community, turning herself into the victim, as if being held accountable for spreading misinformation and disrespecting entire groups of people is the same as being bullied.
I'm really tired of being bullied by my own community. I think it's so sad that I've gone to the right and I've felt so welcomed, especially on Twitter.
But even that wasn't the worst of it, because like we said earlier, every time we start thinking she couldn't possibly make things worse, she does. And the next thing she did wasn't just unhinged, it felt personal. Kelly Cadigan took things to a whole new level by burning a pride flag, and this moment seemed to really solidify the public's frustration with her. In the now infamous video, Kelly Cadigan kicked things off with a dramatic declaration. She was officially cutting ties with the trans and LGBTQ+ community because apparently she didn't want to be part of this quote-unquote cult anymore. Then, in a move so over the top it could have been ripped straight from a satire sketch, she burned a pride flag on camera. But wait, it gets better. She then grabbed an American flag, waved it like she just won a NASCAR race, and claimed that it was America, not the LGBTQ+ community, that allowed her to be who she is. If you don't believe it, just watch for yourself.
If my own community is going to call me a bigot, I'm not going to stand for my community anymore. The burning of this flag means I'm leaving this cult. And from now on, this is the flag I'm standing for. This is my community. Because this country is what gave me the right to transition and be who I am.
So yeah, there it is. Honestly speaking, the whole thing felt less like a political statement and more like a cry for attention wrapped in red, white, and blue. Needless to say, the internet was not impressed, and for many this was the final unhinged performance they were willing to tolerate. According to several Reddit posts, she uploaded the video of herself setting the flag on fire, only to delete it shortly after. On top of that, she also said on Twitter, "I'm done posting things on TikTok. I'm not participating in the cult. There is no freedom of speech. Why does TikTok allow videos of the US flag being burned?" Also, don't mistake her love for the American flag as some kind of ironic bit. She's actually extremely patriotic. In fact, she's expressed support for Donald Trump, claiming that he's the most supportive president when it comes to trans rights.
And it's because he doesn't hate trans people. Donald Trump has always been very accepting of trans people.
There are only two genders, male and female.
However, coming back to the burning of the pride flag, the act wasn't just controversial. It felt deliberately antagonistic toward the very community she once claimed to represent. While some libertarians online defended her right to do it on free speech grounds, others saw it for what it was: a desperate, attention-seeking move that crossed a serious line. Even some of her right-wing followers who previously cheered her controversial takes began distancing themselves. Burning the pride flag wasn't just an edgy statement, it was a blatant display of hate and betrayal. At that point, it became clear to many that this wasn't about free expression or debate anymore. It was about spite. And the thing about what Kelly did was that it was all very unnecessary. So after Kelly posted the video of herself burning the pride flag, another TikTok creator named Mackenzia responded with a video of her own. In it, she calmly explained the history and significance of the pride flag, how it was created, what each color represents, and why it holds so much meaning for the gay community. It was a respectful and informative response meant to highlight what was really being disrespected in Kelly's video. However, the drama train is not over just yet. In another surprising turn of events, Kelly Cadogan found herself tangled in a minor controversy, or should we say a petty tiff, with another very popular creator on YouTube. Yes, none other than Blair White, a very well-known conservative transgender YouTuber. And let's just also be very controversial. As Kelly's behavior became more erratic and polarizing, people on TikTok and Twitter started drawing comparisons between her and Blair White, calling her another Blair White, which, let's just say, wasn't exactly a compliment to her. Now, if you're not familiar, Blair White is a very popular figure in the online political commentary space. She's a transgender woman known for her conservative views, especially her critiques of modern progressive movements, including parts of the LGBTQ+ community. She's been a frequent guest on right-leaning platforms and podcasts, often positioning herself as a voice of reason within trans discourse, but also being accused by many of pandering to anti-trans audiences for clout. The comparisons between Kelly and Blair stem from their shared tendency to speak against the very community they're a part of, often in ways that critics feel are performative or self-serving. However, the funniest part is that Kelly didn't get along with Blair either. The drama really kicked off when Kelly started crying a bunch on social media about being blocked by Blair White. She also talked about Blair in multiple live streams. But then Blair responded the way only Blair can, with a cold, blunt tweet. In it, she accused Kelly of lying, manipulating people, and leaving out a whole lot of context. In her tweet, she said, "Hey Kelly, here's why I blocked you. Because you deserve to know, I guess. It has nothing to do with your politics. That's an easy scapegoat, though. Before you grifted on the right, you made a video on Instagram attacking me. When you popped up months later apologizing and having a change of heart, I forgave you publicly and even shouted you out on my podcast twice, directing my fans to follow you and help you grow. You lasted 5 seconds before admitting you were a fraud and changed your politics again, which was annoying, but I still didn't block you. Today I woke up to you publicly supporting a tweet made against me that would be classified as harassment if it were said to me in real life. That got you blocked. I value loyalty more than anything else. You could have went full communist liberal psychopath, and I probably would have just muted you. But the betrayal of me and my fans I sent outweigh? F off." So yeah, apparently this whole thing started because Kelly liked a tweet that was either about or against Blair White. We don't really know exactly what tweet she's referring to, but based on the comments, it seems like this was a post made by another trans person, possibly Naomi, which Kelly liked, and that ended up getting her blocked by Blair. Also, we came across another live stream where Kelly had a message for Blair. So in yet another live stream, Kelly was flexing hard about her upcoming FFS surgery. And she basically said that once she gets it done, Blair White won't stand a chance against her. Also, if you guys don't already know, Kelly is kind of obsessed with Twitter, like to an almost comical degree. She constantly talks about how people on TikTok, especially the right-wing crowd, have been so welcoming to her, and she insists that she's huge and super popular there.
I love Twitter. You know why, guys? Because I can have a conversation on there with people that I don't even agree with all the time, without it being a huge fight.
This is honestly kind of funny because the way she hypes up her own TikTok fame makes it sound like she thinks she's kind of an A-list influencer, when really it's just not giving that. However, in that same live stream, she basically admitted that she doesn't even really care that much about using the women's bathroom. She just talks about it because she knows it pisses people off on Twitter. That right there kind of proves how much of this is about clout and attention. It's not really about rights or safety or making a point. It's about stirring the pot and watching it boil over so she can be at the center of it all. When you start using serious social issues just to farm engagement, it says a lot about where your priorities really are.
Here's what the crazy part is. Can I tell you a secret? Because there's only like 128 people in here. I don't even really give that much of a shit about using the women's bathroom. I mean, I do, but it's like the videos I make, it's not really because I care. It's because I just want to get the views and I want to piss people on Twitter off. I get a lot more views on my conservative type content on Twitter than I do on TikTok. And it pisses people off. If you've been on my Twitter, you'll know.
And honestly, this seems to be the real reason Kelly is so obsessed with Twitter. Not because people are actually welcoming or supportive of her there, but because it's the perfect platform for her to create drama and stir the pot as much as she wants. She thrives on the chaos, the arguments, the quote tweets. It's like digital oxygen for her. One clear example of this is the amount of absolutely unhinged stuff she's said on the platform, like this one tweet where she claimed that trans women are better than biological women. She wrote, "If anything, trans women are more special than biological women. There's millions of cis women out there, but trans girls were rare. Honestly speaking, we don't even understand how the whole comparison thing even starts with Kelly. Like, she acts like she's better than non-binary people. She's also better than a real biological woman and constantly pushes this idea that she's just better than everyone. Trans, cis, non-binary, it doesn't matter. She always needs to be the one on top. It's wild how one person like Kelly has single-handedly tried to fracture the entire community into little groups, turning people against each other, gatekeeping identities, and shifting the focus from solidarity to petty competition. It's exhausting, and honestly, it's the opposite of what the queer community is supposed to stand for. Instead of building each other up, she's weaponizing her identity and turned it into a weird social ladder where she always places herself at the top. However, that being said, we'd like to now come back to the live stream drama. In our opinion, this is just another example of how truly unhinged she can be at times. She kept going on and on about her upcoming FFS, constantly flexing like it was some kind of victory lap. She said she was getting the surgery because people kept bullying her online, that if they hadn't called her ugly, she wouldn't have done it. But now they were going to pay the price because she was about to get hotter. The way she talked about it came off really tone-deaf, too. She was bragging about her surgeries in a way that totally ignored how many trans people don't have the financial means to access gender-affirming care. She even said that last year she used her haters to get herself a house, and that this year's goal was to transform her body. Like, great for her, but it's wild how she treats everything like a flex and a clapback, instead of recognizing the privilege she has.
Last year, my haters bought me a house. This year, they're gonna transform my entire body.
Now, to give you a bit of context here, what Blair's tweet that we showed you earlier was really referring to is the fact that Kelly couldn't pick a side to save her life. One minute she was waving the American flag and declaring war on the cult of the trans community, and the next, she was trying to rebrand herself as some enlightened, centrist peacekeeper. Blair called her out for this exact reason, saying Kelly was inconsistent, manipulative, and far too polarizing to be taken seriously. And honestly, we hate to admit it, but Blair kinda had a point, even though she's probably said and done pretty messed up things too. Regardless, Kelly's political and social views flip-flopped more than a dying fish on a hot sidewalk. She'd go from right-wing crusader to woke ally in the blink of an eye. In fact, not long after her unhinged rant about the LGBTQ+ community and her dramatic burning of the pride flag, she came back with another video casually announcing that she was now a right-leaning centrist, because of course she was. And as if that wasn't enough chaos for 1 week, Kelly kept the meltdown train going. In the days that followed, she posted even more videos, each more confusing than the last, clearly unsure of where she stood in the world or within any community at all. One minute she was torching flags, the next she was backtracking in a video saying she didn't exactly know where she stood politically anymore.
I don't know where I am politically. I feel like I've mentally been so drained by the right. It's just so funny to me because I felt like I was so drained from the left, which is what made me go to the right. My opinions have not changed.
Well, hate to break it to you, Kelly, but that's the kind of thing that happens when you try to ride every bandwagon at once, when you turn your back on a community you once belonged to just to impress people who were always going to light your house on fire anyway. But then, because the identity crisis apparently needed one final plot twist, she posted yet another video basically saying that she was rejecting all labels altogether. That's right, no left, no right, no trans, no cis, no this, no that. Just vibes and chaos. At this point, it was less of a political stance and more of a personality tornado. It was very clear from the way she was making these videos that she would eventually try to crawl back into that very community she had so dramatically and brutally rejected. And guess what? The internet called it. She dropped a banger of an apology video, the kind that starts with her villain origin story and childhood trauma, as if narrating her backstory would somehow erase the fact that she torched the very people she now wanted forgiveness from. Like clockwork, she realized the leopards she sided with were more than happy to eat her face, and now she was crawling back to the place she once denounced and insulted, expecting what, a warm welcome and a gold star for self-reflection? Honestly speaking, it was giving, I just lost a girl trying to be loved, as if that somehow explained or excused torching an entire community on her way to clout. She says she doesn't understand how things spiraled to this point, but come on, she absolutely does. She brought this on herself, step by step, and the same Twitter community she once praised for being inclusive and supportive turned on her. And the irony, She didn't seem to mind when she was gaining clout for stirring controversy, but now that the backlash has landed squarely on her, suddenly she's confused about how things got so bad. The truth is that the so-called apology she gave wasn't really an apology at all. It was a carefully staged performance dripping in self-pity, more of a plea for sympathy than any real accountability. It wasn't about righting any wrongs, it was about damage control and image management. In the beginning, when she first grifted towards the right, she was practically begging for approval from right-wing audiences, saying all the buzzwords they love to hear and waving the flag, literally and figuratively, like a badge of loyalty. Now that they've chewed her up and spat her out, she's inching back toward the left, trying to play the same victim card in hopes someone will take her side. But it didn't really work. People saw through it.
People on the right don't actually care about me.
So like I said previously, being a pick-me is a trauma response. And now everybody is piling on Kelly, and rightfully so, because she's around and now she's finding out. But I would not describe this as an apology because she doesn't actually take responsibility for the harm that her actions and words have caused, and instead she centers herself on how bad she feels. Am I surprised? No, this is textbook white woman. Center themselves, make themselves the victim, when the reality is they were the aggressor and the perpetrator from the beginning. Kelly didn't just say awful things, she said transphobic things, she said racist things, she supported white supremacist ideologies that have very real consequences for trans people and queer people, including herself. And it didn't do anything to protect her despite aligning with the very people that hate her. And while her fears and remorse may be genuine, it means nothing to me until she actually uses her time, energy, and platform to support the queer people who she put in danger.
However, now she wanted to make amends with the LGBTQ community. In true Kelly fashion, she decided the best way to prove she was back on the left was to post a video of herself picking up a pride flag at Target. That's right, because nothing says I've changed quite like a performative shopping trip at a corporate retail chain. Groundbreaking.
I actually just came to Target because I was going to pick up a new pride flag because I wanted to prove to you guys that I do support this community and I do want to change.
Not only that, but after she got called out for her painfully self-centered apology, the one where she mostly painted herself as the victim, she actually went on and posted a follow-up that surprisingly wasn't terrible. Honestly speaking, it was okay-ish at best, but compared to the tone-deaf mess she first put out, this one at least tried to sound more sincere.
Because I've done too much damage to the community to be upset about that. People have a right to be upset with me. People have a right to not ever want to accept me back into the community. I understand that. I've done and said some horrible things. I don't want to come on here and cry. Like, I want to be just real. I'm sorry to Dylan Mulvaney for taking your days of girlhood shtick and using it for my own conservative grift. I'm sorry to the Black community for what I said about slavery. I shouldn't have said that. And to non-binary people, I'm sorry I said your identities aren't valid, but I'm also not going to sit here and say I understand. I need to talk to more non-binary people to have a better understanding of your identity and what it means, because I truly still don't understand. But I'm willing to hear you guys out and have a conversation about it now.
While it's true that she realized all this too late, she acknowledged some of the hurt she caused, took a step back from the defensive tone, and made an effort to say the right things. It wasn't perfect, there was still a bit of that poor me energy lingering between the lines, but credit where it's due, it showed a glimmer of reflection. Still, by the time she posted it, a lot of people had already checked out. The damage was done, and it's hard to unring a bell when you've spent days doubling down, burning flags, and clapping back in the comments. So while the second apology was a step in the right direction, for many it felt like too little, too late. While this second apology was a little better in tone, she still couldn't help herself from slipping in comments that rubbed people the wrong way. For instance, she claimed she's not one of those crazy bigots on the right, which would have been fine if it didn't completely ignore the fact that she has been just that.
I'm not going to be like the bigots on the right and tell you that I need to understand you to accept you, because I don't.
Now, the problem with this statement was that it felt a bit like she was trying to distance herself from the very behavior she's actively displayed, burning pride flags, supporting Trump, trash-talking other trans people, and throwing around racist insults. People weren't mad that she said she wasn't a bigot. They were mad because she said it without addressing or owning up to the very things she did that made her look like one. A lot of people on the internet actually talked about it and explained why it was not right.
There's genuinely nothing that gets under my skin more than when
bigots try to rebrand themselves without actually doing any work or having any kind of internal shit.
It's gonna take a hell of a lot more than you posting TikTok videos and tweets about your newfound revelation to undo the harm you actively caused within our community.
The amount of damage that you did just because you wanted to be a pick-me.
Now, at the end of the day, whether people wanted to forgive Kelly or not has been a big debate online. While some feel everyone deserves a second chance, many others believe she's done far too much damage to the community to just be welcomed back with open arms. People haven't forgotten her repeated flip-flops, her constant need for drama, and just how unpredictable and erratic she's been over time. There's a real fear that even if she seems genuine now, it's only a matter of time before she spirals again and causes more harm. In fact, a lot of creators from within the trans community have made videos discussing this very thing, whether or not her apology should be accepted, and what accountability really looks like in her case. As of where she is right now, it seems Kelly is still active on both Instagram and TikTok, but all of her old controversial content has been wiped clean. She no longer talks about any of the drama, the discourse, or the chaotic back and forths that once defined her online presence. And honestly, that might be for the best. These days, her content is mostly centered around fashion, showing off her outfits, sharing styling tips, and leaning into that influencer aesthetic. It's clear that she's made a conscious effort to distance herself from the political wars and online arguments that once fueled her following. Whether this change is genuine growth or just rebranding is up for debate. But at least for now, she's keeping things relatively quiet. It's been almost 2 years since Kelly's entire drama exploded online, and honestly, there hasn't been any major update from her since. That's exactly why we feel it's important to add a disclaimer before ending this video. We believe Kelly has shown signs of being a deeply emotionally unwell person, and unfortunately, the internet did little to help with that. A lot of the things she said and did could very well have been trauma responses, spiraling into something much bigger than anyone could have predicted. That being said, we want to be absolutely clear, this video is for informational purposes only. It's not an invitation to harass or attack anyone online. We're here to talk about this story, not to encourage hate. This situation became so twisted and misunderstood over time that it was necessary to revisit it, not for drama, but to shine a light on how one person's desperation, erratic behavior, and need for validation can deeply impact an entire community. On that note, we'd like to end today's video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to leave a comment down below and let us know your thoughts on Kelly Cadogan. Do you think she truly ever meant the things she said, or was it all just for attention? Do you believe someone with a messy past like hers deserves a second chance? Or is there a line that shouldn't be crossed, even in the name of growth? We'd love to hear your takes, so ask yourself. Let's keep the conversation respectful, open-minded, and most importantly, thoughtful.